No, you couldn't hear. I don't think you guys could hear me then for a second. I think I may have fixed it. I'm just gonna. I have it playing through my phone, so you may hear an echo. I apologise. In a second. Can you hear me now? No, you couldn't hear. There we go. Now you guys should be able to hear me. Sorry for that small technical issue. I'll just wait for someone to put something in the chat before I properly start getting going. But yeah, as you can see, we have an F1 quiz. I haven't properly explained it. We have a daily driver grid game. So you can see here from this menu, hopefully, that we have 3 options. We can either do a daily grid, which is where it's like Wordle, where you get a daily grid of drivers that you have to get for certain topics. No, thank you. I've obviously already done mine for today. And there's 8 hours until the next grid, so I'm not going to stream until then. But you've got extra grids that we can do, or higher and lower. I love the higher and lower game because if you look at the leaderboard, I should be. Oh, I'm number 2 now. I'm number 2 on the daily grid. I'm number 1 on the higher or lower. So, Zuriyi says hello. Hello, Zuriyi. How are you doing this fine Friday afternoon? I'm just going to make sure that that's a bit louder now because I've just moved my microphone a tad bit. I'm just going to quickly take off my jacket because I'm already starting to get warm. And I don't want to get boiling hot. There we go. That can go on the floor for now. Right. So we have just the one viewer for now. Zuriyi, how are you? I've already asked how you are. We've got 3 concurrent viewers now. Yeah, so I guess we'll get on with some actual quizzing then, doing my job, as Roy Keane would say. Where am I going to be able to charge my phone? I should have thought of this beforehand, before I start the stream, really. I'm going to quickly rush and get my laptop charger, plug it into the wall socket you see behind me, and then plug my phone into my laptop so I can charge my phone so that I can make sure that I can see you guys' comments. Let me just give me 5 seconds. Hey guys, I'm back. I was just setting up some chargers to make sure that I could reliably do the rest of the stream. X21, hello, my friend, and hello to Chizzy. Hello, my friend, how are you both doing today? I remember X21 from the last stream I did, the one that I eventually got a hit tweet out of if any of you guys follow my Twitter at Nedzo _ Formula One, you'll have seen that I managed to get 220,000 views on that tweet. Let's have a look. I just need to make sure that I can see this chat because at the moment I can't really see it. It's a bit being a bit weird right now. Why is it not working? Why you not work? Right, let's just look at the chat on my phone because I can't see it properly on my screen because it's just not. Right, let's see what you guys are saying. Can you pick the difficulty to maybe start out easy so as casuals can play along for a little bit? Absolutely, absolutely. Let's get some casuals in. Higher or lower? Higher or lower, first off. So Formula 1 higher or lower will be the first game we do. Start game. Actually, I haven't changed the settings. There is no difficulty settings, but I will be using, sorry to all the Europeans, but I'm using imperial measurements. I know metric measurements, but I just haven't got the same feel for them as I do. So Bob Anderson, does he have more or less starts than Oscar Piastri? Oscar Piastri. So it's not accurate to this season. That's what I've just found out with that answer. Great. So Oscar Piastri has 22 starts. That must mean that it's accurate to the end of 2023. At least we know that. I promise that I haven't just clowned myself as a Formula 1 YouTuber not knowing how many starts Oscar Piastri has. That is indeed not my fault. There we go. I'm just going to see if I can extend this window now. There we go. That should make it a bit easier. I missed half of the last stream, unfortunately, but it was fun. It was fun. Right, who has more podiums, Johnny Herbert or Yuji Ide? I wonder. Surely this is lower. Who has more DNFs, Christian Danner or Yuji Ide? Considering Christian Danner had multiple seasons in Formula 1 and drove in the 1980s, higher. Who has more career points? Well, Pedro Rodriguez is a 2-time Grand Prix winner, so it's going to be him. Debut year. So basically, the void debut year works is if you started before a driver, you say lower. If you started after a driver, it's higher. And Felipe Alio drove in the 1980s. Height. Height is I don't know the heights of drivers. I'm guessing Stoffel van Dorn, Belgian people. They are next to the Netherlands on the map, and Dutch people are really tall. So I'm going to guess Stoffel van Dorn is taller. Yes. Seasons. Stoffel van Dorn obviously did 3 seasons. Brendan Hartley only did 2. So we will go for that one. Harald Ertl. Oh, that's a tough one because Harald Ertl did 5 seasons, but he wasn't a full-time driver the entire way through. I'm going to say higher. It can be hard. You can get those ones where I knew he wasn't always a full-time driver, but I thought that he'd done more than that, to be honest. Let's go again. As you can see, my personal best is 104 because I just got a great run going. Mike Spence has less starts than Yaguri Suzuki. Podiums. Zhou Guanyu has no podiums. Oh, also, if both drivers have 0, which often comes up, you just win, regardless of what you put. David Coulthard has more DNFs than Zhou Guanyu. He raced for a lot longer. Ricardo Rodriguez only drove for 1 season or 2 seasons. Therefore, he's not very good, or he's not higher than David Coulthard. Pascal Wehrlein has 6 career points. Continue that one. Debut year. Jean-Pierre Jabouille started in 1977. Oh no, he started in 75. He must have done some stuff before he drove for Renault then. Giancarlo Fisichella has 3 wins. So he has slightly more than Jean-Pierre Jabouille. I don't know. I'm going to guess for Jarier because his French is smaller. Yes, I mean that works. By literally an inch. Poles, Bruno Senna has no poles. Fastest laps. Pedro Lamy has never got a fastest lap in his career. I'm flying. And this is where I get something wrong. Sakon Yamamoto has no fastest laps either. Innes Island and Sakon Yamamoto both have 0 championships. Can you guys see the stuff at the top, by the way? You can see the podiums and stuff. Podiums. Keke Rosberg has 17. Innes Island has 1. This is pretty easy so far. Riccardo Patrese has 6 wins. And Keke Rosberg has 5. Ooh, Clay Regazzoni pole positions. Because he drove for Ferrari. in the 70s, and he drove for Williams in 1979. I'm going to say lower, though. Yeah, he wasn't a particularly fantastic standout driver, and he had much better teammates. Robert Kubica. So, half of 2000, or not even half of 2006, like a small portion of 2006, the entire of 2007, the entire of 2008, the entire of 2009, the entire of 2000. He's not as many. It's not as close, though. It's not as many. It's not. I thought he only had like 70 starts. Stefano Modena, I believe, has one fastest lap, so I'm going to go lower because I think it's equal. Oh, it's 0, so I would have been safe anyway. Pastor Maldonado, I believe he was 5'9". 5'8", close enough. I'm just waiting until you pick them, lol. Jack Brabham. Oh, this is a good one. DNFs. Did Jack Brabham, surely, in 15 years of F1, only just did he have more DNFs than Pastor Maldonado? Career points, Gaston Mazzacani has 0. So that's pretty easy. Seasons, Heinz-Harald Frentzen had about 10. Yep. Debut year, Joe Gartner debuted in 1984 and only did 1984. Starts, Sebastian Vettel, obviously. Championships, Leclerc has 0. Sorry, Ferrari fanboys. De Vries only has 2 seasons. So basically, the way we do seasons is it's how many seasons you competed in, regardless of how many races you did. You could have done one race in 5 seasons, and it's still 5 seasons. DNF's John Watson had infinitely more because he drove in the 1980s, and he did way more seasons. Alan Berg never got a pole position. He drove for Osella in '86. Johnny Cecotto had more starts. It was only 18, but it was still more starts. Alberto Ascari debuted in 1950. Pedro Rodriguez had 2 wins, sorry. The annoying thing is there's not really much fan interaction with this. If there's one that I really struggle with, I think Satoru Nakajima had 1 fastest lap, so I'm going to go, yep, below. What I do is I sometimes go below because there's a chance they might have had 0. Oh, Jackie Ickx was 5'9", I believe. He was. Career points, Mika Hakkinen has more. He had 2 championships and drove later on in a better point system. Championships, Takuma Sato unfortunately has 0 championships. Podiums, Romain Grosjean has he has way more than that. Yeah, 10. Fastest laps. Patrick. I want to say Patrick Depailler. Yes. Battle of the Frenchmen. DNF, Montoya has to have less. He didn't have enough seasons to get that much. He's close, though. Ralf Schumacher. What do you guys think? Ralph Montoya or Pablo Schumacher? Yeah, those are their names now. Who do you think has the more podiums out of Montoya? No Googling. Who do you think? That's a tough one. My instinct says lower because although Ralph spent a couple of years in those Williams, I don't think he was as able to get those podiums as readily. At least in my opinion. What do you guys think? Yeah, the website only counts up until 2023. Well, yeah, what do you guys think in terms of podiums for Ralf Schumacher and Juan Pablo Montoya? Ralph is lower. Yeah, Montoya has more. Okay, we'll go lower then. Oh, that was close. I knew it would be close. Kazuki Nakajima doesn't have a pole position, unfortunately. Alan Jones. Yep, no, we don't need to. That's an easy one. Alex Rossi only had. Let me guess how many starts Alex Rossi had. I'm going to say 5. Oh, yes. What a guess. Jaime Al-Jaswari did 3 seasons over Rossi's 1. Career points. Jolyon Palmer only had 9 career points. Huh? They're just forgetting Singapore 2017 happened with that 1 career point. Bob Anderson. Oh, I don't know how tall Bob Anderson is. Do I really care? I'm guessing he was shorter. Oh, I'm so lucky. Peter Collins, I don't care how tall he was either. Do you guys know how tall Peter Collins is? Chizzy, what's your 4 related to? What are you saying 4 to? Probably shorter. Let's go. Yeah, 5'8". This is the annoying part. I don't like having to do heights. Wins. Esteban Tuero had 0 wins, unfortunately. Fastest laps. Oh, Gianni Morbidelli might have had one, so I'm going to go higher. But no, he didn't. But because it's equal, it doesn't matter which one you pick. Max Verstappen, his debut came after Gianni Morbidelli's. Championships, Mario Andretti has less championships than Max Verstappen. Yeah, you can see it's as of end of 2023 because Max has only 3 championships. Oh, Stefan Johansson. He did 1981. Oh no, he doesn't have as many seasons as Andretti then. He's got about 9 or 10. Yeah, 9. Height. Oh, I don't. Oh, yeah, we told Stoffel Van Dorn actually earlier. He's 5'10". Yes, there we go. We had a repeat. Jody Scheckter debuted in 72. Oh yeah, 4 Rossi starts. Not many drivers above 6. That's a good point, and also that if they are older, they're likely to be shorter because generally, what's it called? The next generation is taller than the previous generation. Enrique Bernardi had to have had more DNFs. He did 19 DNFs than Yuji Ide. Starts Pierre's Courage. Oh, he died in 1970, I believe. Would he have had enough starts? I don't think so, because he'd have had to be racing since about the mid-60s. Oh, that's close. Oh, I didn't think it'd be that close. Yannick Dalmas. I don't think he had enough. I don't think he did enough seasons. Yeah, there we go, 2 points. Debut year. Olivier Griard didn't debut until, I don't think, until 88. Oh, 89, there you go. Bruno Giacomelli had 1 podium at the 1981 Las Vegas Grand Prix. Eddie Irvine, this is a fun fact, Eddie Irvine never got a pole position. That's an often trick question. Timo Glock. Oh, did Timo Glock get a fastest lap? I'm gonna say lower because I don't think he did. Oh, but he did, and I was lucky. Debut year, Alex Young debuted in 2001. Max Chilton got more than that. There's another trick, funny one where Peter Collins never got a pole position either. Jenson Button, he's reasonably tall, but I don't think he's 6 foot tall. Okay, 5'12", 6 foot. That's the exact same thing, but I'm gonna take it. Henri Pescarolo never won a championship. Arturo Mezzario never got a fastest lap. And the rain car for Kayan never got a fastest lap either. Yuki Tsunoda never had a win. Sometimes you just go through periods where you have to get like drivers that have zeros and everything. Emerson Fittipaldi only had about 6 fastest laps, I think, which is ridiculous. Yeah, 6 fastest laps, which is ridiculous. Literally, all I know about Glock about is about the famous moment in 2008. He obviously drove for Marussia and was quite good in 2010 to 2012, but yeah, that's fine. Ricardo Zonta didn't have that many starts. They get drivers of the same nationality, don't they? Patrick Friesacker drove for Minardi in 05, only 1 season. DNFs, Mika Salo had more, just drove in the 90s. If someone drives in the 80s or 90s, they're like got about 1 billion DNFs. Or the 70s, or basically anything before 2020s, you tend to have about 1 billion DNFs, or the 2010s really. Jean-Pierre Beltoise debuted, I'm going to guess exactly the year, 67. Ha! Liuzzi only no wins. The karting genius didn't have any wins in F1. Sergio Perez, he's Mexican, surely he's shorter. Yes. I'm not being racist, I'm just making stereotypes, and that's the exact same thing I know. But Hans-Joachim Stuck never had a pole position. That's why metric is better because there's more increments and there's more ways to measure. Like there's 180 ways of measuring people up to 6 foot, rather than just like the inch increments. But I can't picture 180 centimeters as well as I can 5'10", for example. Didier Pironi had more than 2 podiums. Career points, Eliseo Salazar. I don't think he had any. Oh, no, he did have a couple of career points. Martini had more. Even though he drove for Minardi for most of that point, he had enough seasons in Minardi to do it. Mark Webber had 0 championships. Way to rub it in his face. John Surtees. Ooh. Do you guys think John Surtees had more DNFs? So basically, his career went from 1960 until 1972, and I think he did every single race pretty much. So 12 seasons in the 1960s with about 10 or 12 races a season, compared to 11 or 12 seasons again. So 13 seasons for Surtees, 12 seasons for Webber. But Surtees had less races, but had a worse reliability rate with the 60s. You can see it being less. I'm going to wait and see what anyone else says. What do you guys think? Higher or lower for John Surtees? So Surtees spent 13 years in Formula One in the 1960s. And the 70s, obviously. And Mark Webber spent 12 seasons. You're going to say more. Chizzy says higher. Right, I'm going with higher. If you're wrong, I'm blaming you all. Yeah, I wanted to override you guys and say lower, but I wasn't going to do that. Right, so that's that score, by the way, would have put us top of all time anyway if I didn't have my own score. Let's go to the extra grids option because I've already done the daily grid. Right, what's this? So you need drivers with at least 1 podium and raced in at least 1 season. Oh, who's a driver who did win? Michael Andretti. Michael Andretti, surely. Huh? Oh no, they need to have at least 1 podium, at least 1 season, and at least 10 poles. Oh. Who had... So this has to be a really good driver, unfortunately. It can't be someone obscure if they have 10 pole positions. Let me think. Let's go for Jackie Ickx. I want to see if he had 10 poles. He didn't have 10 poles. The annoying thing is, I'm going to have to go for someone obvious. I just need someone who has 10 poles, but only just 10 poles. Jenson Button, he wasn't a very good qualifier, but he had good cars. No, not him. He didn't even have 10 career poles. Right, let's go for something else. Wins more than 25, seasons raced in more than 6. That's screaming Jim Clark, because he's pretty close to those. Clark, although he is literally one of the best drivers of all time. Oh, he also has to have 1 fastest lap. He has 1 fastest lap. What on earth am I actually... Is that less than 6 or more than 6 then? Because there's no way anyone has more than 25 wins with less than 6 seasons. Apparently that has 10 solutions. Well, that's a lie. Hakkinen, I'm guessing that's for this one. Oh, finally it says 1 is correct. Here we go. So we need at least 1 podium, fastest laps 2, and at least 10 poles. So we just back to the same thing. Who else had 10 poles? Mark Webber must have had 10 poles, surely. Why does it hate me? Do they have to fit all the criteria? I thought they'd have to fit, like... So I'm guessing These ones have to fit. So I'm guessing this one, for example, the top left. I'm guessing that has to fit that one. So at least 1 podiums. Fastest laps 2. Wins 25. Oh, and at least 10 poles. Ah, okay. That's why I keep getting it wrong. So unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to go Jim Clark. Because they're so weird. He has more than 25 wins. He has at least 1 podium. He has more than 2 fast laps. And he has at least 10 pole positions. Why is that wrong? I'm getting annoyed at this game already. I'm going to try him for this one and see if it works. It just keeps saying it's all wrong. I'm going to quit. I'm going to refresh so I can get more guesses. This is ridiculous. They have to fit all 4. Why? But what all 4 do they have to fit? So they have to. So this one, so this top left one, has to fit at least 1 podium, at least 2 fastest laps, at least 10 poles, and at least I put Jim Clark. He has 25 wins. He has 25 wins, which is equal or more than 25. He has 33 pole positions, which is way more than 10. He has definitely more. I don't know exactly the number of fastest laps, but it's more than 2. And he has at least 1 podium. Why is he not correct? The game is confusing me too as well. Don't worry, X21. You're not the only one. I know you're not the only one. Right. Right, let me have a look and see. I'm confused. It doesn't actually tell us what is counting, though, which is the issue. As I say, apparently, there's 10 each for these two. Is it less than 25? So who has at least 1 podium, less than 2 fastest laps, and less than 6? Let's try someone like... The thing is, but can I go with drivers that, for example, have 0? Can I have someone with 0 fastest laps, 0 podiums, 1 season raced and no wins? Or does it have someone who has to have at least 1 in those criteria? I'm going to try someone like... Who's just a random driver who was just not very... Ottorino Volontario. No, it's not. So maybe it has to be someone who had at least 1 of each. Who had 1... So someone like Suttil had 1 fastest lap, but he didn't have a podium, so it's not helpful. And he didn't have a win. Joaquim Bonnier, did he have a fastest lap? Oh, Vittorio Brambilla could be a good one. But I think he may have raced in more than 6 seasons. No. Sir Jackie Stewart. Let's see if Sir Jackie Stewart works. Unfortunately, I don't think this game does Sirs. So it is more than... What was wrong about Jim Clark? Jim Clark has... Can you guys... I'm going to see if you guys can see this. Jim Clark. Can you guys see this? Yes, you can. Perfect. He has 25 Grand Prix wins. More than 2 fastest laps. More than 6 seasons raced in. And at least 1 fastest lap. What on earth? I think it has to be more... No, but that sign means greater than or equal to. That doesn't mean greater. It means greater than or equal to. Unless they've just got the sign wrong. And then it's not my fault. At least 10 poles. Who's a driver who has 10 poles who's quite obscure? I know! Reny Arnoux. He had 20 of them, but he's not very successful. Don't you dare tell me Reny Arnoux didn't get more than 2 fastest laps. There's no way that he was that bad. He had 12 fastest laps, so why doesn't he count? I'm absolutely baffled. Oh no, he needs more than... Oh, I'm a fucking lemon. He needs 25 wins. I was trying to be smart. I mean, I've just been an idiot instead. Nothing new there. No, Nigel Mansell then. Mansell. Finally, I'm starting to get the hang of this. At least 10 wins. At least one fastest lap. At least one... So, someone with 10 wins. Who's a really obscure driver who has about 10 wins? One of the lesser-known champions will be a good idea for this one. John Surtees doesn't have. Denny Hulme, I don't think, has that many, unfortunately, either. Neither does Jochen Rindt. James Hunt does, though. Of course. Wait. No, he raced in more... He didn't race in more than 6 seasons, that's why. No, he did. Who can I go for here? Ascari didn't, which is frustrating. So I think it is that the equal to sign is a lie. The equal to sign is a lie, I think. Because Hunt did exactly 6 seasons, I believe. Ascari doesn't fit it. Coulthard, Bottas and Massa do. That's a very good shout, actually. I'll go for Bottas because he's probably one that people don't think of. Right, that's round 1 done. Right, let me see if I can do round 2 on my own. Age 40 to 45, at least 1 point. Height more than... Oh, yeah, because I know all the drivers who are between 40 and 45 who are fucking over... That's over 5'8". To be fair, 5'8" isn't horrendous. And at least 500 points. So that's stupid. You got at least 1 point and then at least 500 points. Who's a tall driver who has been in F1 that long? I want Alonso, but no, he's not tall enough. Schumacher, I don't think is tall enough either. Jacques Lafitte definitely isn't tall enough. Right, okay, let's best championship finish in top 20. Age 40 to 49. At least 500 points. That I'm going to avoid the 500 points one because it's stiffing me. Car number includes 10. Has set 1 at fastest lap. Poles 5 to 9. And best championship finish in top 20. Has Perez ever drove with number 10? He might have done at McLaren. Perez. Of course. This is difficult. That's actually a shout. Jack Brabham for this one. Brabham. No, he didn't have enough. He didn't have 500 points. Wow, this is hard. Car number includes... So I'm thinking if this means in the modern era, though, if this means since 2014, because the only drivers to use 10 since then are Kobayashi, who doesn't have 5 pole positions, and Gasly, I think. Yeah, I think that's it. Gasly for top right. He doesn't have 5 pole positions, mate. So I'm guessing it can include drivers from before then, because otherwise there'd be no one to do it for. At least 500 points. So we just need an old a guy who raced hopefully recently as well. Someone like Nigel Mansell, who I've just thought of. If Nigel Mansell doesn't have a 500 career points, we're screwed. How? Oh, is he not tall enough? How tall is Nigel Mansell? So he is tall enough. How many career points did he have? Are you joking me? He's 20 points off. Trulli top left. Trulli didn't reach the age of 40. He retired at 37. He wasn't old enough. How tall is Jacques Lafitte? I'm going to Google stuff because this is very hard. I hope you don't mind me Googling stuff. I'm not cheating. Jacques Lafitte. Because I just need to figure out how tall he is. I don't think he's tall enough. Oh, he doesn't even. It won't even show his height, but he doesn't. He's not. I don't think he is tall enough anyway. Who else could there be? Raikkonen top left. Yeah, that actually is a good shout. Yeah, it's an uncommon response though. That's the issue. I need to also refresh because we only have 2 guesses remaining and 3 slots to fill. I know Hulkenberg satisfies these criteria, but unfortunately he hasn't turned 40 yet. We've already put Kimi Raikkonen for 1, so we can't put him down for another, unfortunately. I'm just trying to get this car number includes number 10. We need someone who is at a midfield team, basically. Like someone like Nick Heidfeld, but has managed to... Jacques Villeneuve. Jacques Villeneuve drove in midfield teams. Please tell me he raced. So he must have more... to be fair, Jacques Villeneuve probably has more than 9 pole positions thinking about it. But we need drivers who drove around the midfield who had... Oh, he had 13 pole positions. Who's driven with the number 10? Who will have driven around those midfield cars? Jenson Button. But I think he has way more than those than pole positions than that. Something telling me Jenson Button has more than 10 pole positions, even though he wasn't great in qualifying. Oh no, he doesn't. Jenson Button, perfect. I mean, it's an uncommon response, but it'll do. Gasly would have been right for 10, but he doesn't have pole positions. He doesn't have enough pole positions. Age 40 to 49 with at least 500 points. You need someone who's been around and... Alonso would get me this answer, but it's way too obvious. Everyone's going to put Alonso, haven't they? I'll put Alonso in. Not as uncommon as I thought, but still. Car number includes number 10. How many poles did Rubens Barrichello have? Because he was kicking around the midfield for a little bit. "12, of course he did, because he wanted to be clever. What about the early guys? Because there were a lot of drivers in the 50s who were just given random numbers every race. Do I just look out and see if I can get someone like Giuseppe Farina? Oh my god, I did it. Because he would have driven with just a random 10 in a random 50s race. Right. Huh? Age 60 or older. This must mean like right now rather than... I debuted 1960 to 79. Age 50 or older, so that's basically a given. 10 or fewer DNF, so it must be someone who's raced for like 1 season. And highest race finished in the top 3? Oh my god. Can I go for Ludovico Scarfiotti? Because I know that he would fit all of those criteria. One of the criteria is that they have to still be alive. Oh, that's going to be hard. Or that they were that old when they retired or when they died. That's hard. Giancarlo Baghetti still. So it can't be. Oh, this is difficult. George Follmer. I'm not sure if George Follmer's still alive. Okay, George Follmer is an answer. Highest race finished in top 3. 30 or more DNFs. Ages 61 to 75. So, someone who was born between 1964, so that's impossible, and 1949? No, I can't. 1965 and 1950. So that would work. 1950 and 1965. There are a lot of champions from that time. Andre De Cesaris. He finished a race in the top 3. Again, unless it's someone who's still alive, actually. That could be still it. Bruno Giacomelli. There we go. I already put Giacomelli in before, whoever it was. So between 60 and 69, so that means someone born between 1966 and 1957, who is 60 or old, that's a given, has... so someone who is born between those years, 57 and 66, with 30 or more DNFs. Martin Brundle, surely. Yep. Age 60 or older. So between 60 and 69, which is that same range, 1957 to 1966, with 10 or fewer DNFs. This is the issue now. We need to find drivers who only did one season or so that they didn't have enough time to get enough DNFs. So who was debuting? So you'd have had to be debuting between the late 70s to the early 80s, and only do one season. Who was around at that point? Stephen South? He doesn't count because they must not have qualified for a race. Danny Sullivan? No, he must not be old enough. Kimi Antonelli meets the age requirement. I don't think so. Someone born between 1957 and 1960 and 1966. Let me try something. Let me try Alan Berg. I did it. I did a thing. Where am I on the leaderboard? So I should be second. Because I'm logged in. But it says I'm not. There we go. I'm fourth. What a shame. Wait, I was out of guesses. So I didn't get it. Okay. That's fine. I'll take it. I've already done the daily grid for today. What else can we do? Driver Explorer. It's literally just every single driver. So I assume when someone gets like a driver height wrong that you can suggest a correction. That's alright. We can go out to some higher and lower if you guys want. I'll go into metric because people have been wanting metric. Nigel Mansell had more career points than Eddie Cheever. Nigel Mansell had more wins than Harald Ertel. Harald Ertel had less seasons than Marcus Ericsson. I don't know if Luigi Fagioli was taller. I'm going to say no. Leclerc has more podiums. Grosjean has less fastest laps. Are there other F1 quiz sites? There's Driver All and there's Formula 1 Points Guesser, which I could do. Latifi has less starts. I'll do those afterwards, actually. That's a good point. Pick. Oh, he must have had more DNFs. Why did I think he did more? Why did I think he drove from like 2010 onwards? He didn't drive from 2010 onwards. He drove for like 2 seasons. I don't know why I thought that. I'm going to quickly go in and I'm going to find Driver All or whatever it's called. No, not driverless cars. Yes, I consent to you stealing all my data. Let's go guess from 1950 until 2025. Points only, infinite. I'll go daily. Right, so I always start in these sims with Johnny Dumfries because he's in the middle of most of the criterias. So he's raced since 1986. He has more than one podium. It could be 3 podiums. It could be 15 podiums. He has no wins. So we need someone who was. So the halfway between 1986 and 2025 is 39 years. 2025 is 39 years. So we'll say 2005 is where we need to be looking for someone's first year. Someone who debuted around 2005 with more than one podium, preferably with 3 podiums. So someone who debuted around that point. Kovalainen will be a good one. So he debuted between. I know he got the wins, but I was just looking at the podiums. So yeah, he has exactly 3 podiums. Raced between 1986 and 2007. So that means it's between. So 96 is who we need to be looking for now. Someone born around, or drove around 1996 who got 1 podium. One podium, a one-time podium finisher from like that era. They also had no pole positions, less than 105 points, which to be fair isn't that hard. Who was a one-time podium finisher from around that point? Gianni Morbidelli? Sorry, it's a multiple-time podium finisher. What am I on about? Let's see what you guys are saying. Kubica, maybe? Yeah, the grey means the number doesn't appear anywhere on the list. Yeah, I know that. Kubica, I mean, obviously he has the win, but yeah, it's not. I don't think that will be suitable. I think that's obviously for the before. Let me see if anyone's saying anything recently. I'll wait for you guys to suggest a driver who debuted around the mid-90s, so around 1996, who got a couple of podiums. Who else is there that I can think of? I wanted to say Alex Wurz, but he has more than 3, I think. Actually, no, I will go for Alex Wurz. Screw it. Oh, that means his last season was 1997. He has less than 3 podiums. Who retired? I know who it is. It's Nicola Larini. Larini did his last race for Sauber and he had 1 podium. Are you joking me? It's that close. Someone who debuted after 1987 had that many points, had between about 50 Grand Prix. Who could this be? Who retired in 1997? You had Gianni Morbidelli. I was just saying I wasn't going to put him in. It might be him. Oh my god, it was. If I'd have just put Morbidelli in earlier, I would have won. Wirtz did have a solid career. Right, new game. I'll go for the infinite version now. Do I go for all? I don't think I do. I have to go for points only, surely. Right, Johnny Dumfries again. Right, so they have more than one win, which is going to make this a lot easier. They've raced since 1986. They have more than one pole position, which makes it a lot easier as well. Let me think of a driver with like... Let's go for someone who's like kind of successful, because we don't know just how successful they were. So we're champion since then. So we could go with someone like... Hamilton would actually be a good idea, because he debuted around 2007 and was very successful. Actually, no, that's a terrible idea, because it means that he's good at... Vettel would be a better idea, because then we can see just how successful they were. So between 1986 and 2007, so about 1997 again, but they were nowhere near as successful as Vettel. Who debuted around that point who was sort of successful? Trulli Fisichella. So they had more than 3 wins. They debuted between 96 and 2007. So let's go for 2002, roughly. Who debuted? Felipe Massa debuted around that time. There we go. Can you see how basically what I try and do is I try and do things in halves. So half of 1950 to 2025 is 1986. Half of 1986 to 2025 is roughly 2007. Roughly 1996 and roughly... So it's just a lot easier to narrow things down. Points only. Let's go. Johnny Dumfries. Yes, you do have to use the same people over and over again. Finally, it's someone who is not raced. So I have to think of a driver from the 1960s with no wins. Oh, which is gonna be fun. 1986. So someone from around 1969 who debuted around that time. Clay Regazzoni. I mean, I know he got loads of wins, but it's a good place to start. Oh my god, it's before 1970. Okay, we could be having a proper old timer on our hands. Who debuted around 1960? I might struggle here, because if it's someone from the 50s, Alan Stacey, because I know he was around in the 60s. Still before. Okay, we have a proper old timer on our hands. We have a proper old timer on our hands here. Someone who debuted in 1954. What about Onofre Marimon? Okay, they debuted in 1951. They have no... Oh, this is going to be so difficult. They have 8 Grand Prix, I'm guessing, because I'm assuming that's what 8 is for. They have 5 points. I'm Paco Godia. They lasted between 1954 and 1958, so 1955 and 1957. They have 5 points. I know they have 5 points, and they have 8 Grand Prix. Who could that be? This is so difficult. Do you actually know all full-time F1 drivers ever? No, I don't. I don't know all of them. Especially in the 50s, there are guys who I've never heard of, which is why I'm guessing. But this is someone who I should at least know the name of when I get showed it, because they have points. I'm guessing it's an Italian or a British person, or it could even be a French driver. So well done. I've just listed every single possible big nationality in the time, but who was kicking around at that time? What I'm going to do is I'm going to look over the 1951 grid, and I'm going to see if any names stick out to me. I'm not going to look at their career results, but I'm going to look at the 1951 Formula One World Championship. I hope that's not classed as cheating. Let me just quickly get rid of all these other tabs because we don't need them. 1950 Formula One season. Felipe Tonsolan, no. Cavon Toon, no. Guy Mariassi, no. Louis Chiron has a podium, so he can't be him. Neither of these guys. These are too successful. Tulo de Graffenried, no. Sonesi, no. Piech, no. Harry Schell debuted in the 50s, so no. No. No, I don't believe so. It could be Andre Pilet, actually. But I think did he race until 50s? I'll go with Andre Pilet. X21, stop saying Kimi Antonelli. It might be an Indy 500 driver, actually. That is a shout. It could be an Indy 500 driver. But if it's an Indy 500 driver, I have no hope of guessing them. So I'm going to... I only know the winners and the pole sitters. And there's not any of them. So I'm going to go for Andre Pilet. Oh my god, he raced until 1964. Never mind. So it's someone with 5 points and 8 Grand Prix. Yeah, it's not him. It's not any of these guys. If it was any of these guys, I wouldn't know because I don't think these guys have done enough seasons. Oh, this is so difficult. The driver in question is on this list. He has a record of biggest gap between Grand Prix. Who? Andre Pilet. Let me have a look. Because it's not him, by the way. It's Jan Lammers has that record. Yeah, he spent 5 years between Grand Prix. It's not any of these guys. I don't think it's Tulo de Graffenried. It's not Tulo de Graffenried because I can see in the little blurb that it gives you. Jack Swaiters. I know he raced up until about 1955. But I'll go with him because it's not exactly like I'm going to go, oh my god, it's this guy. Jack Swaiters. No. He's not second either, I don't think, because Badoa had 10 years as well. I don't know where you got the idea of 5 seasons between starts being ridiculous. Like, Kubica also has it. Andre Simon. I mean, no, it can't be him, as I said. No, it's not Aldo Gordini because I think he competed in 1950 as well. It's not Eugene Chabot. He's not Juan Jover because he only did one race. Joe Kelly, no. Reg Parnell competed in 1950. Peter Walker. I don't think so. No, it's not him. I'm not going to just go on every single driver's page and go, is it you? Because that's just cheating. Chico Landi could be a shout, actually. Oh my god. Oh, no, it's defeat. Never mind. I thought I'd just got it. It's Andy yeah, he's an Indy 500 driver. There was no way I was getting him. Because he's not even on this list. If we look at the results and standings, where was he? Where is Andy Linden? Oh, he's there. Yeah. Yeah, I was never getting that. It's 8 years for Paulette, not 5. Oh, I've just gone dark mode. Whoops. Let me go back to light mode. Where? Andre Paulette, he had... Oh, if you want to go technically between starts rather than between attempts to qualify, I suppose it's 8, yes. But Kubica had longer. Lammers had longer. Badoa had longer. New game. I'll go for a new game. I want to see if I can do that again. Hopefully I don't get a 1950s driver, because although they can be quite difficult, I don't want to have them that difficult. So it's at least since 1986. I should be able to get this then. So then we'll go for... They have no wins. No, they have no... What about... who debuted around 2007 who wasn't very successful? Adrian Sutil. Since 2007, so about 2016, 2017 we need to go for. Jolyon Palmer. Oh, I put Jonathan Palmer, of course I did. Jolyon Palmer. Okay, so their first year was 2017. This screams Brendan Hartley. First year 2017, not very successful. Not very many Grand Prix, not very many points. Oh, so it's not. But who else was around in 2017 who wasn't very successful? Giovinazzi? Sorry, Gio. Yeah, it was Gio. Want to make it a certain period. If I made it a certain period, though, I'd get it instantly. That's the only problem. I'd go for... Okay, how about this? I'll go for 1980 until today. But I'll go for all, not points only. So that'll make it a bit more close. So we need someone now. We need to split this in two, but it's splitting 1980 to 2025 in two. So we need to go for someone who debuted around 2002. Who helped, because not many drivers are successful, so we want a less successful driver. So someone like Alan McNish. So they raced. Is that since? No, that's before 2002, isn't it? They have a podium, so they're at least successful. So we need someone who started around 1990 who got about a couple of podiums. Giovinazzi did lead more laps around Singapore than Max. Joel Baumgartner, unfortunately, can't be it, Chizzy. I know you want him to be, but he can't be. Our favourite Hungarian on the podcast. Who can I go for here? Someone who debuted around 1991 has a couple of podiums. Jyrki Jahavaleto. So it's even before 1989. Okay. Oh, this is screaming Philippe Strafe. It's not Philippe Strafe, but it's close. So we have a period where they debuted between 1984 and 1989. They have more than one podium, so they must be somewhat successful. They have no wins, though. So... Ivan Capelli is a good shout here. So they had two podiums. So it's not Stefan Johansson, Lego Snoop Dogg, because he had 13, I believe. And I know you guys are kind of delayed, so I understand. So, two podiums. Debuted between 1986 and 1988. Satoru Nakajima, I don't think ever appeared. No, he didn't appear on a podium. Oguri Suzuki only did once. I'm trying to think of really obscure drivers, because he also retired before 1993 as well. Oh, I know who it is. And I'm surprised why I didn't come up with him earlier. Stefano Modena. There you go. X21, if you said Kimi Antonelli again, I'm going to have to boot you in the face. I'm sorry. Actually, I've got an idea. 2025. Points only. Let's see if we can get Kimi Antonelli. No, unfortunately. Oh my god, who is... So someone with more than 3 top 3s. So, let's see how quickly I can get this. So someone who has no wins... Oh, no, they have more than one. They have more than one win. Let's go for Gasly. Let's go for... Piastri. Let's go for... It's actually hard. It's not hard, but it's more difficult to get them perfect. So someone who debuted in 2020, realistically. Who debuted in 2020? I mean, Norris debuted, but he's got a championship. Russell. Oh, so they debuted in 2018. Who debuted in 2018? Who doesn't have? Who has a win? Leclerc. Right, let's see if we can get Kimi Antonelli so that we can please X21. Oh my god, it was so close. So it's one of the rookies. Why did I put Behrman? He didn't actually debut this year. Hajar. So it has to be Bortoletto. Right, let's see if we can get Kimi Antonelli. Fuck off. Let's see if we can get Kimi Antonelli. Right, let's restart it. Let's see if we can get Kimi Antonelli. No, I want to restart you, fucking lemon. Can I refresh the page? Why is this so obtuse? Oh, I just want to get Kimi Antonelli. Gasly. No, less than one win. So, Stroll. Why would I think of Stroll? Because he debuted in 2017 as well. Albon. I'm actually a genius. We will eventually get Kimi Antonelli. I will keep going until we get Kimi Antonelli. Oh my god! First time. What do you say? I'm a genius. Right, now let's go back to the serious game. 1980 until nowadays. Right, let's try that again. Who did we say for our mid-2000s? I can't get over with it. I just spent 10 minutes or whatever trying to get fucking Kimi Antonelli. No driver found by that name. How about fuck you? So race since 2000, they have a win, which is helpful. They have points, which is helpful. They have pole position. Who debuted around 2010? Who has a win? Maybe around 2013 rather, or 2014. I guess Perez. They have more than 6 wins, and they've debuted since... Oh, don't say it's Verstappen, please. Because otherwise it's just boring. It's not. But they raced last year. Okay. I've just realised that he has a championship, so why would it be him? That's a stupid question. That was a stupid answer, sorry. But at least I know now that he raced this year. Is it Gasly or Ocon? I have a feeling of Gasly or Ocon. They have more than 1 win, so it's not Ocon. It's... Oh, they have more than 6 wins. I didn't even read that. That's my bad. What about... not Norris. It could be Leclerc or Russell, to be fair. It could actually be Leclerc here. It is Leclerc. So to you, Saye, that one's for you. McNish. They have points, but they raced in before that. So who has points but didn't rate, but only raced for like a season or 2? Somewhere around 1991. Julian Bailey. Oh my god, their last year was 1991, but they debuted before 1988. Oh, I know who this could be. Satoru Nakajima. I was close. So they debuted. Who's staying around for 5 seasons without scoring any top 5s? Oh, top 3s, sorry. Either someone with a lot of money or someone who is in around the back marker teams. I'm trying to think. I'm guessing it's an Italian. I don't know why, but I'm guessing now that it's one of the Italian drivers that I can't think of off the top of my head. I have an idea. Mauricio Gugelmin. Oh no, he had a podium. It can't be him. Martini debuted after he raced after 1991. Start with Baumgartner instead of McNish next game. Okay, I will do. I'll do it just for you, Chizzy. Someone who ended their career in 1991. What French drivers? I don't like thinking about French people, so maybe skip over those. But who can I think of? I'm not going to open the Google just yet because that's cheating. Bernd Schneider, did he race in 1990 or did he race up until 91? He only raced until 1990. That's annoying. Napoleon, mate. Okay. Magnussen. No, it's not Magnussen. He didn't race until the late 90s or mid 90s. It will definitely be one of those obscure, horrible drivers. They did get some points though, which is what's worrying me. Which means that they must have. Oh, I know who it could be. The enemy of me when I do Sporkle quizzes, and he's the enemy of me here as well, Alex Caffey. I always forget about him because he's so obscure. Right, now we'll do a new game, and just for our friend, we will do Jacques Baumgartner. Since 2004, He doesn't have a point, so nice and obscure. So that's screaming Max Chilton to begin with. Between 2003 and 2013, no points. Someone around 2008 then, who got no points. That's not great. There wasn't any. Bourdais got points. I'll go for UGE Day. It's not great. Actually, no, not Manfred Winkelhock. Marcus Winkelhock could be a shout here. So he raced between, okay, so 2010. Oh, okay, actually, no, this is a good idea. We should have gone with one of these earlier. Lucas Di Grassi. Karun Chandhok. Surely it's Karun Chandhok. Yeah. I knew as soon as it said that their last year wasn't 2010 that it was going to be Chandhok, because none of the other guys who debuted in 2010 did any longer, did they? So Di Grassi left at one season. Who else debuted that year? Bruno Senna. He obviously, Bruno Senna went until 2012, so it could have been him. But then again, this guy didn't get any points, so it basically had to be Chandhok. By the way, do you follow other sports closely? I follow NASCAR, if you can count it as another sport, and IndyCar. I casually follow football, but I wouldn't be able to tell you who's where in the Premier League. I had to make a. I'm in my radio studios at my university. I literally not an hour ago was an hour or two ago doing a TV piece where basically we all send in our TV packages where we go and we basically essentially do a sports news bulletin. I was waffling around the bush there, but we essentially do a sports news bulletin. And we get a presenter, and we get we all cover a different sport, and we get all graphics, and it's all produced in house. So we learn how to be journalists because that's what I'm on, a journalism degree. That's the pundit guy. Oh my god, he was shit. I wouldn't say he was shit by F1 standards. It was mediocre by F1 standards. He wasn't downright awful, but he wasn't anything great either. But he was a decent enough racing driver. He wasn't something terrible. Also, I've been wanting to do a video for a while now where I react to my... Do you remember some of my OG fans, if you can call yourself that, will remember I said when the Lewis Hamilton to Ferrari deal was announced that it was stupid and that he wouldn't achieve anything. I wondered if you guys wanted to hear me react to my initial video. I haven't watched it since. I wanted to see if any of you guys would like to watch me react to that video. If you want me to turn it into a reaction channel for my own videos, if you guys would like to see that, let me know and I will do that now. I will do it now because I'm thinking of other things we can get to do because this is getting a bit repetitive. Let's have a look at this one. So what's Stewardall? Oh, it's just the same thing. It's just the same thing. Yeah, I'm not doing that. What do you guys think of the idea of reacting? Okay, that'll be fun. I'll wait for more replies. I'm not just going to go straight into it. But, yeah. By the way, ignore the fact that I look very homeless and the fact that my hair is literally it's extending. I haven't had a haircut in over a year, and I haven't shaved in months either. So ignore the fact that I look homeless. By the way, I hope to fix that in the near future. Yeah, I'll wait for anyone else to say that they want to see me react because if we only get one person, I won't do it. I'm trying to see if there's any more F1 quiz games. I'm not just going to go on Sporkle because that's... There is this one, the Jetpunk quizzes, where there is a quiz of... I can't find it, but there's one where you literally have to try and guess as many Formula 1 drivers from history as possible. And I posted it on Twitter. I managed to get, I think, 470 of them. obviously there's these boring ones where it's just like, oh yeah, everyone knows these. But if I can find the original tweet, I could potentially do this quiz again and see if you guys could help me. Unfortunately, I can't just do one thing. Do I go my bookmarks on stream? Is that too risky? I may quickly just disable this window so that I can go on my bookmarks where I got it. Yeah, here we go. Here's the tweet. You guys can't see the tweet because I very smartly. There we go. Here's the quiz. There you go. We're back. I can do this quiz. It'll take a while. It's a 40-minute quiz, I believe, but I can do it if you guys want me to. Yeah, how many viewers do we have? We only have 4 concurrent viewers at the moment, which isn't ideal. What do you guys want to see? Because I can see that there's not many people in the chat anymore. I'm not sure if Chizzy's gone because we've dropped 2 viewers. We've dropped 2 viewers. I'm not sure if Saye, Lego, and Chizzy have gone yet, or if they have gone at all. Yeah, too long. That's unfortunate. But yeah, you can see I got 476 out of 695 on that quiz. Right, I guess we'll have to react to that video then, because no one else is replying and it's weird. Yeah, YouTube. My YouTube recommended should be safe. Yeah, it's fine. I don't watch any porn on my YouTube account. Where's my channel? I can't fucking spell. Nedzo's. Well, why don't I just go onto here? Onto, my own channel. By the way, cheeky plug, go and watch all of my other videos after the stream is done. Back to back, no breaks. Where is it? There it is. I will wait for... Yeah, we can watch... So it's a 23-minute long video. Yeah, you can see how bad some of my thumbnails and I don't know how I got views. I've always said I don't know how I got views back in the day. Because Jesus Christ, some of these thumbnails, by the way, and you'll see, I'm not going to go onto it because I don't want to blow up my own ears, but like some of the audio quality on these, I genuinely don't know how I got views. I genuinely don't know how I did. Yeah. I don't know how I got views on these. But anyway, let's go to this Lewis Hamilton video, and I will eventually... I'm getting ads on my own videos. By the way, can you guys hear? No, I can't even hear this. Give me a second. Hey guys. Can you hear? Did you just hear that? Hey guys. Did you just hear that that little ad-lib, or not the ad-lib, but the little bit of the video I gave? Like, can you... This is my first video where I'm going to be going completely without a script. Yeah, that big. Did you hear that? Pardon me. You heard that. Perfect. Right, let's go through this then. Let's go through this and let's react to my... I haven't done a reaction video ever. Luckily, I can put my... Because this has no... I will quickly zoom out on the screen, though, so you guys can see the full greatness of this. It wasn't even my thumbnail. It was... one of my mates, who also was a content creator, used to do my thumbnails for me. So it's not even my thumbnail, but I'm still going to... There we go. Right, let's go then. It's Nedzo here. This is my first video where I'm going to be going completely without a script. I'm going to be discussing the reasons why Lewis Hamilton's move to Ferrari will not work. For those who don't know, many reliable news sources have been saying that Lewis Hamilton is going to be moving to Ferrari for 2025. So obviously this wasn't actually posted, I don't think, and like I think there was about a week or so before it actually got announced, where all of the news sources were saying it was happening. So that's what that was. That's what that is. That's what that is. I'm gonna have the chat up on my phone instead of on here, so I don't have to keep going between screens on my PC. Let me just get it up on my phone a second. Because the Wi-Fi is so slow. Is it really a bad decision, though? He bagged Kim Kardashian, of course. Let's properly react. He's going to be moving to Ferrari for 2025. Some even say that he could be moving for this season, but I doubt this will happen. Pre-season prep has been done, so I doubt that he'll be moving this season. But I'm going to give our reasons why I don't see why he's doing this. I don't see why he's moving to Ferrari in any way. I don't get it. So
I was a waffler back in the day.
The first point I'd like to discuss is his age. I mean, Lewis, right now, obviously, in 2024, is turning 39 this year. And, well, you got to think, when you get to that sort of age, you're in the latter part of your career. He's not going to be in F1, I don't think, to see the 2026 engine regulations come into play.
Well, I was wrong with that one, wasn't I? Oh, and I've got. There's already an advert. What? I don't know how you guys put up with my mid rolls. You're not getting any audio time. You can piss off. You're not paying me, so therefore you're not getting anything. I will wait for this. What on earth? Let's just scroll down and look at the comments instead. So I was wrong with that. I was wrong with saying that I didn't think he'd be around to see the 2026 engine regulations. I was nearly right, considering how he performed at the end of last season.
There for one season, because if you look, the only driver we have as a comparison for this kind of age and this kind of consistency is Fernando Alonso and maybe Kimi Räikkönen, but Kimi was only in it for a hobby, as we all know.
Ha ha ha! Very funny Drive to Survive fan joke.
Has managed to keep his consistency and his ability with age.
Also, I completely forgot Michael Schumacher. Michael Schumacher was a driver who went into his 40s and did really well.
Fernando has. I think that because obviously Fernando took that break in 2018 or after 2018 to get that Triple Crown of Motorsport that he was so wanting to get. Lewis hasn't done that. Lewis has had about, how many seasons is it now? So 2007 to 2023. 16 seasons now. But by the time he'll be at Ferrari, he'll have had 18 seasons consecutively.
Very good point. Like, the only other driver who's had that many consecutive seasons was Barrichello. I think so. I think it was only Barrichello. Yeah, I think it was. Like, Alonso's taken breaks. Schumacher took breaks. There's no other driver other than Lewis who's going to have that many consecutive seasons.
That is just massive burnout. The only driver who ever had that many consecutive seasons was Graham Hill, and he even...
I just forgot Barrichello existed, apparently. Graham Hill had 17 seasons, and as I'll get to, he wasn't very good at the end of that.
And then he had breaks and stuff because he got his leg broke in Watkins Glen, and he had his other bits of stuff. Like, for example, Alonso was in from 2001 or from 2003 until 2018. He had a 15-year career after his 1-year stint with Minardi. I think Lewis, on the other hand, is not on that level in terms of longevity. I think that he's fallen off in recent years. He definitely fell off in 2022. I know he had his experimental setups, and I know he had his other things, but I don't think Lewis is at the same level he was in, for example, 2020. I don't think he's at that level of driving. I don't see him competing on that level.
I'd just like to develop on this. I said 2022 was when he started falling off here. I think, now looking back on this in 2026, I think he fell off in 2019, or started falling off in 2019. That's when we saw him properly start making mistakes. So, like when he crashed into Albon, when he had a couple of races where he was just nowhere. Like 2018, he had those to an extent, but 2019 was where we properly started to see big errors, race result-ending errors. 2020, we also saw them in Monza, in Turkey, I believe, and in Bahrain, he had long COVID. Where else did he have problems? I sound like Jonathan Ledyard. Problems. There was one other race where he didn't perform well. Silverstone, where he got beaten by Max on pure pace in the dominant W11. Is it W11? W10? W11. Technically, Fernando didn't sit out 2002 because he was testing for Renault. Yeah, but he sat out in Formula One terms of the actual season. But yeah, what point was I making? But yeah, I think that he started falling off around 2019. And that's why his 2021 season just wasn't very spectacular at all. He made so many mistakes. And it was just an amalgamation. Extra pressure of a world championship combined with his extra mistake making even in dominant championship years like 2019 and 20 basically accumulated him to be in a position where if he wasn't in the dominant car, which he wasn't in 2021, he wasn't ever going to win that title. But I think just in general, everyone, because obviously drivers are definitely going to be elongating their careers longer than they would have 30 years ago. Like, for example, the only drivers who really went into their 40s 20 to 30 years ago were like your Schumachers. I mean, Schumacher obviously wasn't in the 2000s or 90s, but Nigel Mansell, Alain Prost, even he didn't go until his 40s. Nigel Mansell was pretty much the only one who actually had success in his 40s. Could you stop using the word actually,
please?
Obviously,
1992 campaign, he was, 39? And then when he came back with Williams in 94, post-Senna, he got a win in Adelaide and was very good, actually, considering his lack of experience in those era cars. But I suppose we haven't really seen drivers of his age do well, Lewis, that is. And I think that will definitely have an impact.
And Schumacher.
But also, another point that I want to discuss, not just his age, but it's a sidestep, in my opinion. Going from Ferrari to Mercedes is a sidestep. It's not a move forward.
And how did that play out? Almost inarguably, it's a backstep. I mean, for the 2025 season, anyway. Let's see what I say about this.
Mercedes, as we all know, it's had a great last decade, but recently it's kind of fallen off to the point where it is a second or third best team, maybe even fourth best team in some eras, in some instances, in last season when McLaren got their shit together. I think that Ferrari are in no better position than Mercedes are. And I don't see why Lewis has done this. If he'd have gone to, like, for example, Red Bull, or he'd gone back to McLaren, I could somewhat understand what he's doing, because obviously Red Bull is the best team on the grid right now, and I don't think they're going to be beaten until at least the new range and regulations in 2026.
Well, looks like I was wrong about that. Looks like I underestimated the McLaren, because remember, this is recorded. When was this recorded, or when was this posted? This was posted on the 1st of February 2024. So we hadn't even seen McLaren at the start of 2024. Like, we hadn't seen Lando Norris win a Miami Grand Prix. We hadn't seen Lando Norris ever win a race at this point. Max Verstappen was only a 3-time champion when this video came out. But you look at, for example, McLaren are on an upward trajectory. McLaren are on this pace where they're going to be, if we go off their 2023 form, they're going to be rapidly accelerating up to being the best team on the grid. Obviously, I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to stay on that same trajectory. I think they will level out. Looks like I was wrong on that one as well.
That's the thing. I don't think Ferrari are on that trajectory. Ferrari, obviously, they got the new...
Also, Pedro saying F1 isn't getting any drivers like Harry Gant. Yeah, I don't think so. I agree.
Regulations in 2022, very good. They obviously were competing with Red Bull in the first half of 2022, and then they just fell off once Red Bull got their shit together.
If I could stop swearing, it'd probably have done better for my ad stuff, because I was just swearing for no reason. I didn't need to swear there, but I did. And yeah, Revolut, you aren't getting any airtime from me. Thank you. Let's have a little comments. You can... How long have I got on this advert? 20 seconds. Let's talk about socks for 20 seconds. What socks are you wearing today, my friend? What socks do you want to wear tomorrow? And what are your favourite colours? And you aren't getting any airtime either. Oh, I have such a
in
great.
your diet. But the
I
problem
have
is-
such a great fan base.
Ferrari in general aren't that good at being consistent. Obviously, we've seen them
What a statement! Ferrari aren't that good at being consistent. You can say that again.
the last couple of years, especially in pit stops and in
Yep.
strategy.
Yep,
And
we
you
saw
see
that
Jack-
this year. We saw that this year.
The last couple of years, especially in pit stops and in strategy, and just in general car development, they don't seem to be able to consistently perform at the level of a World Championship winning team. They genuinely don't seem to be able to perform at a level where you go, this team is going to win the championship. We saw it a little bit with Vettel in 2017 and 18, but after the summer
No, we fucking didn't. Ferrari crumbled from the inside. What are you talking about? I'm arguing with 2-year-old with me from 2 years ago.
break, he was just not there. Same with Leclerc in 2022. Mercedes, on the other hand, they've either been in the hunt for the championship or they've not been in the hunt for the championship. They have been consistent in the case that they'll be consistent throughout a season. If they start a championship as title contenders, they will end the season as title contenders. If they're
To be fair, that has come true. Like they haven't contended since 2022 or since 2020 in 2024 or 2025, but they've never underachieved.
they start the season as non-title contenders, they won't be at the end of the season. Well, I mean, we saw in 2022, well, they won one race towards the end of 2022 in Sao Paulo, but they never looked like challenging for the title. I just don't get it. I just don't get this move because
I just don't get it. Where's that a meme from? I really don't get it. That's what I'm
challenging
thinking
for the
of.
title. I just don't get it. I just don't get this move because another thing to consider with the teams is that Lewis will be moving from Mercedes, which is a team that he has been crucial in for the last decade and a bit, to Ferrari, where he won't be the number one driver. Now,
Exactly. I'd predicted this before. To be fair, most people have predicted this before the move came around.
I think that Lewis is top 3 drivers on the grid.
Right, okay. This was recorded in 2024. You can see why what my opinions on Hamilton have gone down in recent years.
And I think that he's probably only second to Verstappen in terms of pure driving talent and what he can get out of a car when all conditions are perfect.
Obviously, this was recorded. To be fair, this was recorded at the end of 2020. Oh, the last time we've seen Lewis Hamilton was in 2023, and that was a good put together season from him. But did I really think that he was better on pure pace than someone like Leclerc or Alonso? Probably not.
But I still think that Ferrari aren't going to instantly just make him number one as soon as he comes in because they've got Leclerc in the other seat. Charles Leclerc is their golden boy. He is the modern day Gilles Villeneuve. He is the modern day Jean Alesi. I mean, maybe not Jean Alesi because, you know, Leclerc's actually managed to win quite a few races. John Alesi in the case that he crashes a lot. But you know what I mean, like,
Jesus Christ! I mean, I don't think I've lost that bluntness, but I wouldn't have put it exactly like that.
getting rid of Leclerc would be like getting rid of Schumacher in the 1996 to 1999 era, where they haven't actually won any titles yet, but they've been looking sort of like they're going to.
Yeah.
Maybe not 90, maybe 96 to 97. No, actually, maybe just 96. But you get what I mean.
Jesus Christ. So I make an analogy, and then I make that analogy smaller, and then I move the goalpost again, then I move the goalpost again. How did people watch this content and genuinely think it was good?
He's not a driver you can just replace, or he's not a driver you can just throw to the side and say, oh, you can be there for a couple of seasons and then bugger off.
Like George Russell with Mercedes this season, where they wanted to replace him with Verstappen that entire time.
Like they've done with Sainz, like they did with Raikkonen from 2014 to 2018.
Yeah.
So they'd be in this situation where they've got two elite level drivers that are just going to be going at each other. And Lewis never wins in those situations.
That is very true, Alonso 2007. Although he equalled him and beat him in the point standings, he didn't win. Like, he wasn't much better than him throughout the season. And then I think I'll go through the rest of them.
You see, a lot of people will probably say I'm a Hamilton hater for saying this, but he can only win in the best car. I'm not saying it as he's a bad driver because he can only win in the best car, but Lewis can only win in the best car. Let's be real about it.
Yeah.
When you look at his career, 2007, he was in the best car, but he had a really good teammate, and they took points off each other because they were busy scrapping between each other. 2008, Kovalainen just wasn't on Lewis's level, and I think that season, obviously, Massa was on his level, but Ferrari and McLaren in that year were sort of equal.
Yep.
Not equal in terms of that raw performance. They're never going to be absolutely equal, but they were equal in terms of most aspects of performance. And yeah,
Yeah, and there are still Ferrari, and there are still Hamilton supporters who say the Ferrari was 3/10 a lap quicker than the McLaren, and he was just that Raikkonen and Massa underperformed it because Raikkonen and Massa weren't good drivers. And it's like, Massa, fair enough, but Raikkonen was a very good driver at that point. And I'll sound like Kyron Smith when I say this, but Raikkonen from 2002 to 2009 was genuinely most years the fastest driver on the grid. It was just that he wasn't always given the tools to succeed. Like Ferrari did have a slower car. People just assumed that because he was bad from 2012 onwards, or because he was less good from 2012 onwards, that was just his default performance, and everything that came before proved that his cars weren't that good. And it's like, no, because he beat Montoya, he beat Coulthard. If those guys were at least decent, and if he beat those, then it's not like he could have been some bum.
Massa also got very unlucky, or got to point out in that season. I mean, Lewis retired from a couple of races. I can't exactly think of any retirements that he had that weren't his fault. Obviously, we had, like, Canada was his fault.
Retirements in 2008 that weren't Lewis Hamilton's fault. I can't think of any.
I'm trying to think of other ones that...
Massa had that engine failure in Hungary. He had the pit stop in Singapore. He had... where else? Lewis had a puncture, I believe, in Hungary as well, to be fair. But I think that was his only big points loss throughout the year.
That weren't his fault, to try and give a bit of balance, but I can't exactly remember any. I should have done some research before going into this completely scriptless. But
probably.
You look at Massa in 2008. He had the engine failure with 3 laps to go in Hungary. He had the fuel hose go berserk in Singapore. And he had multiple times where he could... he had stuff like Silverstone as well. It wasn't just all his bad luck. He had, like, Silverstone where he spun out 5 times, and while Lewis was busy gapping the field by a minute and was one of the best drivers, one of the best drives in F1.
It would have been interesting to see how things turned out if Michelin either stayed or became the sole tyre instead of Bridgestone from 2007 onwards. Yeah, Lewis wouldn't have been as good, and Ferrari would have been... and Raikkonen would have been better.
History, if not the best driver. I mean, I don't think it's the best, but some people might say it's the best. Definitely over the last 20, 30 years, it's one of the best.
Talking about Silverstone 2008. Best driver of the last 20 years? Probably. Because this is the annoying thing, like, when people say, oh, Jim Clark wasn't that good, Fangio wasn't that good, and you just say, well, they won by 5 minutes in some races. Jackie Stewart won by 4 minutes at the Nürburgring. But I think Lewis is the only driver who's actually won by more than a minute in normal conditions without just everyone retiring behind him in the last 20 years. I think it's the biggest legitimate point, the biggest legitimate win in history in terms of pure time gap to second place. Did I miss much? My Wi-Fi was bugging. It was just me. It was me going back through my. You missed about not half a video, but you missed quite a bit of the video. I'd recommend if you are to watch this stream back, just watch that bit back.
But yeah, I believe that obviously I'm going through Lewis's career, aren't I now? So obviously 2009 he couldn't really show anything. I mean, he showed some stuff towards the end of 2009 because McLaren actually got their shit together and got the double defeat.
Stop saying that. Jesus, I've used that phrase about 4 times already. But 2009. I said that he didn't do anything good at the start. He matched Kovalainen on qualifying pace at the start of 2009, and they didn't really finish that often together.
It was going well. 2010 was when Jenson came in, and Lewis challenged for the title-ish. He was always in the picture, but I mean, Ferrari, Red Bull and McLaren in 2010, apart from Massa, were all in the title fight at one point or another. I mean, Massa was at the start of the season, so I mean, he wasn't that much better than Jenson in 2010. He had his standout moments, but he wasn't that much better. Same with 2011. Obviously, Jenson was second in the drivers' standings, while Lewis was, I can't remember, 5th, 6th.
Yeah,
and he was busy crashing into Felipe Massa every 5 seconds that season.
And Maldonado and Kobayashi.
While Jenson was obviously winning races and being runners up to Sebastian Vettel. 2012, you could say Lewis was definitely better than Jenson. Definitely better than Jenson. And he got unlucky with retirements in Singapore. I remember, because I remember watching that race live. I remember watching Abu Dhabi live. I remember watching Brazil live.
I don't
remember watching them live, but I remember seeing Lewis retire. I remember watching Brazil live, and I distinctly remember my dad saying, "Hulkenberg, you idiot," when Lewis got ran into by...
Yeah, Lewis is. My dad is a Lewis fan, or not a Lewis. He will support. I think he just supports all the British drivers, really. But he doesn't like when I say bad things about Lewis.
He obviously had a lot of unlucky retirements that season. I think
Without those, it'd be wishful thinking to say he would have won the championship in 2012 because he had maybe 3 or 4 retirements that weren't his fault. That adds up to about 100 points. He wasn't within 100 points of Vettel. He was. That's my bad maths, I think. He was within 100 points of Vettel, but I still don't think he'd have won a championship. I think my perfect season analogy, or there was I made an Excel document where I basically removed everyone's mistakes and reliability from the equation, and Lewis still lost the title by about 20 points. I don't think, because I think Raikkonen was third, and he was on 80 points behind Vettel and Alonso. He was. So, you are not getting any screen time. Let's go to the comments section. Let's go and have a conversation. What should we have a conversation about? Let's have a conversation about my Patreon. You can go and subscribe to it and pay me some money if you would like. And if you don't want to, then I guess fuck you. You can also look at my About section. You can look at my videos after this stream. You can have a look at my comments, like all of these amazing people. Brilliant politics adverts going on my videos. It's really. Where do I rank Lewis all time? 11th. Difficult. It's really difficult to see what's going to happen with this whole. I mean, another thing is, I could be. I'm recording this video at 4:00 in the afternoon on the 1st of February. This could all be a publicity stunt because Mercedes haven't announced anything. Ferrari haven't announced anything. Yeah, this was a bit far-flung. Lewis Hamilton hasn't announced anything. Carlos Sainz hasn't announced it. You look at all the parties involved. The only thing is, you've got reputable media sources like Sky Sports and ESPN and all those people. They are saying this is going to happen, and they've got journalists saying this is going to happen. But there's nothing coming out of. It's very hush-hush. Mercedes have had an internal meeting at 2:00 today, or if you're watching this in the future, the 1st of February. It's all weird. It's all very hush-hush. And I think that, going back to the whole cars point, I think Lewis needs to be in a team where he will be the number one driver, will have a subservient teammate, and will be in the best car. And he's not going to be in the best car at Ferrari. Ferrari are not going to be. No one is going to beat Red Bull, as I said, until the 2026 engine regulations come along. Stop saying that because you know it's not true. No one is going to beat them. He doesn't have a subservient teammate because Leclerc will not be number 2 driver to him under any circumstance, and not just on a personal level. Leclerc will not just. It's not that he just not want to be the best driver, because obviously, like in 2018 and 20. Jesus Christ, I've waffled a lot. 2019, Valtteri Bottas said he wasn't going to be number 2 driver to Lewis voluntarily. He just was because he wasn't quick enough. Leclerc can match Lewis in terms of outright pace, maybe not in terms of race pace, but definitely in terms of qualifying pace. Jesus Christ. And now look how that's flipped on its head. Now Lewis has no qualifying pace and not much race pace, and Leclerc has both in absolute buckets. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff all about it, and obviously Ferrari can't make a good car, or they can't make a world champion. By the way, on your 100 best drivers, I remember you rating consistency over peak, but I wanted to ask you, does that apply to drivers before 90s, since the reliability was an issue and more emphasis was good point. The thing is, though, I know when drivers, luckily with drivers like Senna and Prost, I know when their cars broke down, and then I take it from when they broke down rather than after they broke down, if you get me. There are drivers you just know because of the accumulated knowledge I have in Formula One history. I don't have the most of anyone, but I know which drivers were affected more by reliability than others. Winning car at the moment. Put on peak rather than a consistency. Prost was more consistent than Senna, still won the World Drivers' Championship. Yeah, I know what you mean, but I did consider that. He's not going to have a number 2 teammate, and what was the other point I mentioned? Best car. It might have just been best car and subservient teammate. Yeah, it's just all a bit up in the air kind of thing. I mean, another point you could go at that is not going to work at Ferrari is the fact he's British. The fact that Lewis Hamilton is British will probably work against him, because it's not that Italians don't like British, or that because there have been successful British drivers in Italian teams.
or in Ferrari specifically, you could say John Surtees, 1964 world champion, Mike Hawthorn, 1958 world champion.
Yep.
I mean, that was 60.
Tony Brooks. Nigel Mansell wasn't fully successful, but he did win a couple of races. And obviously recently we have had Oliver Behrman make one appearance. But the thing is with Behrman is he's basically half Italian now because he's lived there since he was 15. He knows the language. He basically he speaks like an Italian. Have you seen his accent? His accent back when he first joined the Ferrari Driver Academy in like 2020, 2021 was like proper British, mate. And now he literally speaks like he's half Italian, and he's got this little he sounds a lot more floaty and a lot more flamboyant.
70 years ago, but it's still relevant. But I suppose also, you could also look at the fact that pretty much every single champion, bar Michael...
I've just forgotten, by the way, Eddie Irvine, British driver, or Northern Irish, but still technically British driver who raced in F1 with Ferrari.
But I suppose also, you could also look at the fact that pretty much every single champion, bar Michael Schumacher, would speak negatively about Ferrari in their time there. Like, you look at... Ascari won his championships there but died, so he couldn't really have a career to say stuff about Ferrari. Fangio, after his career, said that Enzo Ferrari was the worst team principal he worked under. He said that...
Yeah.
I can't remember, I don't know exactly what he said, so this is just paraphrasing, but I remember him saying that the way Enzo did things he didn't like, and he spent one season... I mean, his time there reflects that. He did one season, won the championship, and then buggered off to Maserati because he knew that Ferrari had the best car that season.
Don't start your day with a quote.
You are not getting any airtime, my friend. Absolutely none at all. You can... No, I was going to say something really mean then, and I chose not to.
Because he knew that Ferrari had the best car that season. Mike Hawthorn obviously didn't have a retirement to really say anything. Phil Hill left Ferrari after his championship winning season to join a rebel team because of how badly Ferrari was being run. I think it was being run by, or not being run by, but was being influenced by Enzo Ferrari's wife, who didn't know what she was doing.
Yes.
And then you look at, like, for example, John Surtees, obviously. Even John Surtees, who we just mentioned, he had his championship winning season in 64, then buggered off after 66 to join the Honda Works project.
I need to stop using the word buggered off because I've used it about 8 million times.
Didn't like the way the team was being run. Jackie Ickx was kind of, he just drove for lots of all big teams, so I don't really know of him saying anything bad about Ferrari. But Niki Lauda, 1975 and 1977 champion, left Ferrari 2 races early in the 77 season, in his championship winning season in 77, because he had such a big lead, and because he didn't like the way Ferrari was being run, and he wanted to join Brabham instead, even though he knew that Brabham didn't have a world championship winning car. I mean,
Yep, that's true. Lewis has been very lucky with reliability for his whole career. From the V8s until nowadays, we haven't seen reliability issues as bad as the 80s to 2000. Lewis Hamilton, I believe, at the end of 2022 anyway, I might have to see what it's like now, but at the end of 2022 he had the highest finishing rate of any Formula 1 driver who'd done more than about 10 starts, any at all, which is crazy. But even then, he still at that point only had a finishing rate 5% higher than Juan Manuel Fangio.
Obviously, he never won a championship with Brabham. He won a couple of races. He won a couple of races in 78. He won Italy and Sweden. Obviously, Sweden with the Brabham fan car. But yeah, I mean, like, you look at all the champions. Obviously, Alain Prost was never a champion with Ferrari.
Yes.
But he fell out with them.
Yep.
Well, he got fired by them because obviously he said the car handled like a truck when he didn't have any power steering. Which is, I mean, I've never driven. Believe it or not, as a random 19-year-old who's just a massive nerd about F1 history.
21-year-old now, that's crazy.
I've never driven a 1990s F1 car without power steering compared to with power steering. But I can imagine it's a bit of a ball ache, to be honest. Obviously, Schumacher will always... I mean, he can't really speak, but he would always... I assume if he was not in a vegetative state, that he would speak positively about Ferrari because that was the peak of his career. You look at other drivers. They are like all your world champions, like your Laudas, your Prosts. They didn't have their career peak at Ferrari. They never had their peak career...
Lauda did. Lauda had his peak at Ferrari. I don't know what I was saying there.
Ferrari, like more recent examples, Alonso and Vettel definitely didn't have their peaks at Ferrari. Even
Alonso did.
As I said, Lauda obviously got most of his success there. He's the most. I think he is behind Schumacher the most successful Ferrari driver. But I would say that his McLaren stint was arguably more. I mean, actually, that would be a stretch to say his McLaren stint.
See, even I know I'm waffling. Jesus Christ.
Or he was a better driver there because I don't think he was. He was definitely not as good in qualifying.
Because obviously in his 1984 season, he got no pole positions. Same with Denny Hulme in 1967. Yeah, this has just turned into a massive rant, really. I'm going to probably turn this series... This is probably going to be called the Rant Series. It's already gone on for 18 minutes, but I love just rambling on about F1 history.
Yeah, funnily enough, the Rant Series never happened because it was just one big video. This is a pretty seismic moment in Formula 1 history. And, I mean, I know I said 18 minutes into the recording, not realising that I'd then be cutting stuff down so it'd end up being 50 minutes long.
That's why this has been like it is. Yeah, I've talked about all the points that I wanted to talk about in this video, but yeah, the reasons why. So to conclude, the reasons why I don't think this Ferrari.
I'm saying to conclude with still 8 minutes to go.
Move will work out for Hamilton is because one, he's too old. Like he will be 40 when this move comes through. If it does come through when they say it's going to come through, and he'll have massive burnout. You got to think, as I said, he's been in F1 for what, 17, 18 years?
Yes.
Or at the time he'll have 17, 18 years. Consistently, just straight. Every other driver like Alonso has had a break in his career. Raikkonen had a break. Those are recent examples.
Yes.
And he's not had one. I think he will get burnt out. Ferrari won't provide him with the best car. They won't provide him with a subservient teammate and a number one contract unless they get rid of Leclerc and keep Sainz, which they won't do.
Yes.
Because Leclerc's the golden boy. And they will not just throw him aside like they would Sainz, or like they would another Sainz, or like they would Raikkonen or Vettel or stuff if they were towards the end of their careers, obviously. But another point that I've just thought of.
Oh, God.
I probably should have mentioned this earlier. But why are they doing this? Because obviously they've got junior drivers coming through the ranks. They've got Dino Beganovic, they've got Oliver Behrman.
Bearing in mind, this is before Behrman made his debut. This is before Behrman did that race with Saudi Arabia.
And, for example, Ollie Behrman, if he wins the F2 title this season, and they've already signed Hamilton for 2025, they're screwed. I mean, obviously... Obviously, Behrman never won the F2 title. He did worse in 2024 than he did in 2023, position-wise, not performance-wise. It would have been fun to see how that would have happened, though, if Behrman had have won the F2 title, and then they'd have brought Hamilton in, because they would have probably just promoted him up to Haas anyway. But it would have been funny to see how that would have played out. He must have fallen out with Mercedes because even in 2024 they were favoured over Ferrari for the new regulations. I don't necessarily think so. I just think he wanted something new. I don't think he thought Mercedes were bad. I just think he thought Ferrari was greener pastures. They will probably put him in Haas first.
Yeah.
Or maybe not Haas, because Haas don't have good experience with rookies, but maybe Stake if they still use Ferrari engines in 2020.
I used the word Stake instead of Sauber. I deeply apologise. Yeah, they were never going to put him in Sauber, realistically. I don't know why I said that. I did say that Haas weren't really good with rookies, and then I realised, to be fair, was Gunther Steiner still at the team by this point? I don't think he was. I thought 2023 was his last season.
5 could be an option. Bringing Hamilton into this whole equation is going to make it more difficult for Ferrari. I think it'll be similar to the Red Bull situation. Obviously, end of 2020, they brought in Perez because they had not enough young drivers who were good enough to fill the seats. And now they have an abundance of young drivers, or a good abundance of drivers, to fill the 4 seats they have in F1. Because obviously, at the end of 2020, the only Red Bull drivers you had, the ones that actually came through Red Bull, were Verstappen, Albon, who was going out, Tsunoda, who was coming in for 2021 as a rookie, and that was about it. Liam Lawson wasn't
Gasly.
Really a proven quantity at that point. I mean, he'd done a couple of seasons in F2. He might have had a good result. He might have got like 5th in one season, but he wasn't a proven quantity. They didn't have any other drivers. Now, Red Bull they have Verstappen, they have Perez, they have Ricciardo, they have Tsunoda, they have Lawson.
Why did I mention Ricciardo?
They have all the other junior drivers, Jack Crawford, Sebastian Montoya,
Jesus Christ, this is that far along ago that Jack Crawford and Sebastian Montoya were Red Bull junior drivers.
And I think Ferrari could have a problem like Red Bull have now, where they have 6 or 7 drivers that they have to pick from. Ferrari don't have 4 seats; they have 2 seats. I mean, they have maybe 1 seat at Haas and 1 seat at Stake. If they
stop mentioning it as Stake. Luckily, that hasn't really come true. Leclerc, Behrman, no, Beganovic isn't F1 level, unfortunately. So luckily, it's just Leclerc and Behrman. So luckily, they don't have the abundance of drivers problem. I don't know why I suggested there was 6 or 7 drivers fighting for 2 seats, because that just wasn't the case.
Say, we'll give you a discount on Ferrari engines if you...
For Lewis is talking about Mercedes telling him he doesn't know what he's doing, and that made him feel a certain way, guessing they had a falling out.
But the truth is, they are kind of right. Lewis was never the one developing those cars. It was Michael Schumacher and Ross Brawn developing those cars. He's never been that good of a like an R&D driver. Schumacher wasn't either. So this isn't just me getting at Lewis. Schumacher wasn't either. Like as I said, it was Schumacher and Ross Brawn developing that engine that got him all those titles, and it was, yeah. He very rarely has had an input over car performance, and that's probably why the 2022 car wasn't as successful, because the engine advantage was reduced, the aerodynamic importance was improved, and so that put more emphasis on the engineers than it would anything else. If you use one of our drivers, but that is going to be a difficult situation for Ferrari to manage, and especially they're also getting rid of Sainz. Sainz is a dependable driver who, yes, he might not be as outright quick as Leclerc, but I think in some aspects he's better than Leclerc. I think I wouldn't pick him to challenge for a title with Ferrari. I would now, obviously not with Ferrari, but I think if you put Sainz in that seat alongside Norris or alongside Piastri, he'd do better than either of them. But I would pick him to put in a consistent season and be not necessarily a good number 2, but a very good backup. Maybe not. Backup is the right word rather than number 2, I think, to Leclerc. Because I wouldn't put Leclerc that far ahead of Sainz in my estimations. Nowadays, I would probably put Leclerc, not considerably, but yeah, slightly in front of Sainz. Yeah, Lewis, I don't know what, so they're going to have Leclerc, they're going to bring in Hamilton. I don't know how Hamilton's going to perform in a new team. Obviously, he's only had 2 teams in his career. It's not like Alonso, where he's jumped from team to team to team to team. Yes. He's not like Raikkonen, who also jumped from team to team. He's not like Vettel, who jumped from team to team. You are not going to get any screen time. Let's go and have a look at the comments. Let's skip this and then let's go straight back to the video. Lewis is not, and also obviously this will be his first time not using Mercedes engines. I don't think, obviously, engine performance is a thing, but I don't think, I don't see them doing, I don't see that being a massive impact. There are people saying that the torque curves of different cars will affect how a driver drives. As someone who drives in real life, karts, fair enough, but someone who drives real life, you don't feel the difference between different engines. You just don't. Like, yes, a car that has more power is going to be more oversteery, but that's a given. Like the torque curves and how a Ferrari specifically has a different torque curve, it is so infinitesimally small, you will not tell the difference. People were genuinely waffling about that. Like, genuinely. That is not... Like the balance of your car, if you have a car that has like way too much front wing on it, you'll feel that way more than you would the torque curve of an engine. Impact will be the car platform. Obviously, Ferrari cars are not going to be built like a Mercedes or a 2021 Lando or 2025 Lando. What is his best season? No, I pick 2025 Sainz or 2026 Sainz over 2026 Norris to win a title. Like 2023 Lando, this is funny, when Lando was in the midfield, he was a perfect driver because he was consistent, and yeah, he made a couple of odd errors, but that's where most drivers in the midfield do. That's why they're not top drivers yet. Now he makes those mistakes, and I genuinely think that Sainz would make less mistakes, and therefore, even if he finished second in quite a few races. Like, when Lando on his top form is better than Sainz, but he only has that peak like 6 or 7 races a season. So Sainz will just finish second in those races and then just win all the rest. Not win all the rest, but he'll be closer in the rest. And then I think he would win on racecraft. He'd win in just being technologically smarter. McLaren, I mean, that's just common sense. I don't think he's going to adapt to that, and also that environment. It is Ferrari, as I said. I didn't mention this. I should have mentioned this as well. Ferrari is the most politically motivated, the most politically entrenched team on the grid. And unless Lewis gets a leg up from the start, he's not going to be able to win that political game. Yes. I mean, you look, as I said, this links into the whole British drivers in Ferrari. Like the two most recent examples, admittedly they are 30 years ago, so it's not great. But Nigel Mansell couldn't get a leg up on Alain Prost because Alain Prost spoke Italian and he didn't bother trying to learn Italian because, well, British people never bother to learn foreign languages. I do, but I know everyone else doesn't. Yeah, basically, after this current university course, where I'm going to be learning journalism, and I'm going to get my degree in about... How many months is it now? About 4 months away. That's mental. I'm going to be doing a language course. I'm going to be doing a university course in both Spanish and Italian.
And then you got Eddie Irvine, who was just a bit just a bit average, because he was obviously Schumacher's number 2.
Yeah.
Maybe they just didn't. I mean, also obviously, this situation is not comparable to Irvine at Ferrari, because obviously Hamilton isn't a number 2. Although he's not a number 1, he's definitely not a number 2.
He may as well be a number 2 with how he performed in 2025.
And Mansell was he was a half-proven quantity before he got to Ferrari.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. Actually, what do I say after this?
Obviously, he hadn't won a championship, or he hadn't won his singular championship yet, but he was definitely, everyone could see that he was a championship caliber driver. But then,
okay, fair
he
enough.
was never going to beat Prost in that team.
Yeah,
Prost is the Prost is/was the political master, the professor. He knew how to play the political game. I don't know if Hamilton knows how to play the political game. I don't think he'll be able to get a leg up on Fred Vasseur, not John Tott. We're not living in.
Fred Vasseur was literally his boss in ALT. He would have never needed to. He was his junior series boss. A Ferrari listened to Lewis. They demoted Adami and got him a new race engineer. The problem is though, who are you going to replace Adami with? Because unless they get Peter Bollington in, I don't think anyone else is going to be much better. Because Adami is a good race engineer. He's a good engineer, he's just not a good race engineer. It's like people say, Matteo Binotto was terrible. It's like, you don't work at Ferrari for 25 years while being terrible at your job. It's just, it wasn't that job wasn't right for him.
2005 anymore. But I don't think he'll be able to get a leg up on the people who work at Ferrari. I don't think he'll be able to do that and get what he wants to do done. I don't think he'll be able to beat Leclerc in that system. I think he might be able to beat Leclerc on track, but I don't think he'll be able to beat Leclerc in the political game, and therefore
he couldn't do either.
Get the team on his side is what I'm trying to say. In conclusion, so I've said in conclusion twice now. I said it a couple of minutes ago, and now I'm saying it now. So in conclusion, I think that Lewis Hamilton is too old to be able to challenge for a title with Ferrari. I think that the whole team is not geared towards him. Obviously, they're not going to have a championship-winning car. At least I don't think so. They're not going to have him being the number 1 driver. They're not going to have a subservient teammate. That was the bit I forgot. Subservient teammate.
No, it wasn't. You said that.
What else have I been talking about? I think the fact he's British would definitely weigh against him. I think, as I said, and this will round it all off. This is going to be interesting to see how this unfolds.
So I've said in conclusion about 4,000 times. Good.
If it comes out that this video is just completely useless in about 2 hours' time, I'm going to be fuming. Knowing my luck, that is exactly how it'd work. But yeah, I believe that this is possibly, or obviously because we've not had any moves in the driver market at all this season for the first time in F1 history. And we've possibly had the biggest bombshell we've had in at least 5 years, maybe 10 years. Maybe you could even go back to Hamilton's initial statement that he was going to leave McLaren to join Mercedes.
Yes.
You could also say Vettel leaving Red Bull, but I suppose that was at the end of a shit season. And so if he'd done that, for example, at the end of his title-winning campaign with Red Bull, that would have been quite big. But I think you could genuinely say that this is the biggest transfer for a driver since Hamilton left McLaren.
Yes.
Yeah. But tell me what you guys think. Obviously, I've rambled on for a little bit. I'm at 26 minutes in the recording booth, but I might cut this down for breathing and all that shit. So
why do I say that word over and over and over again?
Tell me what you guys think. Do you think this is going to work for McLaren? Do you think this is going to work for Lewis? Do you think that I'm just wrong and I've not said it all right and I'm just shit?
Stop!
Shout out to my channel members as usual. Andy Lamberts, who I know pays for stuff.
He still does,
you can pay for stuff if you want to hear more of his rambling content, because obviously this is brand new for me. I usually do scripted F1 history. This is Theodore F1 team. This is Fittipaldi F1 team. This is this.
Yeah.
This is that. This is that. This race happened. But I thought I'd do something a bit more off the cuff, because I think I do like doing it, and it makes me... It engages more. And I think everyone... we'll see how people like it. If this video flops, then I won't do it again. But I don't think it will flop. I think all you guys will love it. With that being said...
Not big-headed at all.
Yeah. I see... I can't speak words, English, but you get what I mean. I'm Nedzo, and I'll see you all later. Bye!
Was that what I thought was fun? Yeah, you can jog on. I'm not giving you any of my ad revenue. Right, let's have a look at some of these comments then. Let me get some zoom in. Right. This sort of videos make me chuckle. We don't know if it's a stupid move because we don't have all the insight that a driver has. I'm not some Hamilton fanboy, but he is obviously much more insight to working to Ferrari than we do. And seeing as a multi-year deal on the 2026 car could be a something special. Well, we haven't seen that yet. People have the same fears when Hamilton went to Mercedes from the McLaren. Difference was he was 10 years younger, and everyone thought he was crazy. Maybe the Ferrari will be the last on the grid. Maybe they'll dominate it. No one can predict it. Wow. If the shirt says it with corn rolled hair in the paddock, Leclerc knows he's done. That sounds a bit racist, can't lie. If Hamilton has moved to Ferrari, could it be that he's decided to retire? He has made no secret that he fancies now. Maybe he just meant to squeeze a couple of seasons and take it off. This was actually a very good point. So I said everyone in 2013, why would you leave McLaren? It's a terrible decision. What did I reply to this? Circumstances are different now. How are they different? He has nothing to lose now. He had everything to lose in 2013. He didn't shy away. I don't think he had everything to lose. He hadn't won a title in 5 years. There's me coming in with the fire response. They aren't, and you're comparing him to different drivers. But usually he's literally unique. No driver did what Lewis did. Yeah, they did. What did Lewis do that no driver has done? He hasn't got 8 Oh, so someone replied saying that he had 8 championships. Oh, okay. Doesn't mean you get to realise it. No one said Schumacher only got 6 titles or Hill only got 2. Same with Prost and Senna in 89 or Jim Clark in 1964. Since we're giving WC drivers who's done fairly, maybe Lewis should give up. Yeah, exactly. People were roasting this guy. So how is Massachusetts unfairly? So basically it's just the case that my drivers get special treatment and your drivers don't, of course. My team do make mistakes. No, let's also not forget Ferrari wants to replace Lauda after his crash in Germany because they thought he wasn't going to live. Yep. It's fair to Nigel, he turned 40 in the middle of his rookie/championship winning cars. He actually won at New Hampshire on his 40th birthday weekend. And one of the best overmile races in the car ever put on. And he came back to F1 at the age of 40 for Williams. Yep. Realistically, he probably doesn't believe in Merck's progress for the next 2 seasons. Okay, this is just a bunch of waffle. What I do want to do, is I would watch the NASCAR highlights with you guys and try and get you all into NASCAR, but I think I'd probably get strike down, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to go back on some of my other videos. Not my actual YouTube videos, but ones that I have unlisted on my channel. Wait, do I not have? Can I not look at unlisted? Oh no, I have to see it in here in the manage videos section. So you guys will see a lot of videos that I have that are unlisted or private. Usually it's like hot laps on racing games. It would ruin my algorithm for my actual videos if I let these be public. I like to do a lot of sim racing, as you can see, but more importantly is my karting that I like to do, because I do like doing a lot of karting. I can show you a wet race that I did, and I can show you a proper actual race that I did. Or I can show you some of my hot laps and stuff like that. Do you guys want to see that if you want? I think that'd be interesting. I can show you. I've gone through hot laps and stuff before on my channel. So if you'd have watched the previous streams, you might have seen. There's one piece that I legally can't show you. I did a feature on one of the people who work at Stoke City in the academy, and there was some information in that I'm legally not allowed to show because it was a private interview for just university purposes. Yeah. So if anyone wants to see any it'll be mostly sim racing content that I do, all my karting stuff. I'll wait for you guys to respond as always, but yeah, this is what we have. There's a lot of my hot laps of circuits that I made. They're usually not very good though, so that thumbnail, by the way, was absolutely goated. That video, I think it only did well because of the amount of because of that thumbnail. Oh wait, it's yours. That's dope. Let's see. What are you talking about? It's yours. Yours. I don't know why that song came into my head. I'll show you first of all. This was a lap I posted literally the other day of me driving a NASCAR at Charlotte Motor Speedway at the road course. Jesus Christ, that is bad quality. I can't go any higher than 720p. What am I? I'm an amateur. Have you seen a lot of the 90s car? If you haven't, would probably because it was a racing series as raw and aggressive as NASCAR. I haven't, but I would like to definitely check it out. So this is my lap around the Charlotte Roval. Over that inside curb, you want to get as high on it as possible. Shift to third gear on the exit to try and avoid the wheel spin that you will get because the cars are very powerful, or the trucks are very powerful in this instance. a little lift through his awkward little left-hander. You can slide up into that outside barrier so easily because of the way the cars handle. It's such an awkward corner to get around. Then you come round into here. You can see I didn't fully use all the road on the left because I could already feel that the truck was sliding. So I flicked the truck in all over that inside curb. You want to use as much road as you can off the exit here because NASCAR has no track limits on certain corners. So, whereas in F1 it will be the white line or the blue line, I can go all the way out here and not get any penalty. You then get down into second gear, get the car powerful. I initially didn't go on this curb. I actually just didn't go on this curb because what it can do is it can put you really off. So I avoided this curb originally. Then you pull to the full outside of a circuit because, again, NASCAR has no track limits. Flick it into here. A little bit of a lift because I realised I was going wide. Now, nicely slow it down for this corner, and then you have a hairpin. I loved this hairpin. So basically what I was doing was I was getting up to the corner, I was downshifting once, and then downshifting a second time, and then aggressively flicking the wheel to make the car pirouette essentially around this hairpin, like a sustained drift, like a power slide. That's a power. It's the opposite of a power slide. It's a brake slide. Now coming out of the hairpin, we come round the oval portion of the circuit. You brake. I was braking around the 6 mark. You can go a bit later, but I was trying to make sure this lap was perfect. All over that inside curb. Avoid that one. You can actually go over that one as well. Again, track limits. You don't need to be safe on this next chicane that's coming up, though. You have to be perfect with track limits. If you cut even an inch over the inside, you get booked. Use the grass to slow down. That wasn't actually intentional. I just used that a bit of extra road on the entry. This was actually a really awkward entry. You can see that I didn't really do it perfectly, but it still got me a very good lap. Although I was 6 tenths off the goal is literally like the best AI rating in the game, and they are ridiculously good around road courses. So that was pretty good. No track limit, something IndyCar and NASCAR have, which everyone could really benefit from as well. I think they definitely would. It would definitely make certain tracks think about having as much runoff as they do. It would definitely make them consider putting grass or some sort of Paul Ricard style runoff there instead. I can show you. I did a hot lap around F125 on Baku on F125. That wasn't particularly. I can show you my. I like driving the F3 cars on Assetto Corsa because they actually handle really nicely. I was just warming up for a lap, as you can see here. I was probably just putting my glove on. So you can see coming up to turn 1 here of the Nürburgring. I'm just going to turn this down slightly. Coming down to the turn 1 of the Nürburgring, you brake. I think I was using just after the 100 meter board. You try and downshift as quickly as possible, get the car turned in, avoid going wide on the exit because it just pushes you wide. There's no real braking zone for turn 2 up here, unfortunately, so I just guessed. And usually it's mostly right. Lift off a little bit, get right on the outside curb, extend the track as much as possible for a late apex into turn 3. You can see I kind of butchered that because now I can't get the good exit through turn 4. A little bit of a slide as I go over the crest of turn 4. Now coming into here, a very deceptively fast corner. Just a 1 downshift, turn the car in. Try not. The problem is if you use all of the road on exit here, like I did on this lap, you don't have much time to get back to the left for the next part of the circuit. Luckily I did here, but it's not always the perfect. Now coming out of here, you don't want to use that exit curb because it will just send you flying straight off the circuit. F1 used to be good. Track limits were more relaxed, and some drivers used to use the grass to track extend. Yes, that was quite good and it was quite intuitive. Now here you have the hairpin. Luckily, you can see there on the left hand side, there's a little strip of I believe some form of like paving. And although it starts there, you can see it gets a bit more pronounced. It's actually a bit of it's not AstroTurf, but it's like the material they use on some apexes of corners to act like AstroTurf essentially. And you can see I use it as a braking point. That's my braking point. Turn the car in. There were some times on like previous laps where I just wouldn't have to turn the car because the braking already did that job for me. Flat through the Schumacher S, I believe. Yes. Try and straighten the line as much as you possibly can. Then brake just as the AstroTurf comes up on here. Get the car turned in. I didn't actually get it fully turned in there. I missed the apex slightly. So it's not a perfect lap. You can see I should realistically have my left side tyre at least on this curb. But I managed to get it straightened up for the right. This right-hander is super tricky in these cars because I'm a driver who likes to apex early. And this corner does not like apexing early. I should have been apexing probably around here. But I apexed probably a little about maybe a second or two too early. And so I was just dragging the car around the rest of the corner and just hoping for no understeer. Flat out right-hander. And then you come up to the Vidal chicane. Brake just after the 100 metre board. Get the car slowed down. Over that inside curb. Over that inside curb. Nicely done. And then you have just the final corner. Now, there's no particular braking marker for this corner either. So, you just kind of have to bodge it. So I guessed about there. Got the car turned in. Oh, you can see I was fighting with the wheel though. Yeah, I was fighting with the car. But I managed to get it all. I managed to keep it all together and set a time that was underneath 1 minute. Well, underneath 2 minutes. Catalunya F3 hot lap. We can have a look at this one as well. So this is at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, the F1 track. That's grasscrete on the Dunlop hairpin. It's concrete with holes that grass grows up through. Oh, okay, that makes sense. This track was absolutely annoying because of the tyre temperatures. You might see when we get through some of the corners. So we come up towards turn 1 here. I turned the brake bias up to 51. Yeah, this game is unrealistic. You can run 51% brake bias without any problems. Brake just after the 100 metre board. Missed the apex entirely. Ruined my line for turn 2. Watch the front left tyre temperature through turn 3. Never mind, I thought it was going to go up a lot. When I was in the Ferrari F2004 it was. Now, turn 4. Let me have a look. Sorry, I wasn't actually watching that. Turn 4. Brake at the bridge. Yeah, I apexed too early there. An ideal apex would see me not turn in there. I'll probably turn in about maybe a second too later, and try and apex closer to where I actually like an apex at a better angle. That's a problem. I always like to early apex. It's one of the main bad habits that I've gotten into racing. Yeah, you can see that I tried turning in and just had to back out of it again. Corners like that, though, it can be really helpful because the track falls away from you, and sometimes it can cause understeer. So sometimes apexing early can be great, sometimes it can't be. I just missed the apex again. This is not a great lap, is it? I should be all over this. Maybe not all over it, but at least one wheel on this inside curb. And I'm guessing I used all of the road on exit because I understeered. Yep, I did. How did I navigate turn 10? Because this is the old turn 10, this isn't the new turn 10, it's a sharper one. Actually pretty well. No early apexes. Use all the road on exit. Use that curb to get the car to turn in and just nicely flick the car in. Use the throttle to steer on the exit of this corner. Use all of the road. I did use all of the road there. Through this horrible chicane. It's not actually that bad in these cars. It's quite satisfying to get it right. Use all of the road on exit. There was actually no track limits there, so on the prep laps, I was just using all of the road there. So that was my lap around Catalonia. 2025 is Norris's best season easily. No, it isn't. 2023 is. He made so many mistakes in 2025 that he didn't in 2023. As a Hamilton, probably all-time third place. You already know what I think about that. I don't put him anywhere near that high. Let's have a look. BMW M4 Nürburgring ACC. So I was driving a. Let's not watch it in 144p. So this is at the Hungaroring. It's a shame Chizzy isn't here anymore. This was a pretty difficult circuit to master. Brake this early, get the car turned in on the inside curb. This was a lot more confident lap, I think, because I've done a lot more practice. All over that outside curb, nicely done. Now here, turn 2, I remember was a struggle because the corner does fall away from you here. So my early turn-in style actually really helps. And even then, I didn't hit the apex, but you don't need to in this car. You just need to carry the momentum for the exit, where turn 3 can be flat. And as you can see, I'm now up on my time because I took turn 3 a lot more cleanly. Now coming up to turn 4. Brake just as the curb comes up. All over that inside curb. Get the car flicked and turned in. I did lose a bit of time compared to my absolute best up until that point. Keep it hugged to the inside of turn 5 because you do not want to go out there. It's just so understeery. Turn 6 and 7, the chicane, was very annoying because you can only, like, if I look here, you're braking for a corner, but because it's uphill, you can't really see. So I'm braking here for a corner that I can only just see the entry of. All over that inside curb. I actually kind of hit the orange bit a bit less square than I'd want to. And then over that one, but luckily I managed to still gain a bit of time. Now fling it into here. This section is all about confidence. You just need to know your braking points and know where to get on and off the throttle. I'm not very good at that. I'm not good at guessing braking points, so I lose a tiny bit of time compared to my PB. Then coming through here, this was the first time I actually did this corner properly, so I gained a lot on my PB. You can see 2 tenths right there. Raikkonen drift corner. Ignore the fact that there's an advertising hoarding on the side of the circuit here. That's an advertising hoarding. Ignore that. Brake just before this curb comes along. Get that car hooked on that inside curb, and make sure you can get good exit. And nicely turn it into here, all over that curb. Use the traction control on exit. You can hear it working hard. And nicely through the final corner for a 4/10 improvement on a very good lap. Do I watch BTCC? No. I went to the BTCC race at Donington a couple of years ago, but I don't actively watch it. It's not, especially nowadays, it's not something that interests me really. I just realised I accidentally deleted the tab that I was using. What else can I watch? I'm not going to watch the entire replay of my Dots Daytona race. I need to upload my Dots Talladega race that I won. Last week. Well, no, I didn't win it last week. I came second last week. I can look at my kart races though. I'll show you my wet kart race first because it was quite funny. So you can see here. Hello, Marshall. Right, so we were told before we came out. So you can see the title is My First Wet Kart Race. We were told because we basically have a 10-minute practice, I believe, 15-minute qualifying, and a 20-minute race. We were told before practice started, just go easy. Just go easy at the start because it's wet. You don't know how much water's on the surface of the track, and it's always wetter than you think. So just take it easy. And so I get told to wait here because I was the first car out on track. Yep, you can see I am just waiting for the green. It's quite a while before the green light comes on, so I'm just going to skip through. Oh, no, here we go. So I get the green light, and we're told to just go easy. So if you listen to my throttle, yeah, I'm half on, half off the throttle. I turn into the first corner just because it's a normal It's a normal day and just calm. It's wet. The car doesn't turn in. I spin. The guy behind me hasn't taken as much caution as me. He crashes into the barrier. Everyone behind me crashes into the barrier. That guy plows into the barrier. I was the only guy who didn't hit a single thing.
It just slides. It just doesn't go.
And then you can hear me saying that it just doesn't turn.
Nope. I didn't do it, by the way.
So you can see this is just me and my. But you can see why, for those who watch my Twitch streams, I like to do a fake laugh. You can see why I like to do a fake laugh, because my real laugh sounds like an absolute idiot. Let me have a look and see. So I try and spin myself back around and I get told off for it. I didn't realise that it was the wrong thing to move at all under red flags. But yeah, we get back under yellow flag conditions. I'm just waiting for a green at this point. To be fair, this is just practice, so I can probably skip through this unless I have any major moments. This is still yellow flags, I think. No, this must be green flags at the moment. I'm just trying to find the wet racing line, as you know. I love, yeah, you can see it's just very not grippy at all. I'll show you a lap of, I'll show you my next race, which was fully dry, and you'll see just how much faster you go when you're going around it. You can just see I'm trying to find the wet racing line, essentially, trying to go around the outside of all the corners. Watch this. Proof of just how bad karts are in the wet. I turn in, doesn't turn, and then just violently spins out. And I just decide I'm just going to wait for these guys to get by, because there's no way I'm trying to pull out in front of them. Because there's, yeah, you can see, there we go. Also, and I find it weird how many kart tracks make you drive on slicks in the wet, despite the fact that wet kart tyres exist. To be fair, though, you can still drive on slick tyres pretty... Like, as I say, this was pretty rainy, and yet it was you could still drive. It was hard, but you could still drive it. I can see, unless it's a downpour and you've actually got standing water, you don't need wet tyres. Like, yeah, you should probably be faster, but you don't need them. And they're not going to... This was a public session, by the way. This wasn't some, like, official licensed race. So they're not just going to... They're not just going to roll out, fit brand new tyres to every single car for some public events. Yeah, we're still under yellow flag, so that's why I'm waiting behind this guy. Oh, what happens here? Guy in front of me spins off. Oh yeah, this was a funny moment. I let him go, and he didn't think I was letting him go. That was quite funny. Coming around here, blah blah blah. Are we under green flags yet? Well, we must be. I just must be driving slowly at this point. Because I'd never, as I say, this is my first wet car. I'd never done a wet car race before. I don't know where the lines are. I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm just trying to guess where we're going. So I'm quite slow at this point. These are, some of these are genuinely like really good drivers in here. So I didn't mind being much slower than them. Oh, by the way, I love this second and third corner chicane. Because you can just fly over the... No one else was taking the same line as me, because you can just fly over the inside here, because the track limits aren't really a thing. So I was just flying over the inside and just shattering my spine. I'll tell you what, it doesn't help. But I found this out because my PT said this. The reason why you see my camera shaking all over the place is because I don't have a working left side of my body. That's why I'm not holding the steering wheel on the left side, and that's why my left foot seems like you can see my left leg is like bent out sideways. Basically, because of my entire left side of my body and my left foot isn't properly righted on the brake pedal, like it isn't properly held in place, it means that I'm just not very stable when I go over bumps. So I just go flying. Like you can see, I'm bumping all over the place. You can see just how weirdly positioned my feet are, because I have to be super close to the pedals, because if I'm not super close to the pedals, then my left foot can't press hard enough on the brake pedal to make any sort of difference. So even though my right foot will be cramped up, it's much safer to be cramped up with the right foot and be able to hit the brake when I need to, than not be cramped up and not be able to hit the brake pedal when I need to. So you can see, as I say, I'm just trying to find if wet lines exist, where wet lines exist. And I'm actually keeping up somewhat with the guys around me. Going around this guy, I'm guessing. Trying to leave space. That was actually a decent overtake, to be fair. You can just see how... You can just see how difficult it can be. You can see how I'm fighting away with the car at points. Remember, this is just still qualifying and practice, I believe. Or practice, and then we're going to get qualifying in a minute. Yeah, that guy lets me through. That guy spins. Don't know how you can spin on the exit of that corner, by the way. Must be under yellows now. Oh no, it might be the start of a race now. That would make sense. So where did I start on this grid? I started 6th? No, 4th. That's not too bad. Oh no, 5th. So I'll just skip through. Oh, here we go. Oh, we went very quickly then. So I got a good start, I believe. Yeah, managed to overtake 4th place. 3rd place and 2nd were fighting coming up to turn 1. I thought if it was dry, I'd have pushed that 3 wide, but it's wet, so I wasn't going to. Around the outside, he tries to go. I'm thinking I can duck underneath one of them, but unfortunately, I just have no grip, so I can't do that. Nice and slow into here. He didn't take that momentum in front of me, and so he was slipping and sliding all over the place. Keep it all together. You can just see how much I'm soaring away at the wheel. One, because basically I'm really smooth when it comes to sim racing, but because I have a lack of hands and cars are so hard to drive, it's not that I have no choice to be aggressive, but I literally can't drive anything other than aggressive. So you can see it's like I'm on a keyboard because of how hard karts are to steer with one hand. When it's dry, you'll see I'm a bit smoother. But when there's no grip or when you're going slowly, it's very hard to turn a kart, so I just have to kind of chuck it in and hope. Like there, you can see I actually had a bit of speed going, so I was able to be kind of smooth. What happens? I managed to brake... Oh, that guy in front of me nearly gets his braking wrong and nearly goes straight into the side of me while overtaking me. Let's see if I can keep up with him. I do keep up with him, to be fair. I pull alongside him into this corner. I think he might. I might have been. This might be one of the highlights that I kind of. But yeah, he goes ahead of me into this bit. Do we both get the? Yeah, we both get the braking wrong because we're both fighting. But by the way, look at this amazing save from me with one working arm and leg. Absolute golden work. Totally very humble. And then I know that you always get a bad exit out of here if you take the wrong line. So I make sure I get as good an exit as possible. Pull alongside coming into this corner. Check on my right to make sure... I don't actually check on my... Yeah, there we go. I check on my right to make sure he's not there. He is still there. So he fights side by side into the chicane. I hop over that inside curve aggressively. Give him enough space. Give him enough space on that exit. We do make a tiny bit of contact, but you can see I've left him enough room there. I've left him a cart's width. So the contact is fine. And then we go into this section of the circuit. And that was a good overtake. That was a nice battle. Oh yeah. So basically, this was the fun moment because I fudge my braking up going to here. I don't save it this time, and then what do I see when I'm spinning? I see a cart coming towards me. I'll be honest. I saw the cart coming towards me, and I thought, what would be a funny remark? So I just sounded like I was some sort of like Clash of Clans character. So I lost a position there through no fault of my own. Literally, if he'd have not been there, he would have just spun out on his own, and we'd have both spun out on our own. But because I was there, I slowed him down, and he got the position. And now we're under yellow flags, I believe. Oh, that's the volume. That's not what we need.
I think we're still in the yellows. We did have quite a few yellow flag periods. Here we go, back to racing. Side by side, I don't make that move work. Unfortunately, on the racing line, there's just no grip. On the dry racing line, that is, there's no grip. And you can see him, he struggles into that hairpin every single time. But then I get the... Look at how much understeer I get. That's the level of understeer we're dealing with. Keep it all together. You can see I keep up with him through the most part of the circuit. So I'm clearly a decent enough driver. And then, to be fair now, he's just started pulling away. Oh no, he spun again. Oh, there's a couple of people spun this time. I think it is definitely getting heavier, the rain. What did I say? I don't know what I said there. Understeer again. Oh, clip the inside wall there. Nice one. Oh my god, I want to see. Oh yeah, I was just crawling through his hairpin because look at that. Even off the racing line, you have no grip. Oh, watch that. That was some good. That was some good car control. Turn in, the car doesn't turn, and then it does turn in, and it doesn't turn in, and you have to just make sure that you keep it in a straight line. So yeah, it's definitely getting wetter. Something I probably didn't realise at the time. I was struggling because I'm just slower when the kart is slower. When the conditions aren't as good, yeah, I nearly spin out because I just haven't got the strength to be able to keep the kart in a straight line sometimes. I luckily managed to keep it mostly going there. As a kart spun around there, avoid the guy. Yep, more understeer. More understeer. Look, you can see on the camera just how much more it's affecting. Yep, yellow flags, so I just have to slow down. There's not much I can do. More oversteer, more car control. Faster guy coming past me, that's fine. He can do whatever he wants. I'm going to my own pace. I love that curve. It's just so satisfying to go over. I probably should have realised. Look at what this leader's doing. He's going all of the way around the outside. I should have probably realised that that's what he was doing. And I should have taken that as knowledge that there's no grip around the inside. So I try following his line, actually, to be fair, through there, but I just can't. The way that they can just ride the wall essentially is amazing. Do I just copy his lines? I must do. No, I don't. There, I decide to just go around the inside, and I learn why not to do that. Yellow flags. So yeah, the faster guys just go around me because they know how to drive in the wet, I'm guessing. I just don't. Oh, you can see that was more car control. Look at this for some car control. Look at that, drifting, keeping it under control. That guy decides to pull out in front of me. To be fair, he had the room. He could have done it. He had the right to do that. That's fine. There is definitely a lot more standing water on the circuit that I'm just not that I'm not adhering to. That I'm just taking the same lines. If I'd actually listened, if I'd actually had a look at what the leader was doing when I went by, and I've just watched him, maybe I could have realised that actually no, you just ignore, you do the exact opposite of a racing line in the wet. Then maybe I'd have learned it, and maybe I'd have been a bit faster. But oh well.
Literally, I was just cruising through here because I just wanted to make it around the corner. But that just makes it worse sometimes. Look at that for some that for some car control. Then probably shouldn't have got on the painted line, to be fair. Yeah, because that gave me a ton of oversteer. I still absolutely love it. Even in the wet, I love this chicane. It's such a fun little piece of corner to go around. More throttle control. Oh, look at that! That is Michael Schumacher-esque. More understeer. Literally, they literally tell you when you learn wet karting tips. Or I've heard I've had conversations with karters. They say you turn into a corner, you wait 3 years for it to. Oh, there we go. I finally get a bit too greedy on the throttle. You can hear the. If I shut up, you can hear the throttle as I spin around here. A lazy spin though, and I managed to get that going within like 2 seconds, so it was fine. I probably only lost about 3 or 4 seconds from that. I think I was the driver who spun the least in this entire session, maybe apart from the guys who are properly fast. Because I do tend to have, as you can see, oh, did I spin here as well? So I spun directly after that as well. Oh well. The exact same thing, going on the throttle while steering. So it was definitely getting wetter. More understeer, more understeer, more understeer. Even more understeer, I'm guessing here. No, actually, no understeer there. I want to see the hairpin this lap round. Oh, no understeer. Oh, look how slow I'm going though. And look, it just doesn't turn. It just doesn't turn. I'm going full lock and it just doesn't turn. It's amazing how little. And that was the checkered flag, I think. So that was the end. Yeah, that was the end. You can see me coming into the pits now. No. We are not going to go and watch Top Gear Classic Moments. Because I'll probably get booked for copyright. But what I will do is I'll go and show you the dry karting so you can see just how different it is. And then I'll probably close the stream off after I watch this. So basically, I was actually kind of mad after this race. Because you are not getting any screen time. I can't be bothered to turn your volume off though, so.
Upgrade to Colgate Total.
No, I'm not getting any of your stinking fucking toothpaste. I already have good breath, thank you. Oh, go away! Airbnb, more like go away. Confused.com, more like confused why I get ads.com.
He's confused.
Everybody, don't use Confused. Use Admiral. Now they've decided to give me money without sponsoring. So that previous session finished. You can see we have to wait for quite a while. Sitting at the end of the pit lane for 3 minutes can be boring, but this is just a practice. As you can see, fully dry, a lot more speed involved. I do like this circuit. It's a very good circuit, Daytona Milton Keynes. Oh, listen to this. I actually say you can't park there to someone who spun out. And I said it to them as well. Oh, God. As soon as the green flags come in, I'm instantly overtaking these slowpokes. Look at that. Up the inside of one guy. Up the inside of another. Oh, lose it under braking. Lose it under braking. And then... maybe I got a bit too eager. Let's see. Up the inside of this guy. He doesn't see me. That's fine. As I say, I'm not in any... I am in a rush to get by these guys because they're slow as fuck. But I'm not going to just barge my way by them. There we go, around the outside of that guy. There we go, down the inside of this guy. He gets the better exit because he's on the outside. That just happens sometimes. Make sure that he's going to get a bad run, so I go underneath that one and make sure I try and get to the inside of him before this corner comes around. But I wasn't going to risk going for a dive bomb, not into a fast corner like that. This track looks like it'd be fun with a two-stroke kart. These are two-stroke karts. I've never driven a four-stroke purely because I'm not sure I'd be physically able to drive it. I think I could, but I just don't want to risk it. Down the inside I go, but yeah, there was no real room. I don't know why I tried that, thinking that he'd brake so much earlier than me, because I'd ruined my exit. Let's wait until we get... Okay, yellow flag, so now we can't overtake. Oh, that guy spins trying to slow down. Oh no, he hits me trying to slow down. Great one. Down the inside. Easy as you like. I want to see how much I fling over this inside curb. Oh, look at that for a crunch. Down the inside. You can see, basically, sometimes I try and lean to one side to give the car a bit more grip when I need it. So I will just lean to one side. You can see I'm doing it for here as well. Oh, look at that for some kart control. I feel it slipping under braking, but I get it turned in. Down the straight. Into this corner. It's flat out if you get it right. But not flat out when you don't get it right. Go away! You are not... Let's speak over this advert. No, not a chance. Does anyone want to get any sponsors to come and sponsor? Oh, go away. Jet2 Holidays. Right, I'm a meme now. No, there's a four-star coach like TKM and Rotex cars which are much higher. Oh, maybe it's the other way. Maybe it's the other way around then. What I mean is the faster karts are the ones I haven't driven yet. Must feel like an actual F1 car when you're in the moment. I can feel that I don't have much power on the straights, especially because especially when you do indoor karting, because the indoor circuit that I go to is completely flat out. Like you can do a lap entirely flat out on the third speed mode. On speed 4, you have to brake for one corner. Crunch corner. Let's see this one. Oh, to be fair, that wasn't a big of a crunch. What the fuck was that noise? I don't know what that noise was. Don't even want to know. Yeah, it also, you can see when the car hits bumps, my entire body shakes because I'm not fully like held down in the car by my own body, because my left side will decide to just slump over to one side. Is that yellow flags? It must be, because I'm going slowly. I've heard some F1 drivers say that two-stroke shifter carts feel like open wheel cars. Shifter carts, yeah, I'm not driving a shifter cart, not just because I can't physically drive them, they're just too fast. Around the outside of him I go. Let's see if I actually get the braking point right. I'm trying to go around the outside of someone this time. There we go, finally. Oh, nice one. So I fudge up the apex. Go on this inside concrete bit. Sometimes you can go on that and it gives you a bit of extra. Obviously, it's a bit of less distance. But other times it will just spit you out and make you do that. Oh, lovely crunch. Must be a yellow flag again. Maybe not. Let's see. Round the outside of this guy. Oh, I remember this. I was shouting at it, but to be fair, I have a right to be mad at this. I can't see the guy in front's POV. I can't see the guy behind's POV. I can't see the car that's about to overtake me. I can't see what his POV is. But he will have seen me going to the inside here. He will have seen that I was preparing that move, and he chose to go the same side as me. At no point did he decide to back out here. How fast are you going here? Top speed probably about 50, 60 miles an hour. As I say, I think the faster cars will do about 70. I'm surprised he didn't send it on that guy, considering how much of a lunatic he is. Oh yeah, tucking into the slipstream on the straight so you can get a bit of extra speed boost so you can get alongside someone into the next corner is an actual thing in karting. Making try left room just in case he missed his braking point, because slower drivers always miss their braking points. Verstappen 24-17 start, lol. Yeah. Up the inside of him. This was just practice, by the way. This isn't an actual race. This is just practice. This is how manic it can be. Right, tucking into the slipstream again. I think I'm preparing for... Oh, I'm good. That's a brave lunge. That's a brave lunge. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Oh god, people spinning in front. I managed to pick my way through it though. More yellow flags. Oh yeah, here we go. This is where we grid up for the race. Where do I start? I am... Is that fourth? I'm talking to myself. I think I was talking about the wankers who were just crashing into me.
My Vinted Empire.
You're not getting any screen time. You can piss off. Yeah, the leader or whatever fast guy he was in practice. But I don't want to ever be that really fast guy, because then I will just end up doing stuff like that. I will just end up treating people like they don't exist. Ignore my mother there. I'm not going to let you guys fawn over her. I know one of you weirdos is going to go and replay that part of the stream and try and do something awkward or weird to that. That's me complaining about the time it's taking to get this all sorted.
Check your pan. Yep, hold it there. Check your camera's still recording. Yep, all good.
Here we go. Right, this is the race start. I get a great launch. I'm already thinking about overtaking P3 into turn 1. I get P3 overtaken. Now I try and go around the outside of this guy into T2. I think, is this the same guy from practice? It might be. because he does this. He shuffles me out, which is fair, but I wouldn't have done it myself. Then I'm looking to go up the inside, because now I see that he's going up the inside. I think he's going to fudge his braking point. So I go around the outside, but the guy behind doesn't see. The other guy gets up my inside and he gets the place. Luckily, I have the momentum going into this corner, so I decide to lunge up the inside here. The guy in blue turns across me when I think it wasn't particularly fair. That guy decides he's going to still keep coming across me. That guy's chilling, that's fine. That's fine, he can overtake me into there, because I'm going to get him back on the exit. No, I'm not, because he turns across me. I'm predicting you on the podium and don't spoil. Okay. That guy decides, as I say, this guy decides I'm not there. He just, to be fair, let me have a look at where he's going. Let me have a look at where he's going. Let me get my stewarding hat on. That's the wrong thing. Playback speed 0.5 so we can see exactly what he's doing. So he goes to the outside. He's just coming across like I'm not there. Stupid idea. Because I'm never back out the move. So then he gets a bad exit. I do apologise for that because it was a little bit of an unnecessary bump. Even though it wasn't on purpose, it was still necessary. There we go. I lose the rear end a little bit coming up here. I check there's no one alongside me because I got a bad exit. And again, for some fucking reason. You can never check too many times. Now into here. I think I brake a bit too early for this corner. No, I don't. Oh, no. Oh, no, I get hit from the side. That guy decides to hit me. I get mad at him. And I think, to be fair, I think he backed off there because he saw he hit me. So I probably was a bit mad for no reason. Wait for these guys to come around. These guys are battling, so it invites me back into the battle. I'm in P5, by the way, so this is now P4. That's P3. To whoever said that I could be on the podium. Oh, yeah. So, watch this. So I brake a little bit early for this hairpin. And I get violently hit up the rear. I nearly spin out, I keep it all together. I'm not sure if I broke early or if he broke late. Some car drivers are total dickers. They drive like they're in NASCAR and they think they can just force anyone they want off the track. I'm not sure if I broke early here or if he broke late.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, you can hear me, I wasn't particularly happy. And then that guy just... Yeah, I had some choice words, as you can hear, for that guy. I'm assuming you heard what I said. I asked him if he could please leave me some room. He'd be a very nice person. I am so pissed at this guy now because look, because of his move, I'm losing. I'm back down to what, P6, P7 now. So I'm trying to get some, not revenge, but I'm trying to get back at him. Because I'm now in P7. That guy stuffs his corner, so I'm now in P6. Look, he just goes for every move he sees. He doesn't have any sort of consideration for that, for the fact that you can maybe go for a move later on in the track. That guy breaks a little bit early for that corner. I bump him around. I bump him around again. I apologise. Then it's yellows. Go away. I don't want to hear the audio because I don't want to get copyrighted. Yeah, here we go. Let's see what happens. Now, I'll tell you what happens. So as you can see, I'm starting to lose ground. So the guy's in front of me. It's just happening. And at this point, I don't know why. Because I feel like I'm driving the exact same. As you can see, I'm taking the same lines. I'm taking the same speed through the corners. And I will admit, during the yellow flag period, I was kind of cheating. I was kind of pulling up closer to guys than I should have been. but I genuinely didn't know why I was going slower. Is this a yellow flag? Yeah, it's a yellow flag. So what I'm doing is I'm just making sure I catch up with people. There we go, we're back under green flags. I think we're lapping these guys, I'm not entirely sure. But as you can see, even on the straight here, this guy pulls away from me. Now this is very weird for me. Because I'm not a super light driver, I'm about 70 kilos. So I'm about middle weight, so I very rarely get pulled away from on the straight. And so there are some guys who get such bad exits that I can just overtake them. But there are other guys, as you can see, where they just pull away from me. Now listen to this engine note. Right, I'm going through this corner. Listen to this engine note. That's not a healthy engine. How close was I to that wall? Jesus Christ. Call that cutting it fine! Some more yellow flags. Look how much time I'm losing. Yeah, I spin trying to avoid the accident. Probably not the best idea to try overtaking. So yeah, you can hear I'm not having the best of times. And is this the lap? No, I don't think it is. I think it's next lap. Well, you can see I'm in a bit of clear space. That guy overtakes me. That guy overtakes me. That guy overtakes me. That guy overtakes me. That guy, look at how much speed I'm losing on the straights. So at this point I decide, well, my race is ruined now because I've literally fallen down to about 15th position. Also, you'll see, if I go back to some of the other earlier parts of the lap, this corner is now flat out when previously I had to brake. And so at this point, yeah, I decide I'm coming in, and you'll see what I do.
My engine's fucked. I'm losing like 2 seconds in the straights every time. I have 4 people pass me in the last straight just because of my engine.
Right, 1 second, mate.
Okay.
Is it making noises as it
Yeah,
came in?
it's like it's misfiring or something.
Yeah, I heard it. I'm just going to grab an engineer really quickly, but 9 times out of 10 we'll swap it.
That's fine. I don't want them to get out now.
As a matter of fact, so we're just going to swap it. Yeah, jump up, man. Yeah, I'm going to swap it. 7 is 12.
You can see, me being disabled, I don't exactly have the best stability. You can even see I'm not walking straight. You can see that my camera's pointing to one side.
I was 4th before that happened as well.
I was 3rd, actually. Yeah, I pull the seat as far forward as possible.
Could you bring me down to that way, please?
Luckily, the camera doesn't go down far enough so you don't see my massive crotch. So you don't just get instantly... You just instantly ejaculate.
Yeah.
So now, well, obviously my podium chances are over, but now it's just about having fun, to be honest, because I just want to make as many overtakes as possible and just try and get a good lap. So I start overtaking people. This guy at the inside of 2 guys in one corner. around the outside of this guy. You can see it's a lot faster already. So I definitely had problems. And by the way, I think that the reason why I had this misfire was because I got hit earlier on. Because I've never had any actual mechanical cart issues before. Actually, no. I tell a lie. I have had cart issues before. So I was out to play. I've not got it on. I've not got a recording of it, unfortunately. But I went to a place called Stretton. I might be able to get a hot lap up of a circuit. Stretton. It's a place where I actually got a monthly lap record. Hold on. Stretton. Karting. This is number one. I want to see if I can find an onboard video. I can find an. I'm gonna see if I can find an onboard slow ass computer. This is one of my university computers in this radio studio. You'd think it'd be fast, but it's not. Please don't tell me this is just a home page. It's still loading, to be fair. I'll give it time. I'll see if another circuit, or if another... No, cart directory comes up just fine. So I was on the classic circuit. Oh, I'll watch this. I'll watch it. I'll see if I can. I'll use this hot lap. I've never seen this.
Video. So first,
It's a fucking 12-year-old. This is going to be embarrassing, and he's going to be a better driver. He's going to be a better driver than I am. This is not 1080p. You can piss off. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if it's going to go onto a YouTube link. Let's get ready to not get copywriters. Right, so this kid, I'm assuming, will show us. So yeah, this is not the layout that I'm used to. So we don't have this corner on the layout that I was using. We just go straight to turn 1, which is that one, and then turn 2 is flat out. Hopefully this guy will show us. Basically, coming through here, this is flat out. Then we've got a hairpin coming up. To be honest, it doesn't show it, so maybe hold on. Let's see if you can see it at all. No, you can't see what I was about to show you, which is annoying. Is the circuit even loaded? It is actually. Hold on, what's this? Take a look around. Can I? You can't say it's take a look around when it's just look at a photo. Come on. Take a lap. Let's see if... Oh, it'd be good if the video didn't buffer every 2 seconds. Oh my god, it's actually buffering every 2 seconds. That's not funny. Let's take it to the front and see if we can... It's actually buffering every 2 seconds. This is not funny. I just want to go around and see this part of the circuit that I need to see. If I download the video, can I just watch it in there? Oh no, that's why, because my computer's just being, or the computer's just being slow. Okay, here we go. Here's the hairpin. It might even show us here. Oh my god, it's literally buffering every 2 seconds. Basically, Saye, we're going through some of my karting clips. And I'm trying to show you this karting place that I go to. But there's no point in showing you it when the video buffers every 4 seconds. maybe the pictures will show it, because I'm not bothering with that video anymore. It's driving me up the fucking wall. We can't even load a photo gallery. Are we really being serious? I don't care about some... Here we go. Here's the hairpin. Let's see if I can find... Basically, there's a bump, is what I was trying to say. There's a bump somewhere in the braking zone of this hairpin. There's a big bump in the braking zone of this hairpin. And what happened was, I took the entry to the corner so far, because I did get the monthly lap record, obviously. I took the corner. So I took basically the straight on approach, as we can. So basically, what if I get a track map up? Maybe a track map would help as well. Stretton Circuit, because the video will be useless because it just buffers every 4 seconds. If I can get the track map up though, I could still do something with it. So I'll just use this. So basically, as you come around this little tiny right-hander that you don't even really recognise, there is a tiny little bump. And I was going flat because you try and brake as close to the bump as possible. I broke after the bump, but that was a mistake because I got air before I hit the bump, or as I hit the bump, and obviously the engine of a kart is sat right under, is sat out the back, and it's basically on the floor. And so I take this bump and I hit it at the wrong angle, so the kart lands kind of not sideways, but it lands kind of a bit tipsy. But unfortunately, it lands tipsy so that the back hits the ground first. And what does that do? I hit the ground so hard that the engine cut out instantly and locked the rear tyres, and I spun out and I broke an engine. I broke an engine by driving very fast, essentially. Not by over revving it, but by a car. So that's what happened to so I've had 2 big kart mechanical failures during my racing. You can't even call it a career. I don't know what was I doing now. Was I checking that the seat was in place? I'm not sure. Did I just get overtaken? Yeah. That guy must have a fucking supercar. Look at how he's just cleanly overtaking me. Look, he's just so much faster than the other... Oh, to be fair, he's not. I must have got a bad exit. To be fair, though, getting used to a new kart can be quite difficult. You might not think it, but because they say the karts are equal whenever you go to a kart circuit, I'll just let you know they're lying. For example, at my local place, the local indoor circuit that I go to, the lap times are about 32 seconds. They say, and they've said this in the member group chats where people actually know that the karts aren't equal, so they can say this to them. And so you're not just getting people like amateurs who come and say, "Oh, well, the reason why I was 2 seconds slower than you is because of my kart." But the local kart circuit that I go to, as I said, the lap times, my personal best is a 32.6. Not a 1:32.6, a 32 seconds lap time. The difference between the best kart and the worst kart in terms of lap time with the same driver is 0.5 of a second. On a track like this, which is about 1 minute and 16 seconds long, that's over a second between the best and the worst kart. And that's enough to say that's enough between a good driver and a decent driver. So I don't think this kart was great that I was in. Like, sometimes the kart advantage can play into your hands. For example, when I was driving at Stretton, the kart 5, ironically the kart I was driving before, I set my lap record before I broke the kart in the same session. So it was a good job that I managed to get in my time before I did. But that kart was perfect. Before it smashed the engine, it was perfect because you turn in, it would grip in both the low speed and the high speed corners. Now, there are some karts you get where they don't turn in the high speed or they don't turn in the low speed. Like, for example, the cars I got in afterwards at Stretton, in the low speed, it was perfect, and it turned in as you wanted it to. But through the high speed, it was super floaty. Like, every time you tried to steer a little bit, it would try and counter steer, or it would get unstable and you'd have to counter steer. So basically you wouldn't be able to carry as much momentum or as much confidence through those corners. Now I was about 3/10 slower in that kart, so that probably shows just how unstable it was. I thought that I could handle the high speed stuff, but I couldn't, clearly, because I was 3/10 slower. But that's by the by. So yeah, there we go. Overtaking this guy again. Or trying to. Oh yeah. See, looking back on this, he did, to be fair, leave a car's width on the exit. Maybe I just turned in a bit too early, but I still think if you're going to be side by side in there, you can't just, because he did kind of just go understeer straight to the outside of the corner. I think if I didn't back out, he would have ended up a lot further alongside, a lot further into me. If you want to eliminate wind noise from GoPro routers, use the translucent housing, because even though it's meant for underwater use, it always eliminates wind noise. I always thought that was a lie, to be honest. Yeah, lies about. Also, by the way, it's not actually my GoPro. It's literally just it's one of the cameras you buy at the circuit. I don't have enough money for a GoPro. At least not now. I did probably at one point, and I bought a second helmet. I bought a second karting helmet. I love the serious mix of serious helpful tips from Pedro and just saying messing around. Yeah. That's fine. I appreciate all of my viewers, regardless of how serious or unserious they are. There we go. Around the outside. Nope, because to be fair, I wasn't fully alongside. So there I understood that I probably didn't deserve room. Yeah, oftentimes people who work at the kart tracks are motorsport fans and on nerds when they like to be faster. That's why they make the karts they use. No, I wouldn't go that far. It's literally the reason why cars are faster than each other is because of how they're used by the regular members of the public. Because let's say a kart is crashed 3 times by amateur members of the public who don't know what they're doing, it's gonna, even if it's not like the engine, even it's gonna have slightly less power. Maybe, like for example, you saw with my engine how I got hit at the back by a massive amount, and it went from, and it was like about half as powerful, maybe even less. So lots of little knocks will put the suspension slightly out of line. It will put the kart slightly out. Basically, it will just make it slightly less manageable. So it's not that it's any sort of purposeful thing. It's just that you can't rule out how they're worn and torn, like wear and tear from the public. There have been some instances where the karts have been out of function due to poor decisions from staff. But that's. I remember I went to my local circuit, the same local indoor circuit that I was talking about before with those karts, and I came for some public sessions. I don't go to public sessions anymore just because they're always under red flags, and I just go on a members only session if I'm going to do that. But I went on track once, and I was like, this kart, it turns better in left-handers than it does in right-handers, or right-handers and left. I can't remember which one it was. And then because I always come into the pits when there's some sort of issue because I just don't want to risk it, and I want to just focus on lap times. So I do that, and I get I come back into the pits, and I decide, and then the mechanic or the pit lane guy comes up to me, and I say it turns better into left-handers than into right-handers. And I'm like, I don't know what this could be, because I'm like, surely the karts are well maintained and they're going to be. And he literally he puts his foot onto the right front tire, and it just goes in. It's not pumped up, and it's the same with the rear right tire. And I'm like, how do you not pump up tires before you go out on a kart circuit? And then there was another session where the karts that everyone was put into had no power. Like, literally, they were spluttering, because on indoor circuits you have uphills and downhills. They were spluttering going the uphills, and genuinely, my personal best, as I said, was a 32.6. The times I was setting on that session were 41s, because of how bad the power is. Crazy how everyone on this track was lap Fangio. Right, no, yeah, well, we're not gonna even entertain that with a response, because that's just stupid. So there we go, overtaking another driver. I love crunching over curbs. It's the most satisfying thing I ever do in karting. Just crunching over curbs. Oh, is this another yellow flag? Yeah. Is that a slippery oil flag? It is. I never even saw that when I was driving. Right. When am I going to overtake these guys? Here? That'd be a risky dive bomb. I gone for it though. Okay, yeah, okay. Why was I giving the hand up there? Oh no, I was saying sorry. I was saying sorry. I was saying sorry. Then up the inside of this guy. I do the exact same thing. I'm just a terrorist at this point. X21. I don't know what your thing is with Kimi Antonelli. I'm not sure if you just like Italian twins, but you can't just keep mentioning them at every single point. Crunch! Wait for the next overtake. Oh, it's a yellow fucking flag. Of course it is. As soon as I go for an overtake. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, so this guy decides to get alongside of me under yellow flags. Do I just force him out and say no? Yes. One overtake. Oh, no, so basically, it's a classic instance of driver doesn't look. To be fair, I'm not fully alongside, so it's probably a racing incident. He should have looked, I should have probably backed out. Both of us were at fault for that one. But then, why is he going for an overtake there? He already knows that it's 3 wide, and he still sends it, or 2 wide now. There's 2 cars, but he still sends the move. It's a bit crazy, in my opinion. Oh, train! And the train makes me... Look at that car control, though. I nearly bid it, but then I don't. Yeah, checking multiple times because of the awful exit I got. How slow was that guy going? Oh, he just spun, that's why. Round that guy. Two guys spun there. Apparently there's some sort of oil, but I clearly didn't see it. Okay, here we go. Here's some more action. Well. Now that, yeah, there's just no looking there. So I go for the move here. Enough to put him off, but not enough to get by. Oh, yeah, that guy gets by me again. 3 wide. No, only 2 wide. Nope, yeah, 2 wide. Those guys are going 3 wide. So at this point, I'm just kind of like trying to hope that I get seen by everyone and that I'm not going to get spun out. He says while trying to... That's basically Schumacher defending 1-1. Except Schumacher actually leaves room for drivers. Wait, well, hold on. What signals is he doing here? Oh no, it looks like he's just... It looks like he's just like, I don't know, relaxing his hand. Motherfucker, I'm using 1 and I'm not doing any of that shit, so stop complaining. Down on the inside of it. I'm basically just following the leader through. I'm doing a Verstappen in 2015 oh yeah, this. Interesting technique there. I just wait to get by him because he cocks up this corner. They always cock up that corner, that's why. Oh, and then this. This guy's looking at me as he's just blatantly forcing me off. What position I'm in? I'm in the teens because I've done a kart change. I've had to come into the pits and do an entire kart change, which lost me about a minute, plus the half a minute I lost from my kart not being powerful enough. So I'm just fighting. Go away. So I'm just fighting in the lower positions now. I think there's 34 cars on track. Round the outside, down the inside. I get the braking locked. Look at that for a save, though. You can see this is what happens. You can see this is an exact example of what happens when I make a mistake. My left foot, look at it, it just goes walkies. I basically have to wrestle it back onto the brake pedal. Oh, that guy again. Yeah, I got into the rear end of the leader. That was literally like, you know, Norris at Singapore this year against Piastri. Hit the guy in front of you, get a massive boatload of oversteer and hit the guy at the side of you. The difference between me and Kimi Antonelli is I don't have safety cars that basically just bring everyone back together, and I don't have, and he didn't have any mechanical failures in that race. Yellow flags. Apparently there's some sort of oil, which I haven't recognised. Overtaking this guy. Apparently not. Did I overtake that guy? No, I didn't. I tried to. Oh my god, they're going side by side to this corner. Slow drivers going side by side to this corner, you know, just ends in problems. What did I say? So I spot the gap on the inside of this guy. Oh, that guy spins. That guy half spins in the middle of the corner. I say it's fine. There's nothing else I can do exactly. Oh yeah. By the way, you can see these things on the side of the thing here. Basically, for the entire race, there was a group of lads who were on like a stag do, and I think they were. I think two of them were guys that you saw that pushed me off on a straight. They were basically just trying to crash into everyone. They were just ruining everyone else's race because they were on a stag do, and they were just trying to be lads. It's so fun. It's like, no, fuck off. Like I don't want to be like, oh my god, if you're gonna race, then race perfectly and be super fast, because it's a public session. I take that risk as a driver that you might not get the greatest of racing conduct, and you might get a couple more yellow flags than you would expect. But as long as people drive safely at 2 miles an hour, that's fine. But there are people who genuinely, like you saw the guys who genuinely tried to put me in walls on the straights because they were apparently on a stag do. At least that's what my mum said, who was there when they came off the track, because as I say, they got sent to the pits and got black flagged. So, but the problem with black flags, especially in petrol carts, you can't actually remotely control the carts, so they were just ignoring your black flags and just staying out on track. Because all that happens when you ignore a black flag is that you never get to go to the circuit again. You could still finish the session as long as you were never going to go back. but it's still very dangerous. Flags. Is this the end? It might be. Yeah, it's the end. Oh, this is quite funny. So, this guy in front of me tries to turn in, like tries to do a nice wide berth corner and turn in and get into the line, but hits the wall because he hasn't got enough turning circle. He gets backed up, so he can go back in. I try and do the same thing, and the exact same thing happens to me. You can see me, I tried to push my foot out to see if I could push myself back up off the wall. This guy walks past me, and doesn't even help me. So, I have to get out looking like a total Burke, looking like I just can't park. Literally. Literally, I have to get out of my car looking like a total Burke, like I can't park.
Guys, follow me.
I'm not. I might get copyrighted. I might genuinely get copyrighted for that. So I was just skipping through that. Anyway, have we got any more videos I can? I don't think I have any more karting videos. Not any full ones. There will be one karting video where hold on, give me a second. It's called Karting Gone Wrong because it's literally a 7-minute. It's an 8-minute video of me doing some indoor karting at Leicester. Possibly the worst karting session I've ever done. Because basically I had to get my seat adjusted. That's fine. We'll get it out on track. These are yellow flags, by the way. People are just ignoring the yellow flags, overtaking everyone. So some people are just completely stopping. So this is now finally under green flag conditions, so I overtake this guy. That guy spins, that guy spins, that guy spins. I can pick my way through, luckily. Oh, yeah. So, unfortunately, we don't see any more of... I don't think we see any more of this, but basically, I have a massive crash here, as you can see. Because basically what happens is, as we come around this corner, you can't see it on my helmet cam, unfortunately, but the track goes at yellow, and then it goes red, and this guy, for some reason, decides to slam on his brakes as hard as he can without checking behind him. I don't realise until the last minute, crash into the back of him. I initially think it's my fault, but you can see there, my leg is hurting. I had to go to A&E after this. Not A&E, sorry. I had to go to I went to the hospital after this to get checked up. You can see we get back going again, and you can see my at this point I can feel that basically you know the little web between your thumb and your second finger, the bit, I'm not sure if you can see my cursor here, the bit here. That was really hurting me. You can't see it here, but yeah, basically we do a red flag test because people were ignoring red flags and yellow flags. People were literally marshals coming onto the track in front of them and telling them, stop, you need to stop under red flags, because they were just ignoring them. Basically what it was, and we'll see, so there's more crashing, more. Oh yeah, watch this. So it's yellow flags. You can see guy in front of me is going slowly. He's adhering to the rules. You can even see it on the board there. They just go straight by, like you're not like yeah. Oh yeah, and basically then that guy spins in front of me. I stop to avoid him, and then my engine cuts out. Literally all of this session is pretty much spent under yellows, and then I come in and I'm like, I'm injured. I need to get out. That was literally it. So yeah, not a fun time. What else have we got that I can show you? I could show you some of my NASCAR stuff actually. If I were to, so I could show you my latest stream. Unfortunately, I could. What I'll quickly do. I want to make sure I don't like reveal anything. I'm not going to log into my Twitch account on here, but I'll just go on to twitch.tv. Basically, what I don't want to do is like, because you know, whenever you log into the homepage of Twitch, there's some weird stuff essentially, and I'm not going to click on it. Let me just find my Twitch page. I do stream on Twitch, by the way. I don't really talk about it, but I just stream League Racing, and it's not really for a viewer base. It's so that I can send clips in afterwards of any like big accidents.
Right, I'm gonna quickly go for a piss because I know we're over time.
Yeah, I can show you through this. Let me just get my window capture back up. This is me doing a NASCAR League race.
That was an old racing team from the 1980s. And it's still going today, to be fair.
I'll put my thing like that so you can see a bit more. This is at Talladega, so it's a super speedway race, completely flat out the entire time, pretty much. But it's all about slipstreaming each other.
Yes.
Green. Car outside.
Oh no! Oh, so basically, I think what we're doing here is we're going for qualifying first. This is qualifying. Now you might think, what's the point of qualifying around a flat-out circuit where, whatever? But basically, the way you qualify around here is because some people have different setups, and sometimes different setups are geared up for
Also,
pure.
We are going to the end of this 6-lap race, aren't we?
Pure straight line speed, and some are based on like handleability and stability at high speed. So mine was a bit of both. You can see here basically the way you're supposed to take these kind of circuits on this kind of game is you're supposed to keep pinned to this inside line rather than taking the normal geometric racing line where you'd go around here and then you'd go on the inside here and then whatever. You go right to the inside because it's less distance, and essentially having the less distance is actually more beneficial than covering more distance and having a smoother line because there's not much speed differential. Unfortunately, this game it's not badly made, but it's just not as well made as it could be. So that isn't always the best line. So you can see me here, for example, I'm going a lane up on the exit of the corners to get to scrub off a bit less speed. But you can see, like for example, me. You can see how close the laps can be because it's all flat out, and it's just about who can keep as close to that inside, and who can get the best. Who can just scrub off the least minimum speed through the corner. That's just qualifying. You can see here, if we go into look at the difference in the fastest laps. First to fifth was covered by 1/10 of a second. Less than 1/10 of a second.
David. No, you might get your first win.
You can only hear me talking, by the way. You can't hear anyone else that's talking. So that's why I sound like I'm talking to myself. Here we go, start of the race. Yeah, I'm not very good at pushing other drivers. I'm very good at being pushed, but I'm not good at pushing other drivers, really. I can't square up to people, like, I can't push people very well. You can see me, I'm just trying to find the right pocket of air. He comes up in front of me, but luckily not too far.
Clear all around.
Thing is, I would have liked to have gone to the outside there to make an overtake, but I wasn't sure if anyone was going to go with me. Sometimes you just have to lift off and bite the bullet. you, Zach.
So Zay was trying to help me get ahead of this car, the green car that we just saw on the left. Then I'm pushing dark pumps,
Oh, shit.
and you can see I very nearly lose it.
Stay high. Still there.
Yeah, you can see. Oh, what happened here? Most likely I just lost the back end.
Outside.
Who was ahead out of me in the green car?
Oh no, it's a caution. So basically sometimes you have cautions because people crash. So we pit this time.
Why the fuck are we all so far in front of everyone else?
So yeah, there were some people who decided to take tyres.
I would have felt bad for him otherwise.
So here, considering, let's just look at the tyre wear. So after 4 laps, I have 1% tyre wear on the rear tyres. Something tells me that you don't need to really take tyres at the circuit at all.
Stay low.
And this is where we do. Basically, the restarts in NASCAR work the way that, kind of like an F1 where the leader chooses when to go. See this blue box on the inside here? The leader can go anywhere in that box, and no one can go before they go.
Stay low.
So you have to time your run perfectly, really, especially at a track like this.
Stay.
Oh shit.
Nice job.
So there we go. Let's see. You can see I basically Bean Boy, also known as Sean.
You big bean boy, you can't keep going up it.
So basically, what happened? You can see there. See, some people don't like this way of racing, but basically, you can see Bean Boy. He starts on the bottom of the circuit, like the lowest lane, goes up a bit into and then cuts back in front, and I'm like, okay, fair enough. And then he goes high again, and I'm thinking, okay, he's trying to basically, because obviously in NASCAR, sometimes you switch lanes to think who has the better push, who's going to push me better. So he might think that the guy on the outside is going to push me better. So I'm thinking he's doing that. So I go for the gap, and then he comes back in front of me, and then backs out of it again, and then comes back in front of me. Some people don't like. Some people say that you shouldn't go for a gap unless it's fully open. I'm like, no, I had the right to go for that gap, and he spun himself. So we had another caution because he spun himself. Another pit. Basically, sometimes you just want to top up on fuel, because the more you top up on fuel, the less pit stops you might have to make.
Car
outside.
As you can see here, I'm absolutely doo-doo butter at pushing. You can see how I'm constantly all over the rear end just because I'm not very good at keeping the car in a straight line.
Shit.
Yeah, I can't even keep behind the guy.
Push corners in front of me. Sorry, bumps, but
Outside now.
I'm trying to only go as fast as the car in front of me. Sorry, bumps, but you're being clotheslined. Sorry.
So being clotheslined is being hung out to dry. That's why you call it a clothesline. Basically, you're the guy on the top, and you expect people to go with you, so to help you out and push you, but they don't, and you just get sent straight to the back of the pack like he has there. So what happened here?
Car outside.
You can see how quickly these races change, though, because I go from first to sixth to first to sixth. And another potential somewhat impressive thing about Alonso and Vettel, respectively, is that 32 and 33 wins, their teammates against them have 6th and 15. Cool.
no, he's gonna do it. Someone stop him.
Oh, this is basically, we have a running joke that every time we do one of these super speedway races, either at Daytona or at this circuit, Talladega, Wet Wizard Jacob, who I believe is the car in front of Zay, because I'm 6th, that's 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd. Yeah, he must be up here somewhere. He has never led a lap on any. You get a point for leading a lap on one of these races, and he'd never led a lap up to this point. So basically, we all had this running joke going into the race that we couldn't let him lead a lap. So me saying don't let him lead a lap is not because I'm being nasty. It's because we don't want him to, because we want to keep the running joke of him not leading laps.
Bumps is gonna stop him.
There we go. There he is. He's not leading any laps now.
Outside door. 3 wide.
I don't care if you get it, Bumps. I only care if Wizard gets it. There we go. Me pushing Zay to the lead.
Just trying to make the most efficient push through the corner.
Car high. Clear high.
Oh, sorry. Okay then. This is actually quite fun, yeah.
We'll get the lead back. Stay focused.
Every single person, I'm just saying. If I have anything to do about it,
Car outside.
But you can see the momentum you can sometimes get from these. And things. I'm actually quite a good overtaker. I'm quite brave, as you can see. So I just duck
if I
to
have
the
anything
inside
do
here.
about it,
Car outside. One outside. One up high.
Wiz, I'm still there.
This was another one. He said this was my fault. People always say it's my fault when I do this. Look, I'm there. I'm still there. Like, yes, I'm not very far alongside, but I am still alongside, and he's forced me. But basically, you can't overtake Bill over his double yellow line. It's not allowed. If you do, you have to give the position back.
Wizard, I'm still there. Wizard, I'm still there. Wizard, I'm still there.
High. Inside now. Clear low.
And I got blamed by him for that.
What do you mean stick to Formula One? I was there the entire time, and I
Three wide.
even if you weren't, it's one place.
All right, bring it in and pit this time. All right, change up the strategy. Side. All right, let us know what you.
Even though he's massively. That's what happened there.
Outside.
Brilliant. What's that?
Outside door.
Yeah, getting spun under caution. That's fun.
Outside.
Oh yeah, here by the way, you can see you actually see when I get spun. By the
I
way,
don't know why he stopped now.
One bottom. Three wide. Car high.
Brilliant. What's that?
you can actually see on the cars that go by.
Three wide.
Look at the camber on that car. Basically, this is a fun thing I love about NASCAR. Teams can run in the old NASCAR game. In the new one, you can only run up to 6 degrees of negative camber. But in the old one, you could run up to 8 degrees of negative camber. And guess how much tire pressure you run on each tire? 55 psi. You run on each
That's what
tire.
happened there.
Outside door.
Oh shit! What you got? Bean Boy, did you go?
One
There you
outside.
go.
Yeah, so we're all getting organised for the restart.
Completely.
What happened here?
Help you there, Bean Boy.
Inside.
That was a brave attempt at an overtake.
Three wide.
Sorry, I'm trying to get ahead of him. Oh fuck! That's my fault completely.
Inside.
Good catch. Bad. Nope, not a good catch. Not a good catch.
No, we haven't.
One on the
Oh no, good catch.
side.
I saved it just, but I've lost a ton of time. Fun here. I don't think it should be a caution, no. Bean Boy, if you want to lift off, try and get what.
Right, me and Beam Boy then, we proceed to have the greatest link-up in racing history. Me and Beam Boy genuinely have the greatest link-up in racing history. He pushes me, and bearing in mind the leaders are a group of 3, we are faster than them because he is so good at pushing me. Well, not fully faster, but we don't lose much time to them. And then a safety car, and then a caution comes out. And at this point, I realise that if I just stay with Beam Boy, I could have a really good chance at this. So I lead on the restart, and Beam Boy just pushes me.
Car outside.
You can see this entire time, that green car is in my wing mirror. And look at all these laps I'm leading or getting close to lead. Okay, I lose out here. Outsider takes the lead for a little bit.
Yeah, don't worry. I wasn't actually trying to go for. I was trying to get back onto the road.
Outside door.
Whatever. I'm sorry. Yeah.
What's happened here?
Oh shit.
Clear.
Yeah.
Oh, for some reason I tried to overtake him below the yellow. I wasn't trying to. I was trying.
Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. I wasn't actually trying to go for. I was trying to get back onto the road.
Outside door.
What happened here? I get a dodgy push, and then I drift up
I
wide.
did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I'm trying not to get into everyone. I'm trying not to get into everyone. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, that's my bad. I deeply apologise. I think I should be. Is that a caution? Did not mean to do that. Trying to go for. I was
So
trying to get
basically,
back
what
onto
happened
the
here
road.
was, I got an awkward push right as I was going for a move on outsider. I didn't fully see the guy on my outside, so the push sent me up the circuit.
Oh,
And by that
Not
point,
do
like
that. I
the
did not
guy
mean
on
to
the
do
outside
that.
of me, and I get hit from
Do that.
behind by Bean Boy.
Trying not to
That
get
sends me up into
everyone.
Chicken. Chicken is
Trying
this
not to
guy.
get into everyone. I'm sorry. Yep.
And then after the race, actually,
Yep, that's my bad.
he well, you'll see what happens later, but he blamed me for
I think I should be.
for
Is that
that
caution?
for that accident when it actually wasn't my fault.
Nice job.
Here's me getting back to the lead.
Now working.
Outsider's just pushing me.
Side.
Then Zay takes the lead. Oh, and then he does again. I don't know why people genuinely think that they can drift up the circuit and then not expect the guy behind to just not take the position.
Okay, I'm still there.
Great job. You got the lead. All clear.
Making sure that I go.
What did I say afterwards? Because he was saying
There
something
was
afterwards.
at least
Lead. All clear.
no. If you leave me an avenue on the bottom lane, I'm always gonna take it. I'm sorry, mate.
Yeah, that's fair.
I know. Yeah, if there was at least 1.5 cars width. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stuck it in. Oh,
Let me just check if that was right.
Right now.
To be fair, that is about 1.5 cup. That's a good eyeball from myself.
One outside.
he is my fucking number 2 driver. I might sign him to be my teammate. He's doing all my dirty work, and he's making sure that because we are now 1-2. He is going to get a very good result out. Respect.
So yeah, basically, these guys are complaining that Bean Boy had been pushing me this entire time and not diverting from this bottom lane. And it's like, I'm leading, it works. Why would I move off it just to be nice to everyone?
Bring it around.
So yeah, you can see I'm low on fuel now, so I'm queuing up a pit stop.
I haven't been getting your guys' way. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm coming to pit road this time.
And they were saying, oh, Bean Boy's not going to go with you, he's not going to stay loyal to you this entire time. And then he did.
Outside.
Oh no, he's in front of me now. You want to just lift off a tiny bit, Bean Boy, so we can stay together.
Yeah, here we go.
Step right.
Clear bottom.
Bean Boy, I've just lifted off a tiny bit. There we go.
So then we just literally, we work together. And in the intervening time when these guys pit, they come out way behind us. Or not way behind us, but Pumps comes out right with us, but Outsider is nowhere near. So it's now a three-way battle for the lead. But the problem is, me and Bean Boy are working together. Pumps is fighting on his own, so he's not got any avenue around me. So we are literally just... Bean Boy is literally just pushing me, and Pumps can't do anything about it. Then, with about 5 laps to go, Chicken. Now, we might have recognised this green car from earlier on when I got bumped up into him. He decides that because he thought that I was at fault for that incident, that he's going to start helping Pumps. I don't mean just helping Pumps. I mean he gets in my way as a back marker. You're allowed to do this in NASCAR. You don't have to just jump out of the way in NASCAR for the leader. But I tried overtaking him. He didn't let me overtake. That's fine. He's allowed to do that. He's in his perfect right to. I get back past Pumps, I think.
3 wide.
No, I get back past Pumps here, do I? No, oh no, Pumps and Bean Boy come together because they're fighting. I managed to get past them, but then I get past Chicken, finally lets me by, but then what he decides to do is he decides to team up with Pumps. And now all of a sudden I'm the one fighting 2 against 1 and I can't do anything about it. Now, ideally what I should have just done is stop trying to go for the overtake and try to stay behind him so that Chicken couldn't get in front of me and dictate where I went. But I didn't think of that. And so with 1 lap to go, I literally have no way to overtake Pumps, and he wins the race by 1/10 of a second.
GG's Pumps.
That is, there we go. What else can I look at? I can look at the race we literally did just before that. We did the race the week before last at Martinsville.
What if we don't want to stop on lap 6? No, it's qualifying.
So this is qualifying again. So half the group doesn't go and does its lap. Because this is such a short circuit, you have to do split qualifying in the same session. You can see how loose my truck is already. You can see that I'm constantly having to fight it out of the corners. I don't think I set that good a qualifying lap. I'll have to see where I started. Started P3 actually, it wasn't too bad.
16.
That's my laugh. My comedy laugh. So it's a normal start to the race.
I'm sure if size will last, they might not. You need to lose some.
So basically, as you can see, the leaders are pulled away from me.
So I didn't block.
The leaders are pulled away from me. By you can see 7 seconds the leader has. And I'm kind of holding up the guy in 4th place. Not on purpose, I'm just slower than him. So at some point here, you're allowed to do this in NASCAR as well because it's such a short circuit. It's not too frowned upon. Where if someone's slower than you, you can just politely move them out of the way.
Zay, jump in a bin.
Like, you can see, I can understand that it's fair. I just think it's annoying.
Just overtake me fairly.
And then, for some reason, I decide to turn on the burners. I'm actually faster than him. And so I overtake Zay again. I turn on the burners, get alongside, and pass him fairly.
So I think I throw less caution. I throw more caution to the wind, and therefore I'm just a bit better on my braking points.
So I then stop pulling away from Zay.
Go high. That was.
Oh yeah, I tell you basically. So lapped cars don't need to let you by in NASCAR. They don't have to. It's not a requirement. However, often as a gentleman's agreement, it's better to just let them through if you know you're a lot slower. Because there's no point fighting a guy who you're slower than anyway. It's like when you're on different strategy to someone in F1. There's often no point fighting someone who's going to be on a better strategy than you. Weeb, I tell him to just go high and make it easy for me. He decides he's going to be the most obtuse gimp I've ever seen in my entire life. Look, he's just getting in my way on purpose.
Told you to fucking move.
And so he doesn't move. He still refuses to move. He tries to.
Weeb, go high.
So you can see from here, I don't actually show it very well because the laps are so short here, and he's skipping through kind of skips out half the lap.
I say Raptor kept out of mine and Zay's way, even when we were too wide. That was quite good from him.
Yep, and then Weeb just doesn't. Weeb just refuses to get out of my way. Like he has plenty of time here to just kind of park it up on the outside. Like there, he could have easily just pulled up. Same here, he could have easily done it. So, I get bored of him constantly just holding me up. So I push him the one corner around to give him a warning. And he still doesn't heed that warning, so I just decide, fuck it, I'm going to put you in a wall. Or not put him in a wall, but move him right up the circuit, so that he had no choice but to let me through.
Told you to fucking move.
That's how that.
I told you to fucking move and you didn't listen to me any other time, so I've moved you for you.
Yeah. Big aura moment.
Jimmy's on.
Yeah, Dark Pumps is starting to struggle on his tyres on the long run. I'm a lot better on the long run because of the style that I was using with my setup.
But you nearly fucking took me out. What?
And then Weeb holds me up again. Because he looks like that looks like he's letting me by, and then he does this.
What are you? What? I don't know why you fucking did, but you nearly fucking took me out. No.
And here we go, more laps. I'm slowly catching up to Dark Pumps. There is one point here where he does something where he makes a little mistake. I'm not sure if it's this time around. I don't think it is. We'll see it eventually. We're passing another back marker. For some reason, the back marker decides to go low when the optimal line is to go high. Sorry, it goes low when the optimal line for back markers is to go high. Don't know why he did this. But then I catch up to Pumps again because he makes yet another mistake.
Well, don't keep doing that.
There we go. Into second place I go. Are we side by side? I think we are side by side here because I left room. Maybe we're not. Maybe we're not.
Ball.
Inside air. Clear.
There we
That's fine. Go for it. I'll be the rear gunner.
Yeah. Oh, so basically, me and Pumps, because that is the leader and behind us, so he's coming to lap us. He's basically fucked off into the distance. We have a joke that we're just going to hold him up as long as possible and try and stay on the lead lap. So basically, we go side by side, like full on, like Top. You know when Top Gear tried to hold up all those leaders, it didn't work, as you can
I'll
see.
catch back up to him, and then we can get.
There we go. But Pumps keeps him behind, so then we get back in front of him and we just hold him up for a little bit longer.
I'm setting up a move.
Oh yeah, I set up. But basically, what happened is he got alongside me, and so I said, "Okay, he's going to get me, so I'm going to do a switchback." So I said, "I'm setting up a move."
Car low.
Don't worry, I'm going to get the outside line.
And then I said, "I'm going to set up
Get
a
the
move."
outside line, and then I will watch this. I'm setting up a move.
And then he just decides to dive up my inside, so I can't do the switchback, and he
I'm
nearly
setting up a
spins
move,
me.
You idiot. And then
There you go. You can see those. Basically, I'm just counting. But the reason why I have a pit stop already queued up is because once you queue it up, you can't
come
unqueue
in,
it up.
you
But this started annoying me as well. Basically, he kept getting snappy off the exits of the corners, and then what he'd do is he'd just come straight back onto the racing line.
come in. You can't just cut across on me, Pumps.
Clear high.
No, you didn't have to block though, because when I'm coming along on the outside, you don't have to just violently swerve.
Back it down. Back it down.
It's a
yeah.
wind sticker. It's my version of a wind.
So yeah, here we go. Second place.
Okay.
I go into the pits finally on lap 100. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get the undercut. So in NASCAR, often you want to try and pit as late as possible. Like you want to try and go to the end of your fuel run, whatever, because if you get a caution, you can have this concept called being trapped a lap down. So basically, obviously, this track is so short. This track is 19 seconds long. You probably spend about half a minute in the pits. So if you come in from the lead, even the leader who's already lapped us would lose the lead to us if he came into the pits. Now, obviously, if you're in second, that could mean falling a lap down behind the leader. And obviously, in NASCAR, if a caution comes out and you're a lap down, so a yellow flag period or their version of a safety car, if that comes out while you're a lap down, you are trapped a lap down because they don't let every single car overtake who's not on the lead lap. They let one car overtake if you're not on the lead lap. The car that is highest up who's on the lead lap gets to take the position and go back onto the lead lap. So by pitting early, I was risking, if there was a caution that came out before everyone else came into the pits, I was risking losing my position, but you can get a very good undercut sometimes on some circuits. So I was risking it for the undercut.
I think it's not. It tells you.
I was risking it for the undercut, expecting everyone else to pit.
Get hard for me.
And so we are
Appreciate it, Zay.
overtaking back markers. We are overtaking back markers. Zay and that sort of stuff. Zay was trying to get out of my way, and he
Get out
didn't,
of
but
the
it was
way,
fine.
Or at least don't make it hard for me. I'd appreciate it, Zay.
So I accidentally go to the back of him. He apologises in that it was completely my fault. And then look what happens going into this corner when I'm just overtaking these guys. The guy on my outside
Clear outside.
just does this. He
What's
said
that?
it was completely
What's
accidental.
that? Whoa, what's that?
3 wide.
He said he just completely locked up his brakes, but I just thought it was completely stupid. So the caution came out, even though he hadn't lost much.
Can I go past outsider then?
And so I lost a lap. I lost a lap because someone took me out. I was pissed that I couldn't get my lap back.
One on the bottom.
So at this point, I was like, I need to get this lap back as soon as possible. So I was just like, I'll go all guns blazing as fast as I possibly can to try and get past these guys. You can see I'm pushing the limits.
Car outside.
These guys are pushing the limits as well, to be fair. But I was trying to get past people as quickly as possible so that then I could try and catch up to them.
Car outside.
And I was trying to force the issue, and I got past them.
Clear outside. Outside. Clear up top. One outside.
There we go. If this is the art of short track racing, you have to know when to use the
Yeah.
bumper. You can't always just bump people out of the way.
Because I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to move it up.
I doored him.
I'm not-
That's called dooring someone, where you just literally hit
Because
their
I'm
door
trying
to make
catch
them
back
push up
and
the
get on
circuit.
it, get
And I was doing that because I'm trying to get back onto the lead lap, and I need to pass him to do that. And then he just pushes me, so it's going to cause some issues. But I stay in front of him. I can't pull away from him, unfortunately. So he goes for it again, and then he just does this. He swerves as much as he can to stop me from getting by. Like, I understand if you want to block someone a little bit aggressively, but stuff like this is just not on.
You can't just swerve in front of me, man.
Clear inside.
Yes, because I'm trying to get my lap back.
Car high.
Stop swerving in front of me, or I'm going to put you in a fucking wall.
Yeah, I was getting pissed
No,
at
you're
him
not
because he was just
swerving in
constantly
front of me
doing
as soon as you swerved me just as I'm about to get the fucking crossover. Do it again, I will put you in a wall pumps. I don't care.
Yeah, I wasn't going to, because you're not allowed to put people in the wall. You can't actually intentionally
You're not
wreck
just
someone
driving,
in
you're
this
like,
league.
You're swerving in front of me on purpose of me.
You can bump people and you can push people out of the way if necessary, but you can't intentionally like take people out of the race. So I knew I wasn't actually going to do it, but it was a threat because he was genuinely just pissing me off.
What happened? Season 1 start.
Then after this, I was just locked in 4th place. Even though I was faster than the two guys in front of me, I was locked in 4th place. And that's how my race ended. I could have finished 2nd if I had not been taken out, but I finished 4th instead.
We can... Never mind.
Harry's got Henry in his sights. What else can I show? To be fair, I don't think there's anything else I can show. I think I've exhausted most of my content on my various socials channels. What else is there? I guess I could show you my Maserati 250F Nordschleifer lap, which I think is one of the most perfect laps I've done in sim racing. Which, considering how long the lap is and the type of car I was in, my sim rig actually kind of resembles the sounds that this car makes. You'll hear the audio cutting in and out, but that fixes itself after a minute or so of this lap. Let's watch in 1080p. This is not 1080p, but we'll watch it in 1080p. I love driving this car. It's so nice when you get it on the edge of grip. Unfortunately, this car can't take the floodplaats without braking, so I had to brake just as you get to the crest of the floodplaats, otherwise you will catch air and you can't then slow down for the next corner. It's all about commitment driving this car, if I'm being honest. Obviously, it is about skill, about car control, about managing throttle like I am here. But it's more so about just being confident and knowing what the car can do. Because it is scary going over those curbs at 130 miles an hour and making the car dance on the edge of grip at 140 miles an hour through these fast corners. But you just have to know that it's going to stick. Like there, getting on that curb, I knew that I'd made a mistake there, but I had to commit, otherwise I was gonna go spinning off into a barrier. Now, through here in second gear. Now, first gear's probably better, but second gear keeps the car more stable. Do you drive cars with a zero of a clutch pedal and a stick shifter, or do you just use pedals? I don't know how to. I know how to heel and toe. I know how to use a manual gear, but I just physically can't at the moment. Basically, I've actually ordered, and I've got it in my uni accommodation. I just haven't got the chances to mount it just yet. A manual stick shifter and a clutch pedal. I'm going to try and teach myself, not just for sim racing, but for real life, how to use a manual gearbox with my condition. So I'm going to try and make it sort of clutch and brake pedal are switched around, so it's brake, clutch, and then accelerator on the right. Brake on the left, clutch in the middle, accelerator on the right. And then I'm going to try and feel if I can muscle memory in my hand into learning how to change gears. This was such a hard corner to master. On the grass, I very nearly lost it. I kept it together, though. Yeah, not the greatest of corners there. You can actually hear my paddle shifting in the background, by the way. There we go, fast through this bit. It's so scary and sketchy. And the best part is you've got 1950s video quality to kind of take you back to that kind of period. Probably didn't need to downshift as much as I did there, or slow down as much as I did there, but you don't want to risk it on a place like this. Because a second that you can lose might be a minute or half a minute that you lose from spinning out or crashing. As your lap over. Ignore me trying to stifle yawns. Round the carousel. Of course I actually used the carousel. I don't like using it, but I do. Because it's a faster way around in these cars. This is such a nice section of track, by the way. There's this entire next like minute and a half of circuit, because it's just corner after corner after corner. And they're semi-fast, so they're actually even nice to drive in this car. I missed that apex. And I hit that curb a bit too square. But the rest of them, I just love so much. Even if I miss that curb, or I hit that curb a bit too much. Fast right-hander. You want to clip that apex, not the first one. Clip that nicely. Keep it tight to the inside. Get it slowed down enough so that you don't make that corner too shallow. Over the top of the crest here. This corner was the end of so many good laps. No, not this corner. It was a corner that looks very similar later on around the lap. I think this is called YouTube corner. You always need to go slower than you actually think. I wonder if drivers from 50s to 80s use clutch to try and get understeer. Rid of understeer. Can I rally Drew? Probably. There are probably some ways around it. Maybe. This was such a difficult section of track to use. Because I don't think these jumps, or they might have been slightly more pronounced, or the track layout might have been slightly different, because the corners are very awkward to take in these cars, some of them. You want to push that right up to the limit, but then you want to get as far back over to the right hand side as possible, because you take this corner over a crest, and as you can see I fudge it up a little bit. There's probably about 5 or 10 seconds in this lap, but when you're pushing so hard, you can't make a perfect lap. Yeah, that was definitely a fudge up. I actually look back and think how on earth this lap got anywhere close to one of my friends says an 8 minute 41. This is an 8 minute 44. I think it's because I'm kind of like I'm a lot more aggressive in my style. So some corners I will get 100% perfect because I push aggressively, and other ones I will fudge up because I'm pushing too hard. For some reason I decided to make that noise with my mouth. Round this corner, you never fully flat out, or you are fully flat out here, but never through this bit. Let's just skip to the end of this straight. Into this flat right-hander, flat left-hander. It is flat just, you can see me getting on the grass. Slow down for the Tiergarten section. There we go. 8 minute 44. To be honest, we've been on stream for 4.5 hours. It's 8 o'clock my time. I think I might start getting going now. Is there any questions you guys want to ask me before I go? I'll stay for a couple of questions, but then I do need to actually just go. I'll quickly just... Is there anything you guys want to ask me before I set sailing? I don't mind waiting for the silence in between. That wasn't a yawn, I promise. I have seen that the stream has been quite delayed for some people, so I will just wait for maybe another minute or two before I start going. It could be anything, anything about my YouTube stuff. By the way, I am not planning to produce any videos in the upcoming time because I have so many university projects to get started or get finished or get somewhat going. So unfortunately, I won't be able to actively post videos up until about April, May time. I know that's a long way away, but I have so much to do, so much to do in terms of my university that kind of comes first. I'm sorry. What was I going to say? But I have got some plans for when I'm free. Basically, there's a documentary that I'm making for one of my university projects, and I already said this in the other stream that I did a couple of weeks ago. But that will be published on YouTube once I've finished it, once I've completed it, once it's all been submitted. I will be submitting that, so at least you'll get that in April. But I can understand if you guys have kind of been feeling like you've been dry of content from me, because other than the Lance Stroll video that I posted a couple of months ago now, that's the only video I posted this since like August last year. So I understand if you guys feel like you've not really heard much from me other than on the DI Stream podcast and on these live streams, which I do very occasionally, but I just don't have the time. Yeah, so I don't think you guys have any questions for me. That's fine. You got the Pedro Saye X21 for a while, and
And any of the other guys who commented, I can't see it. Lego, Snoop Dogg, or whatever his name is. And Chizzy, thank you for tuning in. You've all been great. Which drivers who retired in the mid to late 2000s, do you think would have done well in the V8 era of the 2010s? Guys like Fisichella and Montoya who could potentially continue but chose not to. Fisichella, not really. He was already pushing 40 by the time that he retired. He was like 36, 37. So I don't think he'd have done anything. No, I don't think he'd have improved his legacy. He might have fiddled around at the back with one of the new teams for like HRT or for Lotus or for Marussia, but done nothing more. Maybe Force India. Gone back there. Montoya, I don't think his heart was in Formula One, especially not after 2006. He might have come back with Mercedes or with one of the big works teams. Maybe if if the new teams had actually been good to begin with, he might have taken on that opportunity. But I think the problem is with those drivers who retired in the mid to late 2000s, they retired because they weren't. Like David Coulthard wasn't really in it, for example, wasn't really feeling it anymore. A lot of other drivers were like that. They still had the speed, but they didn't have the want or the need to carry on because they had other things going on. Montoya had NASCAR. He could just go and have fun elsewhere. He didn't really care about wins and championships. He cared about having fun, which was the problem. So, yeah. Not a problem, but the reason why they never continued in Formula One. Do you have any more queries, questions, or whatever? Because I need to get home and I need to eat some food and then I need to have a go to sleep. So I'll wait for any other questions that you have. Lucas C says ICOB merch. Yeah, this is an Ollie Behrman sweatshirt or whatever they call them. I actually really like them because basically whenever you're in a really cold building or on a cold day, which I'll often come around where I'm at for uni, these kind of shirts are really warm and they can keep you really warm. And plus, I just really like the design. Ollie Behrman's a good driver. Yeah, I'm planning on when he eventually becomes a champion, cashing out on all this merch or keeping it for myself as a cool keepsake from when he was less known. So yeah, that's what I think about that. Yeah, I do think that he's definitely. People have been saying like, oh, Hadjar was the best rookie of the year because he was consistent, but he wasn't, was he? He crashed in the first race of the season and he had a couple of slumps and races where he was slower than Lawson. All the rookies were inconsistent. I do think Behrman was the best rookie. And I know that I support him, so I'm obviously going to say that, but I think the people are blind to the faults of Hadjar and of the other drivers. Not blind, especially not Antonelli, because they saw him because he was further up the field or he was in a Mercedes. People focused on him more. But like Bortoletto was blindingly average. Colapinto was good in parts, but couldn't deliver when the car was capable of points, and Gasly was able to get in the points. Doohan was just Doohan. Doohan was doo-doo. Who else have we got as one of our rookies? Lawson. Lawson was not bad. He was just average again, like Bortoletto. I'd rate Colapinto higher than both of those two. I do think that Colapinto was the third best rookie this year, behind Behrman and Hadjar. Antonelli had put fourth because he had a good peak towards the end of the year, but he wasn't as consistent as Colapinto was. See, people like to. Hadjar is hard to judge probably because ignoring what dumbass Judge has. Most of his good results were because of the car. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I'm not saying that all of his good results were because the car was good, because it wasn't fantastic. But I will say that his podium was worse than Behrman's P4 in Mexico, because he qualified fourth because he was the only guy to actually push on his final lap in Q3.
Leclerc got taken out by Antonelli, and that put both of them, both drivers, out of contention for a podium. Hamilton crashed out, which was another driver who maybe not could have been on the podium, but was in a podium capability car. And then he was on a track that was really easy to defend on. It's really easy to pass there. So it's really hard to pass there. So essentially he could just hold people up, and he was slower than the train that he was holding up in the first part of the race. And then he got the Norris retirement. If none of the top three retired in Behrman's race, if Verstappen, or I think it was Norris and who was the top three? Maybe Russell in that race. If one of the top three retired there, Behrman's on the podium, and people are glazing him. But no, people don't glaze him because he wasn't on the podium. Just literally sitting around and getting delivered results. But Lawson was okay, but he needs to grow up and humble down, take accountability for his fault instead of constantly blaming other drivers who are the victim. The thing is, though, every driver does that. Every driver says this incident isn't my fault, unless it's literally so blindingly obvious that it's 100% their fault. Because not many incidents are 100% one driver's fault. In the heat of the moment, there are some drivers who always say that it's the other driver, and I don't think that's exclusive to Lawson. Did you race in the 2-1-2 league ages ago? Yes, I did. It was a good potential league. That was. It was just badly ran, not by Matt, because Matt is a great content creator and a good guy. But some of the people in his camp weren't exactly who ran the league or who ran most of the stuff in the league or were admins. Weren't exactly had the best motives in mind. I won't go deep into details, but yeah, some of the people that were around him really didn't know what they were doing, or they didn't know what they were doing, and they refused to improve or refused to take accountability. Yeah, I was part of the admin team in that league for a while, which is quite funny. It's like I'm in a lot of Discord servers and stuff like that for other content creators, not necessarily as admins or as moderators, but I'm in FP1 Will's server, Aidan Millward's server, although I don't talk much there. I'm obviously in the DRS Train podcast Discord servers, and the Karen Smiths, which is where I spend most of my time on Discord, in Karen Smith's server, because most of the fans there are pretty knowledgeable and often know more than I do, especially about certain times. Because I'd say my specialty is 50s racing, in terms of Formula 1 knowledge. But anything after that, I know that I go to Wiggy for 80s knowledge. I know that I go to Kyron Smith for 2000s knowledge. I know that I go to pretty much everyone for 2010s knowledge. And 90s and stuff, I just ask. I used to race under the name 3CC. Oh yeah, I remember you, 3C. Yeah, I remember you. You're alright. Yeah. As I say, you can see from my clips that I do still league race, but I've stopped league racing on F1 now that I'm in my last bit of my university project. I still do one race a week in NASCAR because you have to turn up to every single race in the season to have even a chance at a championship. I mean, obviously that's in F1, but I wasn't in any other F1 leagues at the time that were midway through a season when I started focusing on it. So. And also NASCAR, you can literally turn up after like an hour of practice and still be competitive. So, or I can anyway. Yeah. Also, NASCAR's just more fun. F1 is F1 league racing is a lot more sweaty than NASCAR league racing, I found. And I just don't like that. I prefer to be able to have fun and not really worry about it. And like incidents of the drivers, you're not if you contact someone, you're not like you don't get much damage in NASCAR really at all. You might get a bit of bumper damage and it slows you down a tiny bit. Like you can just get it repaired in the pit stop and it doesn't take you that much longer. And you get cautions which can bring people closer together. It's just a lot better, really. NASCAR racing is. I haven't done any F1 league since January last year. Buy NASCAR 25. I'll get you into NASCAR league racing, mate. It only took me about a month to get acclimatized to ovals because I was doing them every week. Yeah, it was fun. NASCAR 25 is a fun game. Definitely better than Heat 5. And it's quite cheap, I believe. Only set out esports stuff in iRacing. I mean, NASCAR 25 is literally a descendant of iRacing, so you could easily... I think it's also crossplay. I'm not sure if it's crossplay, but I think it is. iRacing is fun to troll people on because of how intense and serious. I wouldn't like troll because it is a properly not professional, but it's about as professional as you can get for casual sim racing, because you have to pay for everything and there's a paywall to everything, and you have to be. I wouldn't like to troll on there. I don't think that'd be fair on the people who actually like to be serious. Yeah. As I say, the weird thing is about the NASCAR League racing, I've won more races on ovals than I have on road courses. Road courses are just normal circuits that go left and right. So like Watkins Glen and Sonoma and Portland and Chicago. Which other tracks were you got? It's like the Charlotte Roval, places like that, and the COTA F1 circuit. I've won less races on those kind of tracks than I have on ovals, which is weird. I only have had one good race in the league. And I had quite a few really good races. Like I had the Monaco weekend where I competed in F2 and very nearly won that, and then I competed in Tier 2 and very nearly won that. But it was the race where TRL Xeon, don't even get me started on that guy, took me out on purpose. Literally just swerved across me as I came past him at Beau Rivage. And yeah, he was just a bit of a prick. But yeah, as I say, I just F1 League racing nowadays. I'm good at F1 League racing. Like when I quit it was about January. It was actually more close to like November last year. I was still getting good like top fives in most of the races I did, and I still enjoyed it. But it was just too much doing that, and I also did some commentaries and stuff. It was just too much. So with all my university assignments, I just thought I'd just bin off F1 and just stick to NASCAR only. Modded Assetto Corsa is really fun, especially when you play around and experiment with cars that never drove on some tracks in real life. The Ferrari 310B is pretty fun in Detroit Belle Isle. Yep, I've tried. Now, the problem is I only have a laptop. I have an Xbox, so I don't get Modded Assetto Corsa unless I go on my laptop, which is not very powerful. And I can drive, but I can't record anything, and I can't like do any online stuff. An F2 Bahrain I did last to fourth, and an F2 Baku I took the lead after the safety car instantly crashed. Oh, F2 Bahrain, that was a race where it was wet around Bahrain because we did the random wheel spinner for the rain, or for the weather, and I had a fire alarm in my university accommodation right at the start. Was that F2 or was that F1? It might have been F1 actually. Oh, F2 Baku was a joke. I remember that was a race where the braking line was lying to everyone. It was saying you could brake really late, and you couldn't, and so I crashed because of that. Yeah. Yeah. That was 2-1-2 League was fun. If Matt could bring it back with better management, I would love it. I tried setting up my own league after that, and we actually got a season of racing out of NRL, Nedzo's Racing League, basically because they were just all the drivers that had left 2-1-2. But after that one season, we couldn't get a second season going because I just couldn't be bothered to run the thing, because I didn't realise how much actually running a league required, and I just didn't have the time. He still have a video I've posted of that Bahrain race. Yeah. Yeah. That's valid. I think I do still have some of the footage from those 2-1-2 2-on-2 races. There was even a race at, I can't remember where it was, where I had a really good performance, and then I deleted the stream stupidly, and I lost it. But there was one good race there was one particularly amazing race that I thought that I really liked and I enjoyed. Yeah. Hi from Canada, just tuning in for live for the first time. What racing games have you been playing lately? As I say, I've been playing NASCAR 25. I do a bit of F1, just hot lapping when I can. A bit of Assetto Corsa. What else do I do nowadays? That's pretty much it, to be honest. A bit of Project Cars, maybe. A bit of old F1 games. But other than that, nothing. Yeah. As I say, I'll wait for any more questions to come through, but I think unless anyone puts anything in the next 2 minutes, I'm gonna to come off the stream because it's been nearly 5 hours and I haven't had any dinner and it's 8 o'clock at night. And yeah, I've been streaming since I got out of university for an actual properly like an entire morning and early afternoon of making video packages for a TV bulletin and putting them all in and directing people around the studio. And I went straight into a thing and did this. I just thought it'd be a quick like 2-hour stream, but I don't mind staying around for you guys because you're all good. As I say, if I get any more questions, I will answer them because I don't want to let you guys down. But I'm not a god. I can't just stay forever. That sounded very ominous. I can't just stay forever. It's as if I was going to die tonight. I don't mean that. So yeah. Yeah. I will just wait because I know the stream's on some sort of big latency or delay. So I'll just wait if anyone wants to ask anything more. You know Ginetta Juniors? I do know Ginetta Juniors. One of my mates actually had a scholarship to race in those. Or he could have got on a scholarship to race those. He wasn't good enough. He went to a track day in a Formula 3000 car and drove a Formula 3000 car and he was so good that apparently he got put up the chain and was apparently supposed to do some Ginetta Juniors, but he wasn't good enough. Which I thought was... I'm not sure I believe the story, but he did have pictures of him next to a Ginetta car, so it could have been believable. But I do like driving those in sims as well, to be fair. I'm not bad in them. I'm just quite an adaptable driver. Like, I don't know many people who... Like, I've done dirt racing in the past. I've done dirt ovals. I've done rallying. I've done F1, F2, Formula 3 in the Assetto Corsa, touring cars, NASCARs, GT cars, LMP cars. I enjoy them. I'm not particularly outstanding in any of them, apart from maybe classic 50s F1 cars. So yeah. Did you ever try PMR? What's that? PMR is that Project Motor Racing? What on earth am I thinking of here? Finished P3 in class in their officially Ports Championship. Definitely improved since 2-1-2 league. Oh, it's Ginetta Juniors an actual racing league. I didn't know that. I thought you meant like real life Ginetta Juniors. Well, I don't even know what PMR is, so I wouldn't be able to. Project Motor. What, I'm trying to think. Was that like the successor to Project Cars 3 by the same devs that made Project Cars 2, and everyone thought it was gonna be amazing, and it just turned out to be average or shit. Probably. I don't remember it, so it clearly couldn't have been that good. I didn't play it, so... I never played Project Cars, not Project Cars 3, Gran Turismo 3. I was an Xbox kid. I played a bit of GT Sport when I had a PS4, but I haven't played... I think I played a bit of Gran Turismo 5 when I was around at my mate's house. Or when I was at my mate's uni flat when he brought his PS3 or whatever it was. But I haven't played Gran Turismo much. I was a Forza. I was a Forza kid. Robot hasn't. Lucas, get me invited to that esports series. I'll blow you all out of the water with my amazing adaptability skills. As I say, I win races in most of the series that I race in. But I'm not always the best. There are only a couple of leagues where I'm actually the best driver or near to the best driver. But it's just because I don't really put too much... not that I don't put too much effort into it, but because of the amount of series I do, I can't like dedicate a ton of time to just sweating time trials or whatever. It's completely dead now. Rip. Oh well. Yeah. That happens. I mean, the first big league that I started doing commentary for, and the first league that I started doing, because I have done commentary before, for like league racing. And that's kind of how I got into the content creation sphere early. But my Twitch has been running since like 2021, years before I did historical F1 content, and that's how I got into commentary. And that's how I got into not necessarily video making, but getting used to my own voice and stuff like that. That you need to do to be able to be a content creator. Are you into bikes at all? MotoGP? No, I'm not really. Mainly because I've tried with video games. I'm not very good at them, and I can't drive a motorbike in real life. Let's be honest. What was I saying? I have done interviews with motorbike riders. For basically, I work and I don't get paid for a radio station, and I interviewed a couple of guys from I believe it was called Rocket Rookies or something like that. It's like some not world superbike, British superbike team, or some junior series of the British superbikes, and I did an interview with the radio station that I work for, and we did some interviews with them because they're a lot more accessible than car racers usually are, because car racers generally are more affluent and they focus more on their own socials than they do on outside socials. At least that's what I've seen. Geneta Esports had 4 crazy drivers, including Nathan Williams, who debuted in real life and won 8 out of 12 races. Yeah, that's as I say. I think I could do well. I used to be in a bunch of F1 leagues, but mainly in the less serious leagues have fizzled out. Around F1 2023, the series didn't get very stale. Clear that EA gave up. It's not that league racing wise, it's not that the games got worse. Like 2022 wasn't great. 2023 was great. 2024 wasn't great. The thing that killed league racing, because there was a big boom when the big, I can't say the word on stream, but when the big disease came about in about 2020, everyone who with an F1 who was an F1 fan jumped on F1 2020, and it made league racing so much more viable. I started league racing in 2019, and when in 2019, 2020, there was like even we were when I started, we were a small league. There was a small league I was in, and we had like 1 tier going, and then suddenly we expanded to about 3 tiers like overnight within a month because so many new people came in, and we kept that for about a year. But then after that, people just stopped turning up because it was when in the UK when lockdowns stopped happening, people got more outside, people had jobs to go back to, there was no furlough, and league racing sort of died a bit again. Then it kind of picked up again around 23 because the game was better than 22, and then it's just kind of 24 was a bit was mediocre at best. And I think that people have grown up, especially like the people who were like 16, 17, 15, 16, 17, 18 during F1 2020 are older now and they have jobs now. The people who had loads of time 5 years ago don't have any time anymore, so they just don't play anymore. Many games go stale eventually. They do. I mean, yeah. It happens because there's hype, and then there's like, and then you realise it's actually like, especially ACC, that's a niche hype. ACC, for example, too. Like people will buy it and then play it for 10 minutes. It's not the type of game that, unless you are a true sim racing expert or nerd, you're not going to play that all the time. That was around the time Adam Newton did his all-time top 50 with GP blog. I'm not sure, but yeah. I still most of the sim racers from years ago, but they mostly switched from PC to PC from console. Yeah, that's also a thing, especially if the games aren't crossplay. Like I think ACC isn't crossplay, so that will play into why certain things have come around. I do want to eventually get a gaming PC. I think once, because I've got an Xbox Series X, once the Xbox Series X becomes obsolete or like the next generation of consoles come along, hopefully that will be in about 2028, 2029, when hopefully I'll be in full-time employment so I can afford a gaming PC. I've still an OG console gamepad sim racer like Villeneuve, Canadian legend. I played on controller on F1 games from 2012 until 2020, and then I got a wheel, and I've never looked back. I can still. Obviously there are some games like GTA and arcade games you have to play on controller. But when I'm playing sim racing games, I can't not use a wheel. Like proper sim racing games, like Driver San Francisco, I've been playing a lot of recently, and I use controller on that. Do you have any tips on making long form videos and doing commentary? Just be yourself. What I say is, this is the way, because as I say, I look through my old videos and I think, why did people fucking watch this? Because the audio was dog shit. The video was, I was literally doing a slideshow of pictures. They were terrible. The editing was poor. I didn't know how to edit. I didn't know how to do anything, and yet people still watch me because I assume people saw potential, I guess. So just be yourself, and you can learn everything later. If you have a passion for something and a talent for saying stuff, even if you aren't very good at presenting that talent, like I wasn't, you can still be good at it. And commentary, it's just again about being natural. If you listen to some of my commentaries, I might have them. I'm not sure if I have them up on this channel or on another one. I can send you some if you need to, if you message me on Discord. But you can hear the inflection, the tone. Just be confident and try and sound like you know what you're talking about, even if you don't, and try and sound excited about what you're talking about, even if you don't. I could do some fun streams of Assetto Corsa mods. Like a fun one would be something putting the F1 Ferrari F2001 on missions when you eventually get a gaming PC. Maybe. I would like to do gaming stuff, but the thing is, because it's so distant from the historical racing content, I can't go between the two on the same channel. It would kill my algorithm potential. And yes, I could set up a separate gaming channel, but then I'd actually have to start editing stuff, and it's just twice the work. And I'm not going to do that when I'm already not producing many videos on my normal channel. I was kind of hoping that my podcasting would kind of do the lifting work of keeping me relevant, but we haven't recorded the DRS Train podcast episode in ages, and I think the last time we recorded one was like a month ago. So I do need to keep people. I do need to get the rest of the hosts back on at one point so we can all get in for an episode, but that's the issue, yeah. That's the problem we have now. That's the problem we just have, and I was expecting to be able to carry myself even though I haven't got much of a presence on YouTube nowadays, because I'm not. I used to post fortnightly videos, and that therefore the algorithm sort of liked me, but now, I mean, my Lance Stroll video got like 2,000 views, even now. Which isn't bad. Like, there have been times where I posted videos after like a month away, and I was getting like less than 1,000. So I still clearly have some sort of fan base that will come back, but I don't have the same pull that someone like a Peter Brook or a Josh Revel would clearly yet. Curiously, which leagues you were used to racing? You ever called one called Race Spec? He was pretty big at one I called. No, I haven't heard of that league. I used to race TIR, that was on F1 2020, up until about 2023 when I finally left. I've raced in loads of leagues. VD Racing League I've raced in, and commentated in for the most part. Literally loads. Like there's probably about 100 of them. When I'm on Discord, every time I want to join a new server, I have to leave an old league racing server because I've reached the 100 server limit, or I've reached the 100 server limit for like the last year or two, because I was just in so many different leagues at some point or another. Whether it was just for one race or whether it was for permanently, I've probably been in about 20 different leagues permanently across my time sim racing. It was probably around this time last year, and they were counting down to when the season was supposed to start, but it didn't end up starting for obvious reasons. Yeah, speaking of Winter Solstice, have you seen the Crash Happy podcast? If you so, what do you think and the people of it? I haven't watched the Crash Happy podcast. I'm in their Discord server because they play Among Us, and I haven't turned up to a single Among Us game session yet. But they have said that I can do it. I think the people on it are Mr. V's Garage. I like his content. I think it's very nerdy, very clever. Dan No Skill has been on the DRS Stream podcast before, but before I ever got on it. So I've never actually interacted with Dan No Skill, but I haven't ever watched his long form content. I've seen his shorts occasionally, but it seems like from what I've seen of the podcast episodes he did before with us, he seems quite knowledgeable. And who are the other guys on that podcast? I think one of them is, I can't even remember the other ones. Have you ever raced in any of the same leagues Aidan Millward competed in? No. No, unfortunately. I bet most of his will be on like Assetto and stuff. I doubt he'd be the kind of guy to go on F1 games. I'm in Aidan Millward's server, but I very rarely interact with it. There's one person in there that I really don't like. So it's not Aidan. It's not any of the content creators. But there is one person that I just really don't like. Yeah, that year 2020. I wonder what you were meaning, Saye, when you said that it was when the season was stopped for obvious reasons. I was like, no, that season wasn't stopped. I was wondering what you meant by that. Yeah. But yeah, I have no. Even if I had problems with certain content creators, I wasn't going to ever out on stream because that's not fair on them or on me. But yeah, I find that most F1 content creators I enjoy. There are certain ones I enjoy more, and I enjoy watching history more than I do. Like, did you know Kimi Räikkönen had this at Lotus, and he was owed 80 million? Like, I like the sort of content that's going to actually educate me rather than tell me stuff that I've already known for 10 years. That's no slight on Drive to Survive fans or Reaction F1 channels or normie fans. That's no slight on them. They have their content and they have their audience, and that's not me. And that's not fair to say that they make bad content because I don't like it. But yeah. I tend to. I don't really. I used to. There was a time where I used to watch a lot of Aidan Millward. His videos haven't been really getting recommended to me much. Most of my, as I say, we could literally go right now if I get my window back up. Yeah, well, I know what you mean. Aidan Millward used to be way more fun before that person joined. Yeah. It's good that we know who we're talking about. You can see my let's go into my YouTube recommended. It's harmless, so don't worry, guys. You can literally see it's Sidemen, Top Gear. I have a real kind of autism interest in North Korea. I think it's quite a cool place, but I think it's an interesting place to look at. Lots of like gaming content, Grand Tour. Yeah, you can see more Sidemen, Eminem, and rap content, rap videos. There's Karen Smith. This guy, you can see. This is my kind of content. So if you, as I say, Pixel Car Racer. Oh my god, that is such a throwback. Peter Brook is pretty damn good. Yeah, I don't really watch Peter's videos anymore though because they are long and I don't have time to watch them, and also because no offense, Peter. I'll get up his channel now. No offense. Like I watch his HRT videos and stuff, and like the backmarker videos where I need to do teammate comparisons, and he has all the information of why this things happened in each race. But like his recent videos. Like, I don't need to know about every Sauber F1 car. I don't need to know about the F1's 2025 season in reverse. I don't need to know about every one-off livery. Like, they used to interest me back in the day, but for some reason they just don't anymore, and that's fine. But I appreciate, because Peter was the one, was the guy who gave me a chance to appear on the podcast for the first time. He was the one who got me on the podcast. He was the one who shouted me out on YouTube for the first time. So I will always respect him, and I will always come out with the DRS Stream podcast, but his content for me, it's down my alley in terms of subject matter, but it doesn't stand out to me like, as you can see, the stuff on my recommended does. Like, I'd much rather watch Top Gear highlights or a North Korea video than I would a Peter Brook video. And that's just the same for most F1 content. Have you seen the channel Docu Dewberry? No, I haven't. Peter Brook is a good, but his voice is sometimes a bit monotone, like he sounds like a robot sometimes. Yeah, that's just because he's autistic and he's reading off a screen. He's literally just going, 0.0 wins, 0 fastest laps. He's going to sound like that. I probably would as well if I was doing that sort of stuff. Thought I'd share a story from a Mutual. I know a karting team owner, Russell, used to drive for him. He said Stroll would literally cheat, disable restrictor plates, stewards would look the other way, yeah, etc. I don't put that past. I wouldn't put that past them. But as soon as he got to Formula 3, but admittedly, yes, there were team orders in place, but you can't win a Formula 3 championship without being somewhat good. What do you think of Mobile Chicane? Do you want to do any podcast episodes with him? He was I would like to. I think he has been on some of our episodes before, just not with me. I think, people like him, I do respect. I actually have. That's a good thing. He's probably actually the F1 content creator who I watch the most nowadays. Like when I see a video of his come up, I will genuinely just watch it every single time because he posts a lot less often, I think, and because those videos are actually like full on quality every single time they come out. And I'm not saying that other content creators who I've been speaking about don't put out mostly good videos, but like if I look through Mobile Chicane's stuff, like I watched the Sebastian Loeb video and I was like, oh my god, this guy's amazing. I watched the Villeneuve video, and that's actually inspired me. I think the next video I will do once I get back to YouTubing will be to do a video on why Jacques Villeneuve is now an underrated driver, because everyone, like, people rightfully said that he wasn't as good of he wasn't a fantastic driver, like, after his F1 career, and people had said that up until about a few years ago, and then everyone started saying he's an undeserving champion, he's an idiot, he didn't deserve anything, he was super slow. And people have overcorrected in that sense, so I'm going to kind of resurrect this. As you can see, I've watched all of these videos. I haven't watched these podcast episodes or whatever, but I've watched all of the actual proper videos because they are really interesting. Bro is subscribed to Numberjacks. Oh yeah, I am subscribed to Numberjacks, but that was a childhood show of mine. There was a couple of years ago. Or it must have been. It might have been like a year ago. There was a night basically where I was violently ill. Like I'd had some dodgy beef. I'd had an argument with someone. Like we'd gone to my mum had gone to a nice farm shop, and had gotten me some nice beef to eat because I like to stay healthy and fit, and I thought that'd be quite good because although it's not the greatest of meats to have, it's good. And I had some dodgy beef, and I was puking up my guts, and I was not having a fun time. Let's put it that way. And then I was gonna sleep on the downstairs couch. Now I've gone to American downstairs sofa in the living room because I could not be bothered to move. And for some reason, I got recommended a Numberjacks video. I was like, that's my childhood. So I just started watching Numberjacks videos until like 11 o'clock at night. And it just really relaxed me, and I went to sleep. So, yeah, Numberjacks was my childhood shit. Things of Jay Villeneuve, he's a very misunderstood driver. Also like Montoya, because they both used tactics which were very unorthodox because they came from experience in their car days. Exactly. Hot take, but Singapore is the best track to drive on the F1 game. Or a previous stream, he's rated it quite low, but even the IRL races are. I like Singapore. I don't think I rated it. I mean, I must have rated it low on a previous stream because of racing and because of real life F1 output. I love driving it though. I love all street circuits. I love driving. Monaco is my favourite track to drive on any F1 game. Like, as soon as I get an F1 game for the first time, I will drive Monaco to see if I like the game. Yeah, Cowiz was a great. You can look at my subscriptions. I don't care about anyone who looks at my subscriptions because Belle Delphine is on there because I did it as a joke back when I think so. I'll just clear that one up first of all. I don't know any of these other. I don't think any of the other ones are particularly bad. Yeah. Yeah, Ned's Sim Racing Station. That's a very old channel of mine, where I did post some old commentaries and stuff from years ago. Yeah, Stampy Longhead. I just had to subscribe to him. I think there was a time where people were trying to get him to 10 million subscribers, so I just had to. I had to do it. What is he doing now? What on earth are these? Hasn't he retired from YouTube now? Oh no, he hasn't retired. Fair play. I will just say that he hasn't updated his logo since like 2013. That is the most 2013 logo I've ever seen in my entire life. So fair play to him. Singapore used to be better without triple apex chicane. The only problem was the sausage curbs on the inside. The Singapore sling. Yeah, they need to bring the Singapore. Maybe not bring it back now, but they should have kept it so that people didn't have an excuse to get rid of it.
But yeah. You see, as I say, if there wasn't such thing as copyright, I'd just start watching YouTube with you guys. I'd just start saying, "Oh, well, let's watch. Let's watch. What's a good video here?" This is the problem. I scroll through. I don't actually find a good video. I don't. The NASCAR Bowman Gray race was fucking amazing, by the way. If you're not into NASCAR and you want to be convinced to watch it. It was a bit chaotic, but it was really interesting and entertaining. They raced in the rain, they raced in everything, and it was amazing. It was snowing at one point, and they were still racing. Oh, go away. Epstein files before GTA 6 is crazy. The biggest mistake of Kimi Räikkönen's career, leaving McLaren. He won a championship at Ferrari, mate. I don't think he'd have won against Alonso or maybe Hamilton, but I don't think he'd have won as convincingly against Alonso as he would have against Massa. Not sure I agree with that, Kyron, but each to their own. He probably knows more about the reasons and stuff than I do, though. So, Matt, what do you mean Matt 212 retro, bro? You're like 25 years old. What do you mean? You're gonna get some videos of you when you were 5? Speaking of chicanes more than to Apex, what do you think of the old Monza bus stop chicane and the OG Bars? I like the old Spa bus stop chicane. The Monza one, I think you have to have the modern one nowadays because the old one wouldn't have been a properly good overtaking zone. I think you should just get rid of both of the first 2 chicanes at Monza. As long as you can make the run off at Lesmo all right, just take the 2 chicanes out. I would literally just go and watch Top Gear highlights with you guys if I could. Racing games, open world. Where's Forza Horizon 1? Where's Forza Horizon 1? Genuinely, there it is. The greatest. It's the best Forza Horizon game ever. I don't want to look at that. I just saw a ginger man with hardly any clothes on staring at me. I don't want to see that ever again. What else have we got? But yeah, I do find which version of the Spa bus stop chicane do you think was better? The one before the current one we have now. Because they brought in that new chicane to try and improve overtaking. And now, because of DRS, no one overtakes there. Because there's 2 DRS straights directly after, so you don't go for moves at the bus stop chicane. The only memorable moment at that section of the circuit was Verstappen on Nasser in 2015, and that wasn't even at the bus stop chicane. That was at the corner before, at Blanchimont. So, yeah, just. I think the removal of DRS might make it more viable. But I don't think you could go back to it now because I think also the problem was that the grid was getting bigger and bigger, and that people were starting halfway around the final kind of little kink, and the pit lane was becoming unsafe apparently. So I think that's part of the reason why they moved it. But there's definitely better ways to make that part of the circuit work. But yeah, I would suggest after you watch the stream, go and watch the NASCAR race at Bowman Gray, all of the highlights and stuff. I don't watch these kind of videos, these mainstream videos about North Korea, because it's just repeating the same things. Did you know that Kim Jong-un was raised in Switzerland and went to school in Switzerland? Did you know that
the North Korea has a system where you have 3 different classes of society, and you must be in these 3. And if you are in the worst class, you go to a prison camp. It's like, yes, I know. Every other video says that. Why do I need to know about it now? The perfect race car, and it looks like that. Yeah, no AR-12, Nick. You're lucky that I followed you since Forza Motorsport 4, because that looks horrendous. I miss it indeed. Memories of driving on F1 Championship Edition growing up. Great game, by the way. Did you ever play it? I've not played F1 Championship Edition, no. I played F1 Challenge 1992, but I never had a PS2, or a PlayStation at all, so I never played it. Thing is, given how they've got so much asphalt when the current bus stop chicane is, the pit lane problem doesn't exist anymore because the OG bus stop chicane actually still exists. Does it? I don't think it does. It might still be available, able to be painted on, but I don't think it still exists, and I don't think it's used at all. Weirdest Formula 1 retirement of all time. Oh, it's Daily Fuel Up. Never mind. I said earlier that I don't hate any content. I don't hate any content creators. I just don't like ones that have been known for using AI. I think Daily Fuel Up was one of them. Vertital, by the way, if you are a rap fan, he is a very good react. Like, I usually don't like reaction channels because they're all just cringy and they go, "Oh my god, guys, what's this? Oh my god, it's so great." But he's actually really good and he does critically analyze stuff. F1 did lie about DRS, that it was going to make everything better. It made some things better, but it made other things worse. Alfa Romeo is still going today, you melon. But the F1 adventure is so bad it killed a car company. Alfa Romeo still exists today, you utter plonker. Oh yeah, so this is a video. This is like one of a leaked version of Eminem's original "Without Me" song. You know what? It feels so empty without me. That one. That one. They're like, oh my god, it's an original version, and it's literally all it is at the start, instead of saying Obi tries, no name, no gimmicks, it says something else. I can't remember what it says now. I won't play it because then I'll get copyrighted. But it was something stupid like that. That's what annoys me. Top 20 Eminem covers, go away. People who cover Eminem are just cringe. I'm sorry. Because they're always white and they always sound like this whenever they rap, so it sounds really cringy. That's why I've tried. I tried the other week to record, like, you know, Sim Dane, the guy who used to do F1 parodies. I tried making my own version of one because I'd written like a really good, like, bar heavy multi-syllable rhymes rap, but I can't rap to save my life because I sound so flat and my voice is just so terrible for it that I eventually just gave up on it. If you could take one old school American track and modernize it for modern day F1, what would it be? I think I'll take Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen can't be modernised for modern F1, it's just too short. I'd say Road America. Even though it's never hosted F1, I think that if you had to modernise it, which would kind of ruin the vibe, it's the best suited for F1. It's got long straights, it's got heavy braking zones. The OG bus stop... I didn't know the OG bus stop chicane you could still see from the aerial view. I didn't know that. Ollie Behrman. I'll probably watch that later. Dan TDM, there's no way I'm actually subscribed to him, am I? Yeah, I'm not subscribed to him, so why am I getting him recommended in my video, in my recommended? Why am I getting recommended in my recommended? I don't care, Mr. Who's the Boss. SpaceX, how about no? Oh, the ultimate F1 2025 season review. Great. But that's just going to be them going, well, Lewis Hamilton was actually... It's because he's old. And it's like, no, Schumacher was better at an age older than him. And it's like, no, oh, well, no, it's because... That was initially... That reaction to that video that I made was literally like two hours ago or something ridiculous. Let's have a look. What on earth? Make testing sloppy. He knows what he's doing with that hashtag. He is clever. That is a clever title. Make testing sloppy. I don't like it when people say stuff like that. Verstappen is the best driver on the planet. Because although, yes, he would probably beat Alex Palou in an F1 car. Or he would beat Alex Palou in an F1 car. He beat Carl Lawson in an F1 car. He wouldn't be able to beat them at their own game. And they wouldn't be able to beat him at their own game. So there's no way to say who's the best driver on the planet. Unless you got them all in the Race of Champions and said that the Race of Champions was a mandatory thing for everyone who does every single big racing series. Covers of rap songs are cringe because they just don't work. It only works with songs that have singing and nothing but that. I suppose. Or rap songs that are big hits. Because they often have a big melody to them. Like, Sindane did a Without Me remix. It was like, everybody eyed on the team because we need Alonso. Controversy because it feels so empty without me. But the problem is, most people who write song parodies can't really rap, because rapping is a lot different to singing. Because singing, you just need one syllable to rap. You need to go, yes, I'm gonna sing, and then I'm going to get a ring doorbell, or something daft like that. And then, but with rap, you actually have to go, oh my god, I'm gonna go sing, and then I'm gonna go ring your mama up, and then I'm gonna link her. That kind of stuff. And you actually have to think of rhymes that go together. I'm gonna link her, and then I'm going... you have to actually think of stuff that rhymes multisyllabic, like, I'm gonna go pack a rhyme in. I'm gonna go save the goal like like Juicy Jessica Linehan. And then I'm gonna go get some more time in him. You actually have... Rapping is a lot harder than singing is, basically, to actually make songs. Who would say that the best F1 commentator apart from Martin Brundle is? What, nowadays? I wouldn't even say Martin Brundle's the best commentator. He's lost his edge in the past couple of seasons. I would say the best pundit, probably... I hate to say it, but probably Nico Rosberg. Because although there are aspects of his character I don't like, he's still clearly, like... He's not as batshit off-the-wall crazy as Jacques Villeneuve is. But he still holds his ground. Favourite modern F1 game? 2013. I'm not sure if you class that as modern, but I do. I never really liked the way ground effect cars handled on the game. Too heavy and too understeery. 2021 was peak. 2021 was not the peak. 2021 was a watered down version of 2020. It was. My seat has just decided to end itself. There we go. Fixed that. 2021 was not the peak. It was a watered down version of 2020. It was better than 22 and it was better than 24, but it wasn't better than 23 or 2020. That's why I take rap way more seriously and have way more respect for MCs and singers. They have to actually use their brain cells to singers who don't even have to rhyme or be lyrical in their songs. Exactly. Like, yeah, my top 5 rappers of all time: Rakim, Biggie, Tupac, Eminem and Big L. They're all big on the lyricism scale. Even the ones that I kind of respect but don't really think are the best, like DMX, LL Cool J, and other guys like that. Even I like listening to D12. I think D12 is good because that's a big balance of the different styles of rap and stuff like that. I mean, commentators from every era, like James Allen is the best lead commentator of all time. I don't think there's any question about that. People overrate Murray Walker quite highly. He had a great legacy, and he was fantastic and great as a person, and he was a perfect voice for Formula One, but he wasn't the perfect commentator. I'd say that of the commentators that I've personally listened to or
been around for. Obviously, I wasn't around for Raymond Baxter in the 50s, so I can't make a judgment on him. But James Allen was good. Jonathan Ledyard was awful. Martin Brundle as a lead commentator in 2011 was okay. David Croft, he's overhated. I think that when he started, he was a bumbling idiot, and he's a good commentator. He's a good sports commentator. If you remove the F1 part, he has a good sports commentating voice. He knows how to project himself. He knows how to sound like he knows what he's doing. The only reason that I don't like him, or the only reason that I don't like parts of his commentary, is because he makes mistakes. And obviously, for a newer fan who isn't going to catch those mistakes, he sounds a lot better. I do think it's baffling how he's been watching F1 for as long as I've been alive, yet he still doesn't know half the stuff that I do. And that's not me being arrogant or cocky. That's just like, there are people who are similar ages to me or slightly older than me who know way more than he does, and he doesn't even learn. And also he just glazes Lewis Hamilton. As a sports reporter, the first thing you're told, and I know a lot of sports reporters don't listen to this, but the first thing you're told is to be unbiased in your reporting. And he just glazes Lewis Hamilton for no reason. He literally just glazes him. 2024 was the best ground effect era season. All the seasons so far, apart from 2021, were forgettable for me. As for the rappers, Jay-Z and Eminem are definitely up there, and they're like, it's a toss-up between like 10 guys from 3 to 12. Jay-Z, I mean, I like Renegade, and I like Run This Town with is it with Kanye and with someone else? I can't remember who. But overall, I haven't really been much of a fan of him. To be fair, I haven't listened to his big albums like The Blueprint. What do you think of John Watson's commentary from the 90s and early 2000s? I haven't really listened to much John Watson because he was never... I don't think he was ever he was a secondary commentator, I think, in the couple of races after James Hunt died in 93. But I don't think he was... And after Jonathan Palmer... Like, that was the thing. The second commentators was 93 and 94. It was a space different people. Then Jonathan Palmer took over. Then it was Martin Brundle to Murray Walker. Then it was Martin Brundle to James Allen. Then it was... Martin Brundle's basically been the main guy since then. But I haven't watched much... From what I've heard of the highlights of him, like going, Ricardo Rosset, you fool! How do you not know there are yellow flags in the area? And I went to Goodwood Revival last year, and he was there, and he was commentating. He's good. He clearly knows his stuff. He's like a watered-down version of James Hunt. James Hunt is definitely... James Hunt, people do glaze him a bit nowadays. Oh my god, we need someone who's exactly like him. Like, no, he held grudges. He was unbiased. He was biased against certain drivers. He was unfair towards certain drivers. He would say things that he would say things that were completely right, like for example he'd criticise the South Africa regime, and he'd say it was abhorrent the way they were treating people, but at the same time you don't need to hear that on an F1 broadcast, not all the time anyway. You want to hear it when you're tuning into a politics podcast, not when you're tuning into F1. There's a lot of good rappers who are really underrated. Like, people only know MC Ren from when he was in NWO, Ice Cube and Easy, but his solo stuff is really good. I haven't listened to MC Ren outside of those, so you might be correct. 2024 had at least 7 different winners, probably the best of a relatively mediocre bunch, I guess. 2021 was good though. I think that has to go top of the pile since the ground. Oh, sorry, that's not the ground effect here, is it? What am I waffling on about? Yeah, probably. I don't know. They all just blend into one for me because they're just a bit I might have to go now, guys.
Video needs to be locked off, man.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah. You go out from the blue door at the bottom.
Okay.
And switch off the light in here, please.
Okay. Yes. So I've just been kicked out by security because it's 9 o'clock. Sorry, guys, I'm going to have to go. See you all later. It's been fun. It's been fantastic.